Welcome, dear friends, to a peaceful evening by the cozy fireplace. As the gentle crackling of the fire fills the room, allow yourself to unwind and let the soothing sounds of this story carry you away. Here, in this warm and inviting space, let your imagination drift into whimsical worlds where anything is possible. Leave your worries behind and embrace this moment of tranquility, for relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. Story 1. In a galaxy far, far away, where stars flickered like distant echoes of ancient songs, two unlikely souls crossed paths at a remote trading outpost nestled amidst the swirling nebula. The outpost, known as Nebula's Embrace, was a patchwork of bustling stalls and eccentric traders, with neon lights casting vibrant hues across the metallic surfaces, creating a kaleidoscope of colors that mirrored the diversity of the galaxy's denizens. The air was thick with the scent of exotic spices and the hum of various alien languages, a symphony of life that played out beneath the vast artificial sky. Zyla, a curious Venusian explorer with shimmering wings that caught the light like liquid silver, had been sailing the cosmic currents when a sudden mechanical failure forced her to make an emergency landing. Her star cruiser, the luminous Voyager, now sat beneath the outpost's artificial sky, its once pristine hull marred by the scars of interstellar travel. The sight of her beloved vessel, etched with the tales of countless adventures, tugged at her heart. As she worked to repair it, her mind was as restless as the Venusian winds she longed for, each thought a gust of curiosity and longing for the mysteries of the universe. Unbeknownst to Zyla, a mischievous Martian pup named Ruff had stowed away in the cargo bay. Ruff, with his russet fur and sparkling eyes, had set out from the red desert sands of his home world, driven by a longing for adventure that simmered within him like the molten core of Mars itself. His heart beat with a rhythm of curiosity, a melody only the cosmos could compose. His paws had trotted over the ancient Martian dunes, whispering with the tales of the past, and now they carried him across the stars in search of new stories to tell. When Zyla discovered the furry stowaway, she was taken aback, her wings fluttering with surprise like the rustling leaves of Venusian flora. The vibrant colors of the outpost seemed to pale in comparison to the sudden burst of energy this small creature brought into her life. "You're not supposed to be here," she exclaimed, her voice a melodic chord of astonishment. Ruff merely tilted his head, his expression a curious blend of innocence and mischief, his tail wagging a silent plea for acceptance. In that moment, Zyla saw a reflection of her own adventurous spirit in the little Martian, a spark of life that was impossible to ignore. Zyla's initial hesitation was soon melted by Ruff's playful antics and unwavering loyalty. Despite her initial reservations, she found herself charmed by his boundless energy, which contrasted sharply with the serene landscapes of Venus she held dear. Their journey through the cosmic expanse was a tapestry woven with challenges and triumphs, each trial a thread that bound them closer together. As they navigated the bustling outpost, Zyla's mind wandered back to the tranquil beauty of Venus, the gentle whisper of its winds and the soft glow of its twin suns, a stark contrast to the cacophony around them. Their travels took them through treacherous ion storms that crackled with electric fury, and across uncharted nebulae where stars were born amidst clouds of celestial gas, painting the void with ethereal hues. During these voyages, Zyla and Ruff's bond grew stronger, yet their differences often led to misunderstandings. Zyla, accustomed to the tranquil serenity of her home, found Ruff's ceaseless energy and playful nature perplexing. Ruff, in turn, struggled to comprehend why Zyla insisted on pausing to admire every twinkling star cluster, each one a distant beacon of beauty in the vast void. In these moments of tension, Zyla would find herself reflecting on her own need for stillness, a meditation on the balance between exploration and appreciation. One fateful night, as they drifted through an azure star field that shimmered like the surface of an endless ocean, Zyla noticed Ruff gazing wistfully out the viewport. The stars outside seemed to mirror the longing in his eyes, each twinkle a whisper of his distant home. "What troubles you, my furry friend?" she asked, her voice as gentle as a cosmic breeze that carried the scent of distant worlds. Her heart ached with an empathy she had not anticipated, a shared understanding of what it meant to yearn for a place so far away. Ruff let out a soft whimper, his tail drooping like the setting sun on Mars. "I miss the warmth of the Martian sands," he admitted, his voice a quiet echo of homesickness. "All this cold, empty space makes me feel lost." In that moment, Zyla understood. She unfurled her wings, enveloping Ruff in a radiant glow that mimicked the soothing rays of Venus's twin suns. Her embrace was a promise, a bridge between their worlds. "This universe may seem vast and lonely," she whispered, "but as long as we have each other, we'll never be lost." As their journey continued, their bond only deepened. Zyla learned to appreciate Ruff's boundless enthusiasm, his zest for life a reminder of the universe's infinite wonders. Ruff, in turn, discovered the beauty in pausing to savor the cosmos, each star a tiny miracle in the grand tapestry of existence. Together they faced countless trials, from outrunning greedy space pirates with ships that glimmered like dark phantoms, to navigating treacherous asteroid fields that loomed like the bones of ancient giants. In one particularly thrilling encounter, they befriended a tribe of space nomads who lived amidst the shimmering rings of a distant gas giant. The nomads, with their iridescent skin and laughter that rang like the chimes of distant bells, shared tales of the universe's secrets, stories that wove new threads into the fabric of Zyla and Ruff's journey. From them, Zyla learned of a forgotten star system where Venusian explorers had once thrived, a discovery that added another layer to her quest for understanding her own heritage. The nomads spoke of celestial maps etched in the stars themselves, guiding travelers to ancient knowledge and untold adventures. Yet, not all moments were filled with adventure. When Zyla's star cruiser suffered a critical malfunction, stranding them on a desolate moon bathed in the glow of a dying sun, it was Ruff who kept her spirits high. His unwavering loyalty and playful antics were a balm for her worries, his presence a constant reminder of the strength found in companionship. And when Ruff fell ill after ingesting a strange, glowing spaceberry, Zyla tirelessly nursed him back to health, her gentle touch and soothing words a testament to the bond that had grown between them. The moon, with its barren landscapes and haunting beauty, became a backdrop for their shared vulnerability, a reminder of the fragility and resilience of life. In those quiet moments on the moon, Zyla often found herself reflecting on the path that had brought her here. Her thoughts meandered back to her childhood on Venus, where the sky was always painted in shades of pink and gold, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. Her parents, renowned explorers themselves, had instilled in her a sense of wonder and a thirst for discovery. They had often shared tales of their own adventures, of worlds beyond imagination and the infinite tapestry of life that spanned the galaxy. It was their legacy she sought to honor with every new world she explored, every new culture she encountered. One day, as they resumed their journey, Zyla received a mysterious signal. It was a series of musical notes, drifting through the cosmic expanse like a lullaby from the stars. The melody was hauntingly familiar, reminiscent of the lullabies her parents had sung to her. Intrigued and drawn by an inexplicable pull, she decided to follow it, with Ruff at her side. The pursuit of this celestial song led them through an ancient asteroid belt, where each asteroid hummed with the echoes of history, a labyrinth of stone and silence. As they navigated this cosmic maze, Zyla and Ruff stumbled upon a hidden enclave within the asteroids, a forgotten outpost from the bygone era of Venusian explorers. The enclave was a sanctuary of knowledge, filled with ancient relics and star charts that mapped the farthest reaches of the galaxy. Zyla felt a deep connection to this place, as if the whispers of her ancestors filled the air. It was here she found a journal, its pages filled with her parents' handwriting, chronicling their own adventures and dreams for their daughter. This discovery was a turning point in Zyla's journey. The journal revealed her parents' hope that she would find her own path among the stars, a path that honored their legacy while forging her own. It spoke of the resilience and courage required to explore the unknown and the importance of cherishing the bonds formed along the way. With Ruff by her side, Zyla realized that her journey was not just about discovering new worlds, but also about understanding her place in the universe and the legacy she wished to leave behind. As they finally approached the shimmering green valleys of Venus, their journey's end, Zyla and Ruff realized that their true destination had been each other all along. In their embrace of differences and shared experiences, they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended time, space, and even species itself. The valleys of Venus stretched out before them, a verdant paradise under twin suns, but it was the journey they had taken together that truly mattered. The lush landscapes of Venus, with its vibrant flora and gentle breezes, welcomed them home, a promise of new beginnings. With one last look at the twinkling cosmos, they knew their adventures had only just begun. For in this vast, wondrous universe, the greatest treasure of all was the unconditional love and understanding they had found in each other's hearts. As the stars above continued their eternal dance, Zyla and Ruff stepped forward, ready to face whatever the cosmos had in store, hand in paw, heart in heart. Together they would explore the mysteries of the universe, discovering new wonders and forging new paths, their bond a guiding light amidst the vastness of the stars. In the days that followed, Zyla and Ruff found themselves adjusting to life on Venus. The planet's pink-hued skies and the soft, melodious calls of its native wildlife provided a gentle backdrop for their newfound bond. Here, they discovered a thriving community of explorers, scientists, and dreamers, each dedicated to uncovering the secrets of the universe. It was a place where curiosity was celebrated, and the spirit of adventure was as much a part of the landscape as the luminous starflowers that bloomed in abundance. Zyla soon became a treasured member of this community, her tales of the cosmos capturing the imaginations of all who listened. Ruff, with his infectious energy and boundless curiosity, became a beloved companion to many, his presence a reminder of the joy found in exploration. The two of them, together, were a living testament to the power of friendship, their story a beacon of hope and inspiration for all who sought to chart their own path among the stars. As the seasons passed, Zyla began to delve deeper into the ancient Venusian archives, uncovering forgotten histories and sharing them with the community. She discovered stories of explorers who had ventured far beyond the known universe, their exploits etched in the constellations above. These tales fueled her desire to continue her parents' legacy and inspired Ruff to dream of new adventures yet to come. One evening, under a sky ablaze with the light of 1,000 stars, Zyla and Ruff sat together, reflecting on their journey. The memories of their trials and triumphs, their laughter and their tears, wove together into a tapestry of shared experiences that filled their hearts with gratitude. They realized that their journey was far from over, for the universe was vast and full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered. As they gazed up at the stars, Zyla and Ruff knew that their bond was a guiding star in its own right, a light that would lead them forward, no matter where the cosmos took them next. Together they would continue to explore, to learn, and to grow, hand in paw, heart in heart. And as they stepped into the future, they carried with them the knowledge that, in a universe as boundless as the one they called home, the greatest adventure of all was the journey they shared together. Story 2. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars danced like fireflies across the ink-black tapestry of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Lumina. Known for its lush, iridescent forests and skies that shimmered with the colors of dawn, Lumina was a place of wonder and tranquility, where the air was thick with the scent of blooming flora and the gentle hum of life. It was here that two unlikely companions were destined to meet. From the water world of Aqualis came Arya, a gentle being whose skin was the color of the sea at twilight and whose hair flowed like the delicate tendrils of a jellyfish. Her presence was a symphony of blues and greens, her skin subtly shifting with each emotion, a living canvas of her inner world. Arya's people, the Aquari, were known for their empathy and ability to communicate through subtle changes in the hue of their skin. She had come to Lumina on a mission of exploration, eager to learn about the planet's unique ecosystems, her heart driven by a deep curiosity and a longing to understand the interconnectedness of all living things. Meanwhile, from the rocky, storm-lashed planet of Zephyr arrived Kor, a robust and resilient creature with skin as tough as granite and eyes that glowed with the intensity of a distant star. He moved with a purposeful grace, each step a testament to the strength honed by surviving the relentless storms of his home. The Zephyrians were a hardy people, shaped by their planet's harsh conditions, and Kor had journeyed to Lumina seeking peace and respite from the unyielding tempests of his world. Beneath his rugged exterior lay a soul yearning for tranquility and a chance to experience something beyond the constant struggle against nature's fury. Their paths crossed in the heart of Lumina's luminescent forest, where the trees whispered secrets in the wind and the ground was soft with a carpet of glowing moss. Arya was studying the bioluminescent flora, her skin a pale, curious blue when she first encountered Kor. The Zephyrian was attempting to build a shelter from the sturdy branches of the trees, his movements slow and deliberate, each action measured and precise. At first, their meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Arya's quiet, fluid gestures were misinterpreted by Kor as aloofness, while Kor's gruff demeanor seemed abrasive to Arya, whose world was one of gentle currents and harmonious flows. Yet beneath these surface differences, both sensed an unspoken connection, a shared loneliness that came from being far from home. One evening, as the twin moons of Lumina cast a silvery glow over the forest, a sudden downpour caught them both unawares. The rain was unlike anything Arya had experienced on Aqualis, warm and fragrant, with a soft, musical cadence that seemed to echo the harmony of the universe. As she sought shelter beneath a wide-leafed tree, she noticed Kor struggling to navigate the slick terrain, his usual sure-footedness slipping away on the unfamiliar ground. Feeling an unexpected surge of kinship, Arya approached Kor, her skin shifting to a calming green. She extended a hand, her voice gentle and melodious, like the lapping of waves against a quiet shore. "May I help you?" she asked, her tone sincere, her eyes reflecting the warmth of her offer. Kor hesitated, his pride warring with the practicality instilled by years of surviving Zephyr's storms. Yet seeing Arya's genuine offer, he nodded, allowing her to guide him to a drier spot beneath the tree's canopy. In that moment, the rain became a shared experience, a bridge between two worlds that began to dissolve the barriers between them. As they sat together, listening to the rhythmic patter of the rain, Arya and Kor began to talk. They spoke of their homes, Arya of the serene depths of Aqualis, where sunlight danced through crystalline waters, painting the sea floor with patterns of light, and Kor of the rugged beauty of Zephyr, where the sky was a constant symphony of thunder and lightning, a testament to the raw power of nature. They discovered that while their worlds were vastly different, their hearts longed for the same things: understanding, companionship, and the warmth of friendship. In the days that followed, Arya and Kor faced several challenges that further cemented their bond. Lumina, though beautiful, was not without its perils. The forest was home to creatures both wondrous and unpredictable, and the climate could shift in the blink of an eye. Together, they navigated these trials with a blend of Arya's intuitive understanding of nature and Kor's practical problem-solving skills. One afternoon, as they traversed a particularly dense part of the forest, they encountered a creature caught in a tangle of vines. It was a luminescent lyra, a delicate glowing animal known for its enchanting songs, which could soothe even the most troubled of hearts. Arya's heart ached at the sight, and she immediately moved to help, her skin reflecting a soft, compassionate hue. Kor, ever cautious, suggested a more measured approach to avoid frightening the creature, his voice a steady guide in the chaos. Working in harmony, they carefully freed the lyra, who sang a grateful melody that resonated through the trees, filling the air with a sense of peace and gratitude. As they watched the creature flutter away, Arya turned to Kor, her skin a gentle shade of pink, a sign of contentment and shared triumph. "Thank you," she said softly, her eyes reflecting the warmth of their shared success. Kor, touched by Arya's acknowledgement, smiled, a rare expression that softened his rugged features and spoke of the bond forming between them. "We make a good team," he replied, his voice rumbling like distant thunder, but carrying an unmistakable note of affection and camaraderie. As the cycles of Lumina's moons passed, Arya and Kor's friendship blossomed. They learned to communicate beyond words, understanding each other's subtle cues and gestures, a silent language that spoke volumes of their growing connection. Arya discovered that beneath Kor's tough exterior was a heart as steadfast as the roots of the ancient trees, while Kor found solace in Arya's serene presence, her empathy a balm to his weathered spirit. Their journey on Lumina became one of mutual discovery, each teaching the other valuable lessons. Arya showed Kor the beauty of patience and the power of listening, a skill that transcended their spoken words and reached into the depths of understanding. Kor taught Arya the strength of perseverance and the courage to face the unknown, reminding her that sometimes the greatest discoveries lay beyond the horizon of fear. In the midst of their explorations, they stumbled upon an ancient ruin hidden deep within the forest, a relic from a time long past, its stones covered in intricate carvings that glowed faintly in the moonlight. The air around the ruins was charged with a sense of history, as if the very stones whispered tales of old. Intrigued, Arya and Kor spent hours examining the carvings, piecing together the story of a civilization that had once thrived on Lumina. It was a tale of harmony and unity, of a people who had lived in balance with their world, much like the bond Arya and Kor were forging. The discovery of the ruins added a new layer to their understanding of Lumina, deepening their appreciation for the planet and its secrets. During one of their explorations, they stumbled upon a hidden valley shrouded in mist, where time seemed to stand still. The air was heavy with the scent of jasmine and the sweet notes of an unknown melody that seemed to arise from the very earth. As they ventured deeper into this serene enclave, they discovered an ancient tree at its heart, its trunk wide and gnarled, branches reaching skyward like a cathedral of nature. The tree's bark was etched with symbols similar to those on the ruins, suggesting an even deeper connection to Lumina's past. Arya, with her innate sense of empathy, felt the vibrations of history coursing through the tree, a silent witness to the ages. Kor, ever the pragmatist, examined the tree with a different perspective. He saw it as a testament to endurance, having weathered countless storms and the passage of time. Together they sat beneath its sprawling canopy, sharing stories of their lives and dreams, finding solace in the embrace of a history that was both foreign and familiar. This sacred place became a sanctuary where they could reflect on their journey and the bond that had grown between them, a bond as enduring as the tree itself. As their time on Lumina drew to a close, both knew they would soon return to their respective worlds. Yet the bond they had forged was unbreakable, a testament to the friendship that had grown between them, a connection as enduring as the stars that watched over their journey. Before their final night together, they decided to embark on one last exploration, a hidden valley rumored to hold the most vibrant display of Lumina's flora. The journey was arduous, the path winding through dense forests and steep inclines, but their determination and spirit carried them forward. As they crested the final hill, a breathtaking scene unfolded before them, a valley awash with colors, where flowers glimmered like jewels under the gentle glow of the moons. Here, amidst the riot of colors and scents, they sat together, the enormity of the moment settling upon them like a gentle mist. Arya's skin danced with every hue of the valley, reflecting the kaleidoscope of emotions within her. Kor, too, was touched by the beauty, his usual stoic expression giving way to awe and gratitude. In that serene setting, they reflected on their journey, the challenges they had faced, and the unexpected friendship that had blossomed. Arya spoke of the interconnectedness of all things, a lesson Lumina had taught her, while Kor shared his newfound appreciation for the beauty that lay in stillness and silence. One night, as they sat by the gently flowing river that wound through Lumina's heart, Arya shared a story from her people, a tale of the sea's eternal dance with the moon, an endless ebb and flow that mirrored the cycles of life. The story resonated with Kor, who often felt like a leaf tossed upon the tempests of his home. Listening to Arya, he realized that even amidst the chaos, there was a rhythm, a pattern that brought order to the universe. It was a profound realization that would shape his perspective long after he left Lumina. Similarly, Kor shared stories of storms that would rage for days on Zephyr, tales of survival and resilience passed down through generations. His stories were not just of endurance, but of finding beauty in the storm's heart, of standing firm even when the world seemed determined to sweep you away. Arya listened intently, her skin a reflective blue, understanding that Kor's stories were not just about survival, but about embracing the storms of life rather than fearing them. On their final night together, They sat beneath the stars, the forest alive with the soft glow of the luminescent flora, the air filled with the gentle hum of life. Arya's skin shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, reflecting her emotions, a blend of sadness and joy, anticipation and longing. Kor, sensing her feelings, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his touch a promise that transcended words. "We will meet again," he promised, his voice steady and filled with certainty, a rock upon which they could both lean. "Across the stars, our friendship will endure." Arya nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears, a testament to the depth of her emotions. "Yes," she agreed, her voice a whisper on the wind, a vow carried to the stars. "No matter the distance, our hearts are forever connected." As they parted ways the following morning, Arya and Kor carried with them not only the memories of their shared adventures, but a deep understanding of the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended worlds and spoke to the heart of what it meant to be truly understood and valued. And so, as the sun rose over Lumina, casting its golden light upon the land, it shone upon two souls forever changed by their time together, a testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the enduring bond of friendship. In the vastness of the galaxy, where stars danced and moons whispered secrets, Arya and Kor had found a friendship that would guide them through the darkness, a light that would never fade. Their departure was not the end, but a new beginning, as each carried the lessons learned on Lumina to their home worlds. Arya returned to Aqualis with a newfound appreciation for the strength found in stillness, while Kor embraced the gentle currents of life on Zephyr. And in their hearts, a piece of Lumina remained, a reminder of a friendship that transcended the boundaries of space and time, a beacon of hope and connection in the vast expanse of the universe. Story 3. The Whispering Grove and the Silver Locket. In the heart of a lush, sprawling forest, where the trees grew so tall their tops seemed to brush against the sky, there lay a hidden world, known only to a few. This world was called the Whispering Grove. It was a place where the air was always scented with the perfumed essence of wildflowers, their petals glistening with dew in the early morning light, and the soft hum of nature's lullaby could be heard in every rustle of leaves and every gentle breeze that caressed the skin like a whispering muse. Our story begins on a quiet evening as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting golden beams through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled light. The forest was alive with the gentle chirping of crickets, their rhythmic song a comforting counterpoint to the distant hoot of an owl preparing for its nightly watch. Here, a young girl named Zyla walked along a well-trodden path, her footsteps light and her heart curious. Zyla was known for her adventurous spirit and her kind, open heart. She had chestnut hair that danced in the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of discovery, like twin pools of sunlight dappled through emerald leaves. Her days were filled with exploring the nooks and crannies of her world, learning the secrets of the forest, and befriending the creatures that called it home, each encounter weaving a new thread into the tapestry of her life. On this particular evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of purple and pink, Zyla clutched a small, mysterious locket she had found earlier that day. It was an old silver locket, intricately designed with swirling vines and tiny engraved leaves, a relic of a time long past. She had discovered it nestled at the base of an ancient oak, gleaming amidst a bed of emerald moss, as if waiting for her to find it. As she walked, Zyla gently turned the locket over in her hands, feeling its cool, smooth surface, the metal warming gradually from the heat of her touch. She sensed there was something special about this locket, something magical. Her heart told her it was not just a trinket, but a key to something greater, a hidden doorway to the secrets of the world. The path wound deeper into the forest, leading Zyla to a section she had never explored before. Here, the trees stood even taller, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches intertwining like old friends sharing ancient stories. The light grew softer, filtered through the dense foliage, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, a fragrance so thick it seemed to wrap around her like a gentle embrace. Suddenly a soft, melodic whisper floated through the air, as if the forest itself was singing, its voice a gentle breeze that danced around her. Zyla paused, her breath caught in wonder. The sound was enchanting, a gentle beckoning that tugged at her heartstrings. Driven by an inexplicable urge, she followed the whisper, stepping off the path and into the embrace of the forest, her feet moving as if guided by some unseen force. The leaves whispered secrets as she passed, brushing softly against her skin and leaving a trail of tingling excitement in their wake. Zyla felt a tingling excitement, a sense of stepping into a realm that existed just beyond the edges of reality, a place where the boundaries between the seen and the unseen blurred into one. The forest seemed to pulse with life, every sound and scent sharper, more vibrant, as if the world itself was holding its breath in anticipation. As she ventured deeper, the whispers grew clearer, forming words that spoke of friendship and courage, of journeys untold and mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Zyla's heart swelled with anticipation, her mind racing with possibilities, each one a tantalizing promise of adventure. Along her journey, Zyla encountered a family of deer, their eyes deep and knowing, as if they too were guardians of the secrets of the Whispering Grove. She stopped to watch them for a moment, their gentle presence a reminder of the interconnectedness of all life within the forest. One of the deer, a young fawn, approached Zyla, nuzzling her hand gently. She felt a warmth spread through her, a silent promise of friendship and understanding, a bond forged in the quiet stillness of the forest. Continuing her journey, Zyla came across a hidden glade where the sunlight spilled like liquid gold onto a field of wildflowers. Here, she encountered a solitary fox with a coat of russet and eyes like amber, its gaze meeting hers with a question and a promise. The fox darted away, pausing only to look back, as if urging her to follow, to discover yet another secret of the Whispering Grove. As dusk deepened, Zyla noticed a faint, ethereal glow emanating from a thicket nearby. Curiosity piqued, she approached, pushing aside the dense bramble. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient willow, lay a small pool, its surface shimmering under the starlit sky. It was as if the stars themselves had descended to rest upon the water, casting a soft luminescence that played across Zyla's features, illuminating her wide-eyed wonder. Drawn by an irresistible pull, she knelt beside the pool, her reflection mingling with the celestial lights. The water was cool to the touch, and as her fingers skimmed the surface, ripples spread outward, distorting the reflection and revealing glimpses of another world, one where dreams danced freely and time held no sway. In that moment of quiet introspection, Zyla realized the depth of the journey she was undertaking. The locket had chosen her, but it was the forest that was teaching her the true essence of courage and friendship. Its whispers were not just beckoning her deeper into its mysteries, but also into her own heart, urging her to trust in herself and the unseen threads that connected her to the world around her. The forest path eventually led her to a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and sturdy, its branches spread like welcoming arms. The tree's bark was a rich, deep brown, and its leaves shimmered with a silvery glow, as if touched by the moon itself. It was here, in the heart of the Whispering Grove, that Zyla felt the true magic of the forest. She stood in awe, feeling the presence of something ancient and wise, something that had seen the passage of time and held the stories of the world within its boughs. With a deep breath, Zyla approached the tree, her fingers brushing against the bark. The whispers grew louder, filling her with warmth and a sense of belonging. It was then she noticed a small, heart-shaped indentation in the tree's trunk, perfectly sized to hold the locket she carried. Zyla's hands trembled with excitement as she placed the locket into the indentation. As soon as it settled into place, a soft, radiant light enveloped the clearing, illuminating the night with a gentle glow. The air hummed with energy, and the whispers became a chorus of harmonious voices, welcoming her into their world. Suddenly, the tree's bark shimmered, and a doorway appeared, leading into a realm of vibrant colors and enchanting sights. It was a world hidden within the natural environment, a place where magic flourished and dreams took flight. Zyla stepped through the doorway, her heart pounding with excitement and wonder. She found herself in a land where the sky was a tapestry of swirling stars, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The air was filled with the gentle music of 1,000 tiny bells, and the scent of jasmine and lavender enveloped her like a warm embrace. Here, in this wondrous world, Lila felt a sense of peace and joy she had never known before. She wandered through fields of shimmering blossoms and along streams that sang with a melody all their own. Every creature she encountered greeted her with kindness, their eyes twinkling with the same magic that filled the air. As she explored, Lila learned that this hidden world was a sanctuary for those who sought solace and inspiration, a place where dreams were nurtured and the spirit could soar. The forest creatures told her tales of ancient wisdom, of friendships that transcended time and space, and of the power of love and courage. Throughout her journey, Lila felt herself changing, growing in ways she had never imagined. The magic of the Whispering Grove awakened something deep within her, a strength and wisdom that had always been there, waiting to be discovered. She realized that the locket had chosen her for a reason, sensing her open heart and adventurous spirit. It was not just a key to this magical world, but a symbol of the journey she was meant to undertake, a journey of self-discovery and transformation. Eventually, she came upon a gathering of forest dwellers, creatures of every shape and size, convened in a council under the grand canopy. They welcomed her warmly, their voices a harmonious blend of nature's symphony. The council, led by a wise old owl with feathers like snow, shared stories of the locket's history, of its role in uniting the realms of magic and reality. The owl's eyes, deep and knowing, met Lila's with an intensity that both comforted and challenged her. The locket, he intoned, is a bridge between worlds, a reminder that magic lives within those who dare to seek it. You, Lila, are its keeper. Protect it well and let it guide you. As the night wore on, Lila felt a gentle pull, guiding her back to the tree that had brought her here. She knew it was time to return to her own world, but she carried the magic of the Whispering Grove within her, a light that would guide her through whatever challenges lay ahead. With a grateful heart and a spirit renewed, Lila stepped back through the doorway, the whispers of the forest bidding her farewell. She emerged into the clearing, the moon still casting its silvery glow, the locket warm against her skin. As she made her way home, Lila felt a deep sense of peace and purpose. She knew that the magic of the Whispering Grove would always be with her, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay just beyond the ordinary. It was a world she could return to whenever she needed guidance or inspiration, a sanctuary of dreams and endless possibilities. And so, with the locket close to her heart and the whispers of the forest in her ears, Lila journeyed forward, ready to embrace whatever adventures awaited her, knowing that she was never truly alone. The Whispering Grove, with all its secrets and magic, had become a part of her, a cherished memory and a guiding light in the tapestry of her life. It was a place of friendship and courage, of journeys untold and mysteries waiting to be unraveled, a place where dreams were nurtured and the spirit could soar. Epilogue: The Keeper's Promise. Years passed, and Lila grew into a wise and compassionate woman, known throughout the village as a keeper of stories and secrets. She shared the tales of the Whispering Grove with those who sought her counsel, weaving the magic of her experiences into the fabric of the community. Her home, a quaint cottage nestled on the edge of the forest, became a haven for villagers who yearned for tales of wonder and wisdom. Children gathered at her feet, eyes wide with fascination, as she recounted the adventures of the girl who ventured into the magical realm. The locket remained close to her heart, its silver sheen a constant reminder of the world that lay just beyond the veil of reality. Though she never returned to the mystical realm, she felt its presence in the rustle of leaves and the whisper of the wind, a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. Lila lived her life with grace and courage, always guided by the lessons she had learned in the forest. She nurtured the dreams of those around her, encouraging them to seek the magic within themselves and to embrace the unknown with open hearts. Her wisdom was sought by many, and her presence infused the village with a sense of hope and inspiration. In her twilight years, as she sat beneath the ancient oak where the locket had first revealed itself, Lila reflected on her journey. She knew that the Whispering Grove was not just a place but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. Her heart swelled with gratitude for the experiences that had shaped her, for the courage that had been kindled within her. As the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Lila whispered a silent promise to the forest that had given her so much. She vowed to protect its secrets and to keep its magic alive in the hearts of those who dared to dream. Her words were carried by the wind, a gentle echo that resonated through the trees, a testament to the enduring bond between the Whispering Grove and its chosen keeper. And so, the legacy of the Whispering Grove lived on, a beacon of hope and inspiration for generations to come, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the endless possibilities that lay within the human spirit. Lila's story became a cherished legend, a reminder that magic exists within all who are willing to see it, and that the journey of self-discovery is one of the most profound adventures of all. Story 4. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths crisscrossed beneath the watchful gaze of towering elms and cottages wore coats of ivy, there existed an unassuming little shop called Curiosities and Whimsy. This enchanting emporium nestled snugly between a bakery, which perpetually filled the air with the sweet, comforting scent of fresh cinnamon rolls, and a tailor's shop known for vibrant fabrics that danced with every breeze. The proprietor was an elderly gentleman named Mr. Thistle, whose spectacles perched precariously on his nose as he tended to his collection of strange and enchanting objects, each with a history that seemed to whisper through the dim-lit aisles, like echoes of forgotten tales. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves swirled and danced in the cool breeze, a gentle tap at the shop's door announced the arrival of young Clara. She was a curious girl with hair like spun gold and eyes that sparkled with a thirst for adventure, much like the stories of old her grandmother had once told. Clara had often visited the shop, captivated by the allure of the unknown and the promise of wonder hidden within its walls, where shadows played and secrets lingered like breathing entities. Clara's visit on this particular day was different, for she had a purpose that seemed to weigh gently yet persistently on her heart. Her grandmother, a woman whose tales wove magic and mystery like threads of gold through Clara's childhood, had recently passed away, leaving Clara with a single heirloom, a plain wooden box. There were no intricate carvings or gleaming jewels, just a simple latch that refused to yield. Entrusted with this enigma, Clara hoped Mr. Thistle might reveal its secrets. "Ah, Clara, Mr. Thistle greeted warmly, his voice like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "What brings you to my humble abode today?" Clara placed the box on the counter, its wood smooth from years of handling, each grain a testament to the passage of time. "It's my grandmother's," she explained, her voice tinged with both hope and uncertainty. "I can't seem to open it, and I was hoping you might have some insight." Mr. Thistle examined the box with careful eyes, his fingers tracing its contours as if feeling for a pulse. He murmured thoughtfully. "This is no ordinary box. I suspect it holds secrets of its own, but to unlock them, you must embark on a journey." Curiosity piqued, Clara leaned in closer, her heart quickening with the promise of adventure. "A journey? Where must I go?" "Not far," Mr. Thistle assured her with a twinkle in his eye, a hint of mischief mingling with wisdom. "But you must seek the wisdom of the forest. There is a glen not far from here, where the oldest oak stands. It is said that the oak holds the knowledge of the ages. Perhaps it can guide you." With a heart full of resolve and a sense of destiny unfurling within her, Clara thanked Mr. Thistle and set off towards the forest. The path meandered through fields of wildflowers, their vibrant hues painting a tapestry of color beneath the autumn sky, and beneath treetop canopies that whispered secrets to the wind, their leaves murmuring like ancient storytellers. As she walked, Clara felt a gentle stirring in her chest, a sense of anticipation that fluttered like a bird in flight. The air was crisp and alive with the scent of earth and falling leaves, each step resonating with the soft crunch of nature's carpet beneath her feet. Her journey was accompanied by the symphony of the forest, the chorus of chirping crickets and the distant call of an owl, punctuating the serene stillness of the woods. Upon reaching the glen, Clara found the ancient oak standing majestically, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens as if in eternal supplication. The bark was etched with time, and its roots wove a tapestry across the earth, intertwining with the very fabric of the land. Clara approached with reverence, the box cradled in her arms like a sacred relic. "Great oak," she called softly, her voice a gentle plea carried by the wind. "I seek your wisdom to unlock this box." To Clara's amazement, the oak responded not with words, but with a whispering rustle that seemed to come from the very air around her. She listened intently, understanding that the oak's wisdom was not in direct answers, but in guiding her thoughts to clarity. In this moment of introspection, as Clara absorbed the forest's embrace, she noticed something curious, a worn stone path leading deeper into the woods. It was a path she hadn't noticed before, shrouded in shadow and mystery. Compelled by an instinct she couldn't quite place, Clara decided to follow it, each step taking her further into the heart of the forest. The path led her to a small clearing, where wildflowers painted the ground with hues of blue and gold, and a gentle stream wove its way through, singing a quiet melody. In the center of this clearing sat a circle of stones, ancient and wise. Clara felt drawn to it, sensing that this place, too, held stories and secrets. As she sat within the circle, a gentle rustling revealed the presence of a woodland creature, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves, its eyes bright and knowing. The fox, with a grace that seemed to echo the dance of the leaves, approached Clara with a nod that spoke of ancient understanding. "Greetings, young traveler," the fox said in a voice that was both soothing and clear, like the babble of a brook. "The oak has entrusted me to assist you. My name is Fern." Clara smiled, feeling the warmth of companionship and the thrill of the unexpected. "Hello, Fern. Can you help me understand the box?" Fern nodded, sitting beside her in the glen, the rustle of leaves nearby offering a chorus to their conversation. The key to the box lies not in force, but in understanding. Sometimes, the greatest secrets are unlocked by the heart, not the hand. Together, Clara and Fern pondered the box, its simplicity belying the complexity of the mystery it held. As they talked, Clara recounted stories of her grandmother, the laughter they shared, and the lessons learned from her tales. With each memory, the box seemed to resonate, its latch loosening ever so slightly, as if responding to the echoes of love and memory. Fern listened patiently, offering insights that mirrored the wisdom of the forest. "Sometimes," Fern said gently, "the answers we seek are within us, waiting to be realized." Inspired, Clara closed her eyes and let her thoughts drift to her grandmother. She remembered her grandmother's love of stories, her belief in the unseen magic of the world, and the kindness that flowed from her heart. And in that moment of reflection, Clara understood. With a calm certainty, Clara held the box close and whispered, "I open my heart to the memories we shared, the joy we found, and the love you gave." The latch clicked softly, and the box opened with a gentle sigh, as if releasing a held breath. Inside, nestled in velvet, lay a simple locket. Clara held it tenderly, feeling the warmth of her grandmother's spirit surrounding her, a presence as comforting as a familiar embrace. Fern smiled, her eyes shimmering with approval and the knowledge that the journey had transformed Clara. "You have discovered the true magic, Clara. It was never about the box, but the journey to understanding the love within." Thanking Fern and the great oak, Clara made her way back to Willowbrook, the locket resting against her heart, a tangible connection to the past and a beacon for the future. As she walked, she felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that her grandmother's love would always guide her, a star in her personal constellation. Back at Curiosities and Whimsy, Mr. Thistle awaited Clara's return. His smile was knowing, his eyes twinkling with the satisfaction of a secret well shared, a guardian of mysteries and keeper of tales. "Did you find what you were seeking?" he asked gently, his voice a soft inquiry filled with empathy. Clara nodded, her heart full and light, the locket a comforting weight against her chest. "Yes, Mr. Thistle, I found the greatest treasure of all." Together they shared a moment of quiet contentment, the fire crackling softly in the hearth, its warmth a gentle reminder of the connection between past and present. And as the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, Clara knew that the magic of love and memory would forever light her path, a journey without end. That evening, as Clara sat by her window, watching the moonlight dance across the cobblestones, she pondered the stories yet to unfold. She realized that her journey had only just begun, and with each new day she would find new adventures, carrying the wisdom of the oak and the love of her grandmother as her guiding stars. Some weeks later, a festival unfolded in Willowbrook, celebrating the harvest and the changing seasons. The village square was alive with laughter and music, lanterns twinkling like stars against the twilight sky. Clara joined the festivities, her heart buoyed by the joy around her, the locket nestled safely beneath her scarf. Amidst the merriment, she encountered an old acquaintance, a young boy named Thomas. He was a bright-eyed lad, known for his stories of mischievous sprites and hidden treasures. Thomas, upon seeing Clara, approached with a grin that spoke of shared secrets. "Clara!" he exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. "Have you heard? There's a tale of a hidden cave in the hills, where echoes of old stories linger." Intrigued, Clara listened as Thomas described the cave, its entrance veiled by vines and shrouded in mystery. The villagers whispered of echoes that spoke in hushed tones, sharing secrets of the past. Clara's heart quickened with the promise of discovery, her adventurous spirit alight with curiosity. As the festival continued, Clara found herself drawn to the idea of the cave, sensing that it held another piece of the puzzle her grandmother had left for her. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, she set off towards the hills, Thomas accompanying her with eager enthusiasm. Their journey took them through meadows and along babbling brooks, the landscape a canvas of autumn's splendor. As they climbed higher, the air grew crisp, and the world below faded into a tapestry of greens and browns. Finally they reached the cave, its entrance a darkened maw framed by trailing vines. With lanterns in hand, Clara and Thomas stepped inside, their footsteps echoing softly against the stone walls. The air was cool and still, a silence that seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. As they ventured deeper, the echoes began to stir, faint whispers that danced around them like phantoms of forgotten stories. Clara paused, closing her eyes to listen. The echoes spoke of journeys and friendships, of love that transcended time. She felt her grandmother's presence once more, a guiding light in the shadows. And in that moment, Clara understood that the cave was a place of reflection, where the past met the present in harmonious resonance. Thomas, sensing the significance of the moment, sat quietly beside her, allowing the echoes to weave their magic. Together, they shared in the quiet wonder of the cave, the stories of old mingling with their own, a testament to the enduring power of memory and imagination. As they emerged from the cave, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village nestled in the valley below. Clara knew that the echoes of the cave were a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a tapestry woven from the threads of countless lives and stories. With Thomas by her side, Clara returned to Willowbrook, her heart filled with gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the discoveries she had made. The locket at her chest was a symbol of her grandmother's love, but the true treasure lay in the adventures that awaited her, each new day a blank page in the story of her life. And as the stars emerged to twinkle in the night sky, Clara whispered a silent promise to her grandmother, a vow to embrace each new chapter with courage and wonder, her heart forever open to the magic of the world around her. A few days later, Clara decided to pay a visit to the village's small yet enticing library. As she entered the cozy space, the earthy scent of aged paper and leather-bound volumes enveloped her, a comforting aroma that awakened the spirit of inquiry within her. The library was a labyrinth of knowledge, each shelf a corridor leading to myriad worlds, stories waiting to be discovered. Drawn to a section dedicated to local lore and legends, Clara's fingers grazed the spines of ancient tomes until they paused on a particularly intriguing title, The Chronicles of Willowbrook. It was an expansive book, its pages filled with tales of the village's history, mysteries, and the wisdom passed down through generations. Settling into a worn leather chair by the window, Clara began to read, her eyes scanning the delicate script that wove tales of mythical creatures, enchanted places, and the magic that once pulsed through the veins of Willowbrook. One story in particular caught her attention, a legend about a hidden garden said to bloom with eternal spring, a sanctuary known only to those whose hearts are pure and intentions true. The story spoke of a mystical key, crafted not of metal, but of understanding and compassion. Clara's mind raced with possibilities, her heart aligning the threads of her own journey with the tapestry of lore she now held in her hands. With renewed determination, Clara resolved to uncover more about this hidden garden. She shared her discovery with Mr. Thistle, whose eyes lit up with the familiarity of the tale. "Ah, the Garden of Perpetual Spring," he mused, his voice a gentle caress of nostalgia. "Many have sought it, but few have found it. The garden reveals itself only to those who truly understand the balance of nature and the harmony of life." Mr. Thistle's words resonated with Clara, sparking a desire to seek out this fabled place, not just to satisfy her curiosity, but to honor the legacy of stories passed down from her grandmother. Over the following weeks, Clara delved deeper into her research, piecing together clues from the book and the whispers of the village elders. Her quest led her to explore the far reaches of Willowbrook, her eyes keen for signs of hidden pathways, her heart open to the wonders she might encounter. One evening, as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, Clara felt a tug at her soul, a gentle urging that guided her steps beyond the familiar paths. With the locket resting against her heart, she followed an instinctual trail, her spirit attuned to the subtle symphony of the world around her. The path led her to a secluded grove, where the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and the ground carpeted with a kaleidoscope of flowers. In the center of the grove stood an ornate archway, entwined with vines that shimmered with an ethereal light. As Clara approached, she felt a warmth emanating from the locket, a gentle pulse that seemed to resonate with the archway. With a heart full of anticipation, she stepped through, her surroundings transforming into a breathtaking vision of perpetual spring, a garden alive with vibrant colors and the gentle hum of life. In that moment, Clara understood the true essence of the garden. It was a place of connection, where the past and present converged, where stories and love intertwined to create a legacy that transcended time. As she wandered through the garden, Clara felt her grandmother's presence in every bloom, every whisper of the breeze. It was a confirmation of the journey she had undertaken, a testament to the power of love and memory. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara returned to Willowbrook, carrying the wisdom of the garden and the stories it held. She shared her experiences with Mr. Hastings, Thistle, and the villagers, her tales igniting the spark of curiosity and wonder in all who listened. From that day forward, Clara became a storyteller in her own right, weaving new tales from the threads of her adventures, adding her voice to the rich tapestry of Willowbrook's legacy. And in doing so, she honored her grandmother's spirit, ensuring that the magic of their shared stories would continue to inspire generations to come. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths crisscrossed beneath the watchful gaze of towering elms, the legacy of love and adventure endured, a testament to the enduring power of stories and the magic that resides within them. Story 5. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the sky's gentle hues filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lived a young, timid girl named Clara. She dwelled in a quaint cottage nestled at the base of an ancient oak tree, a tree so grand that its branches seemed to hold the sky itself. Clara had always found solace in the familiar rhythm of her days, her routine a comforting lullaby that shielded her from the uncertainties of the world. The forest around her was a living tapestry of life, where the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss, mingling with the crisp freshness of pine. Sunlight danced through the leaves, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor, while the gentle hum of insects formed a constant accompaniment to the chorus of birdsong. Despite this vibrant world, Clara often felt like a mere observer, her heart yearning for something beyond the confines of her daily life. Yet, deep within her heart, Clara felt a stirring, a gentle nudge that whispered of change and growth. Despite the whisper, Clara resisted, fearing the unknown paths that lay beyond the familiar trails of her beloved forest. She was content to stay within the bounds of her tiny world, where every leaf, every brook, and every bird was known to her. One crisp morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the forest in shades of gold, Clara sat on the doorstep of her cottage, sipping warm chamomile tea. The steam curled upwards, mingling with the cool morning mist. It was then she noticed a peculiar shimmer dancing upon the surface of her teacup. As she peered closer, the shimmer grew, transforming into a swirl of colors that lifted from the cup and hovered before her eyes. Startled, Clara blinked, and when she opened her eyes once more, she found a tiny creature, no larger than her thumb, perched on the edge of her cup. It was a sprite, with wings like translucent petals and eyes that sparkled with mischief and wisdom. The sprite introduced herself as Zyla, a guardian of the forest's magic, sent to guide those who were ready to embrace change. "Fear not, dear Clara," Zyla chimed, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "The forest is alive with magic that mirrors our inner selves. Trust in the journey, for it is through change that we truly find who we are." Clara gazed at Zyla with wide eyes, her heart a fluttering blend of trepidation and curiosity. She had never encountered such a magical being, and though she was hesitant, something in Zyla's gentle presence reassured her. As the days passed, Zyla accompanied Clara on her daily walks through the forest. Together, they wandered deeper into the woods than Clara had ever dared venture before. With each step, the forest revealed secrets that had been hidden from her eyes. A brook that sang with the voices of the stars, flowers that bloomed in colors unseen, and trees that whispered age-old wisdom in the wind. The forest's beauty was magnified in the presence of Zyla, who seemed to draw out the hidden magic that lay beneath the surface of the ordinary. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low, casting a warm glow over the land, Zyla led Clara to a clearing Clara had never seen. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its bark shimmering like silver under the fading light. The tree's branches stretched wide, adorned with blossoms that glowed with an inner light. "This is the tree of mirroring," Zyla explained, her voice a gentle melody. "It reflects the changes within us, helping us to see what we often cannot." Hesitant but intrigued, Clara approached the tree. As she touched its bark, a warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the sensations to envelop her. In her mind's eye, she saw herself, not as she was, but as she could be, brave, adventurous, and open to the wonders of the world. Tears welled in Clara's eyes as the vision faded, leaving her with a profound sense of possibility. She realized that the fear of change had been holding her back, keeping her from the growth she yearned for. Inspired by the tree's gift, Clara vowed to embrace the unknown, trusting in the journey of self-discovery. With Zyla's guidance, Clara began to explore new paths, both within the forest and within herself. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to dance with the shadows cast by the moon, and to find strength in the beauty of uncertainty. Each day brought new challenges, but Clara faced them with courage and grace, supported by Zyla and the forest's magic. Her transformation was gradual, like the slow unfolding of a flower in the spring. Clara grew more confident, her heart swelling with the joy of discovery. She learned that change, while daunting, was a powerful force that could lead to unexpected beauty and growth. One evening, as twilight draped the forest in a soft indigo shawl, Clara stumbled upon a hidden glade where an ancient stone circle lay. The stones, worn smooth by time, were etched with mysterious runes that seemed to pulse with a quiet energy. Intrigued, Clara traced her fingers over the cool, smooth surface of the stones, feeling a connection to the countless others who had stood here before her, seekers of wisdom and truth. Sitting within the circle, Clara felt a deep sense of peace and belonging, as if she were part of something much greater than herself. She understood that her journey was not just about personal growth, but about connecting to the timeless rhythm of the world around her. In this sacred space, Clara allowed herself to dream of the future, her heart open to the infinite possibilities that lay before her. Through her journey, Clara discovered the true essence of friendship. Zyla, her tiny guardian, became not only a guide, but a dear companion, teaching Clara the value of trust and the strength found in companionship. Together they celebrated each triumph, each step forward, and even the occasional stumble, for every experience was a part of the tapestry of life. As the seasons turned and the forest donned its autumn cloak of fiery reds and golds, Clara stood once more before the tree of mirroring. This time, when she touched its bark, she saw a reflection of herself that was both familiar and new. She saw a young woman who had learned to embrace change, who had found beauty in the unknown, and who had grown into her true self. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara thanked Lila and the forest for their guidance. She understood now that change was not something to fear, but a wondrous journey to be embraced. Secure in this newfound wisdom, Clara knew that she would continue to grow, to explore, and to discover the magic within her own heart. As she walked back to her cottage, the forest whispered its approval, the leaves rustling like a gentle applause. Clara knew she would never be alone, for the magic of the forest and the friendship of Lila would always be with her, guiding her on her path of endless discovery. In the months that followed, Clara and Lila ventured beyond the boundaries of the forest, discovering villages and meeting people who lived at the forest's edge. Clara, once shy and reserved, began to share tales of her magical home and its wonders, inspiring those she met to look for the magic in their own lives. Her courage became a beacon, drawing others to the forest's beauty and the lessons it held about change and growth. One day, as Clara and Lila wandered through a quaint village market bustling with life, they encountered an old woman selling handmade trinkets. Her face was a tapestry of lines and stories, and her eyes held a sparkle that mirrored Lila's. The woman, named Alara, recognized the sprite at once and greeted her warmly. "You have found a worthy companion, Lila," Alara said, her voice like the rustling of ancient leaves. The forest's magic chose well. Intrigued by Alara's connection to Lila, Clara spent the afternoon with her, listening to tales of the forest's guardians and the ancient bonds that tied them to the land. Alara shared stories of her own journey, revealing a path of discovery and change not unlike Clara's. Through Alara's wisdom, Clara learned that the journey of growth was a shared experience, one that wove individuals into the larger tapestry of life. Inspired by Alara's stories, Clara returned to the forest with a deeper understanding of her place in the world. She realized that her journey was not just about personal transformation, but about contributing to the collective story of those who had come before her and those who would follow. With each step she took, Clara felt the weight and wonder of the generations that had shaped the land and its magic. As winter's breath began to whisper through the forest, Clara decided to further explore the hidden corners of her beloved woodland. She and Lila followed a path that twisted through ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and wise, until they reached the edge of a frozen lake. The surface was a mirror, capturing the pale winter sky, the bare branches, and the faint outline of the forest's spirit. Clara knelt by the lake, her breath forming clouds in the frigid air, and gazed deep into its mirrored depths. Here, in this serene solitude, she pondered the reflections of her journey, the lessons learned, and the paths yet to explore. The ice beneath her fingers was smooth and cold, yet Clara felt a warmth in her heart, a steady flame kindled by the courage she had found. In this place of stillness, Clara realized that her journey was far from over. She saw herself as a bridge, a living thread connecting the vibrant past of the forest with the possibilities of the future. Her story was intertwined with the stories of the forest, the people she had met, and the magic that pulsed through the land like an ancient heartbeat. And so, with the comfort of the forest around her and the warmth of friendship in her heart, Clara settled into her cozy cottage, ready to dream of the adventures yet to come, confident in the beauty of her ever-unfolding journey. As she drifted to sleep, the forest cradled her in its gentle embrace, promising new wonders with the dawn. Story 6? In the soft glow of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like forgotten dreams in the night sky, there existed a small planet known as Luminara. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers, and the skies were a deep, gentle blue that invited peace to anyone who dared to look up. It was a place of quiet wonder, where time seemed to slow, allowing hearts to beat in perfect harmony with the universe. On Luminara lived a gentle creature named Nebula, a being of light and warmth whose skin shimmered with the hue of morning sunbeams. Nebula had an unwavering curiosity about the vast cosmos beyond her home, her heart always yearning to understand the mysteries that lay beyond the horizon. One serene evening, as she wandered through the whispering fields of starlight grass, Nebula noticed a peculiar object in the sky, a vessel descending from the heavens, its surface reflecting the colors of the aurora with a soft, ethereal glow. As it landed with a gentle thud, a door opened, and out stepped an unexpected visitor, a creature unlike any Nebula had ever seen. His name was Torvik, a traveler from the distant planet of Moltara. His appearance was striking, with scales that glistened like polished obsidian and eyes that mirrored the fiery heart of a volcano. Despite his formidable exterior, there was a gentleness in his gaze that belied his fearsome appearance. Nebula approached cautiously, her luminescent form casting a warm glow around them. "Hello," she whispered, her voice as soft as the evening breeze. "Welcome to Luminara." Torvik, though relieved to find a welcoming presence, was still wary of this new world. "Thank you," he replied, his voice a deep rumble like distant thunder. "I am Torvik, and I seek refuge while my ship repairs itself." Nebula nodded, her curiosity piqued. "You are welcome to stay. I would be glad to show you the wonders of Luminara while you wait." Thus began an unlikely companionship between the two travelers from different worlds. At first, their differences were as vast as the space between stars. Torvik, accustomed to the fierce landscapes of Moltara, found the gentle beauty of Luminara both enchanting and bewildering. Nebula, on the other hand, was fascinated by Torvik's tales of molten rivers and fiery skies. Their early days together were marked by misunderstandings. Torvik, used to harsh survival instincts, often misinterpreted Nebula's kindness as naivety. Nebula, in turn, struggled to understand Torvik's cautious nature, mistaking it for aloofness. One day, as they walked along the edge of a shimmering lake where the water sparkled like liquid crystal, a misunderstanding arose. Nebula, wanting to share the lake's beauty, suggested they swim. Torvik hesitated, his people unaccustomed to water, and he declined with a curt shake of his head. Nebula, hurt by what seemed like rejection, turned away, her light dimming slightly. That evening, as stars began to dot the sky, Torvik approached Nebula with a heavy heart. "I fear I have offended you," he began, his voice softer than usual. "In my world, water is scarce and feared. I did not mean to reject your offer." Understanding dawned on Nebula, her light brightening once more. "I see now," she replied gently. "Our worlds are different, and so are we. But perhaps it is these differences that can teach us something new." From that moment, a new understanding blossomed between them. They began to learn from one another, their friendship growing stronger with each shared story and experience. Torvik taught Nebula the value of resilience and strength, while Nebula showed Torvik the beauty of trust and openness. As days turned into weeks, a challenge presented itself that would test their newfound bond. An unexpected storm, rare on Luminara, swept across the land, its winds howling like lost spirits and rain falling in heavy sheets. Torvik and Nebula sought shelter in a small cave, the entrance hidden by cascading vines. Inside, the air was cool and damp, the sound of the storm muffled to a gentle patter. Nebula, feeling the chill seep into her bones, began to shiver. Torvik, noticing her discomfort, moved closer, his warmth enveloping her like a comforting embrace. "Thank you," Nebula whispered, her voice barely audible over the storm. "I am grateful for your warmth." Torvik nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "And I am grateful for your light which guides me in this unfamiliar world." In that shared moment, they realized the true depth of their friendship. It was a bond forged not just by shared experiences, but by mutual support and understanding, a connection that transcended the vast differences between their worlds. As the storm passed and calm returned to Luminara, Torvik and Nebula emerged from the cave, their hearts lighter and their friendship stronger than ever. They stood side by side, gazing at the rainbow that arched across the sky, a symbol of hope and renewal. Eventually, the time came for Torvik to continue his journey. As he prepared to depart, Nebula stood by his side, her light shining brightly. "May the stars guide you," she said, her voice filled with warmth and affection. "And may your light illuminate the path for others," Torvik replied, his eyes soft with gratitude. With a final embrace, Torvik boarded his vessel, the door closing with a gentle hiss. As the ship ascended into the sky, Nebula watched until it became a mere speck against the endless expanse. Though their time together was but a brief moment in the grand tapestry of the universe, the friendship between Nebula and Torvik left an indelible mark on their hearts, a reminder that true friendship knows no boundaries, and that even the most unlikely companions can find solace and strength in one another. And so, under the starlit skies of Luminara, Nebula continued her journey of discovery, her heart forever touched by the gentle warmth of a friend from afar. Story 7. Once upon a dreamy night, the ancient trees of the whispering woods shivered with anticipation. The first crisp breath of autumn had arrived, carrying whispers of change upon the evening breeze. Deep within the hollows and thickets, the forest's smallest residents began to stir. Little Nutkin, a sprightly red squirrel, awoke from his cozy nest high up in a mighty oak. He stretched his tiny paws and peered out at the dusky sky peeking through the canopy above. The familiar smells of damp earth and decaying leaves filled his twitching nose. Nutkin's whiskers trembled with excitement, for tonight marked the woodland creature's most sacred celebration, the autumnal equinox. Scrambling down the gnarled trunk, Nutkin scampered along, twisted roots, and ducked beneath ferns until he reached the heart of the forest. There, a radiant clearing pulsed with gentle magic, the grass shimmering like emerald silk. One by one, his woodland companions emerged from their earthy hiding spots to join him. Mossy the toad hopped out from under a toadstool cap, her golden eyes sparkling with mirth. Softly fluttering wings announced the arrival of Zephyr the hummingbird, a kaleidoscope of jewel-toned feathers trailing behind him. From the depths of a hollow log slithered Jadis the garter snake, her forked tongue flicking with curiosity. As the creatures gathered, an ethereal figure materialized amidst the swaying ferns. Mother Willow, the ancient spirit of the forest, towered above them, bark-like skin glowing with wisdom. "Welcome, my woodland friends," her gentle voice resonated like a summer rain. "Tonight, we honor the turning of the season and restore the balance of nature once more." With a wave of her gnarled hand, vibrant leaves of crimson and gold began to swirl in a dazzling spiral. "Let the eternal cycle continue," Mother Willow intoned. The leaves shimmered before dispersing in a shower of autumnal magic, coating the creatures with glistening pollen. Soft laughter echoed as Nutkin shook pollen from his russet fur. This enchanting ritual marked the beginning of his favorite season, when the forest transformed into a kaleidoscope of fiery hues. More importantly, it reminded the woodland residents of nature's delicate equilibrium. Over the ensuing nights, the friends observed autumn's splendid metamorphosis. They watched in hushed awe as the leaves let go of their vibrant cloaks, blanketing the forest floor in a crackling tapestry. Jadis slithered through the drifts with sinuous grace, while Zephyr caught wafting leaf boats upon the breeze. Even gruff old Mossy found delight in burrowing beneath the crisp piles. Yet the equinox magic brought more than just visual wonders. When first frost glazed the gnarled boughs in glittering white, strange happenings stirred within the woods. Luminous will-o'-the-wisps danced among the trees, beckoning the creatures to follow their ethereal light. Zephyr's iridescent feathers shimmered and flowed like rippling water whenever he alighted. And Nutkin could have sworn he glimpsed Mother Willow's roots extending far underground, an intricate network pulsing in time with the forest's heartbeat. As autumn's splendor gradually faded to winter's hushed tranquility, the friends gathered once more in the emerald clearing. This time, Mother Willow wove for them tales from seasons long past. Stories of courage, friendship, and nature's unwavering strength. Her words painted vivid images in their minds of other equinox celebrations when the forest was but a sapling dreaming of growth, when their own ancestors roamed the primordial paths in search of wisdom. Gazing up at the infinite night sky, Nutkin felt his spirit swell within his tiny chest. He was a mere speck in the grand tapestry of the whispering woods, and yet through that invisible web, he was connected to every leaf, every raindrop, every breath of the wind. The Great Mother had shown him that the cycle would continue unbroken, an eternal dance as natural as the turning seasons. With a parting nod of her ancient boughs, Mother Willow sent her woodland children off to slumber. As Nutkin curled up in his snug nest, he dreamed of the days ahead, frolicking in sun-dappled snowdrifts, and beyond that, witnessing the return of spring's lush rebirth. Always in harmony with nature's loving embrace, forever following the path paved by those who came before. For in the whispering woods, the ancient magic flowed through all beings great and small, an endless continuum as constant as the turning of the earth itself. And Nutkin's heart was suffused with gratitude for his cozy place within that sacred cycle of life. Story 8. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and meandering streams, lived a curious young girl named Amara. Her home was a snug cottage, its walls adorned with ivy and its roof dusted with the hues of autumn leaves. Each evening, the village glowed softly as the lanterns flickered to life, casting golden pools of light onto cobblestone streets. Amara loved to explore the familiar paths winding through her village, but her heart yearned for something more, a place beyond the horizon where stories of old whispered through the trees. One day, as the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky with pink and gold, she set out with a small satchel, her heart brimming with excitement and curiosity. She followed a narrow path that led away from the village into the heart of an ancient, enchanted forest. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with flecks of light. Amara marveled at the towering trees, their trunks thick and twisted with age, and listened to the gentle rustle of leaves overhead. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she came upon a glittering stream, its waters as clear as glass and filled with tiny shimmering fish that danced beneath the surface. Amara knelt by the stream, cupping her hands to sip the refreshing water, when she noticed a peculiar pattern of stones forming a bridge across it. Each stone was smooth and round, glistening with a faint, otherworldly sheen. With a heart full of wonder, she crossed the stone bridge, her footsteps echoing softly. On the other side, the forest seemed to change. The air was tinged with a subtle magic, and the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand. Here the forest was alive with whimsical creatures, tiny, winged beings flitting between flowers, their laughter like tinkling bells. Amara watched in awe as a group of these creatures approached her, their wings iridescent in the sunlight. They were no larger than her hand, with eyes bright as stars and smiles as warm as summer days. "Welcome, dear traveler," chimed the largest of the creatures, its voice like a melody. "We are the luminous, keepers of this enchanted realm. What brings you to our world?" Amara, her voice filled with excitement, replied, "I seek adventure and the wonders that lie beyond my village. Your realm is more beautiful than I ever imagined." The luminous shared a knowing glance, their eyes twinkling with delight. "In this forest, you will find many wonders and challenges, small but meaningful. We will guide you, if you wish." Amara nodded eagerly, and so began her journey through the enchanted forest, guided by the luminous. Together, they encountered paths covered in soft moss that tickled her toes, and trees with bark that shimmered like silver in the moonlight. Each step revealed something new. A hidden glade where flowers sang in harmony, a brook that played a gentle tune as it wound its way through ancient stones. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Amara and the luminous reached a serene clearing. In its center stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching majestically toward the heavens, adorned with blossoms that glowed softly in the twilight. "This is the heart tree," said the Lumina leader, its voice hushed with reverence. "It guards the wisdom of the forest and watches over all who seek its shelter. If you listen closely, it will share its secrets with you." Amara approached the tree, placing a hand upon its warm, rough bark. She closed her eyes and listened, her breath quiet and steady. In the stillness, she felt the tree's ancient presence, a gentle pulse of life and wisdom that resonated through her very being. A soft voice, as tender as a lullaby, whispered to her heart, "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to embrace the unknown. In your journey, you have discovered the strength within you, the courage to explore, to learn, and to grow." As the words faded, Amara opened her eyes, feeling a profound sense of peace and understanding. The luminous hovered around her, their wings casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. "You have learned well, brave Amara," said the Lumina leader. "Now you know that the greatest adventures lie not just in distant lands, but in the heart's journey to discover its own strength." With the Luminous' guidance, Amara found her way back to the stone bridge, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. As she crossed the bridge under the silver light of the moon, she turned to bid farewell to her new friends. The Luminous waved, their laughter echoing softly through the trees. The journey home felt different. The path seemed shorter, and the village lights warmer than before. Amara returned to her cottage, her spirit alight with the magic of the enchanted forest and the wisdom of the heart tree. That night, as she curled up in her cozy bed, the memories of her adventure wrapped around her like a soft, comforting blanket. She closed her eyes, knowing that the courage she had found would guide her through all the journeys yet to come. And so, in the gentle embrace of dreams, Amara slept peacefully, her heart aglow with the wonders of her enchanted journey and the promise of new adventures waiting just beyond the horizon. Story 9. Once upon a time, nested within the folds of the ancient willow woods, there lay a small, unassuming village named Willow Creek. This village, with its cobbled paths and quaint, thatched cottages, was surrounded by lush greenery and the gentle murmur of the creek that gave it its name. The villagers lived simple lives, tending to their gardens and livestock, and gathering at the village square each evening to share stories and laughter. Among these villagers was a young girl named Clara, known for her curious nature and boundless imagination. Clara had a head full of dreams and a heart full of wonder, always seeking the extraordinary in the ordinary. Her favorite pastime was exploring the vast woods that bordered the village, where she imagined magical creatures and hidden worlds just beyond her sight. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the village, Clara sat by the creek, dipping her toes into the cool water. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a melody of serenity. As she gazed into the rippling water, she noticed something glinting beneath the surface, a small, round object, shimmering like a forgotten star. Curiosity piqued, Clara reached into the creek and pulled out a perfectly smooth stone, unlike any she had ever seen. It was translucent, with swirling colors that danced and shifted in the fading light. As she held it in her palm, a warm sensation spread through her fingers, as though the stone held a gentle, pulsing energy. Clara's heart raced with excitement. She had read tales of magical stones and their wondrous powers, and she couldn't help but wonder if this was one of them. As she turned the stone over in her hand, she noticed faint etchings along its surface, resembling ancient runes. Though she couldn't decipher them, she felt an inexplicable connection to the stone, as if it was whispering secrets only she could hear. That night, Clara lay in bed, the stone nestled under her pillow. Her dreams were vivid and fantastical, filled with visions of enchanted forests and hidden realms. She awoke with a sense of purpose, a feeling that the stone was meant to guide her on a journey beyond the ordinary. The next morning, Clara set off into the woods, her heart alight with anticipation. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the soft rustle of leaves, creating a symphony of nature that filled her with a sense of peace. As she walked, the stone seemed to guide her, pulsing gently in her pocket, leading her deeper into the heart of the woods than she had ever ventured before. After what felt like hours of walking, Clara stumbled upon a clearing bathed in soft, dappled sunlight. At its center stood an enormous willow tree, its branches sweeping gracefully towards the ground, forming a natural archway. The air here was different, tinged with a sense of magic and mystery. Clara felt the stone grow warm in her pocket, urging her forward. Taking a deep breath, Clara stepped through the archway and into a world that took her breath away. Beyond the willow tree lay a hidden realm, untouched by time. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the gentle hum of unseen creatures. Colors were more vibrant, and the light seemed to dance with an ethereal glow. As Clara ventured further, she encountered creatures she had only read about in storybooks. A deer with antlers woven with ivy regarded her with gentle eyes, and a fox with a coat like burnished copper trotted beside her, as if welcoming her to this enchanted world. Clara felt a sense of awe and belonging, as if she had discovered a part of herself she never knew existed. In the heart of this hidden realm stood a small, crystalline pond, its surface smooth as glass. Clara knelt by the water's edge, peering into its depths. To her amazement, she saw reflections not just of the world around her, but of memories and dreams. The stone in her pocket pulsed warmly, and she realized that it was a key, a guide to understanding the world within herself. As she sat by the pond, a soft voice broke the silence. "You've found the Heartstone," it said, gentle and melodic. Clara turned to see an elderly woman emerging from the trees, her hair silver and eyes that sparkled with wisdom. She wore robes of deep emerald, and around her neck hung a pendant that glowed with the same shifting colors as Clara's stone. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder. "I am Lyra, guardian of this realm," the woman replied with a warm smile. "The heartstone you hold is a gift, a guide to understanding the world within and around you. It chose you, Clara, for your heart is open and your spirit is kind." Clara listened, captivated by Lyra's words. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, knowing that this journey was transforming her in ways she never imagined. Under Lyra's guidance, she learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to see the beauty in every leaf and creature, and to understand the delicate balance of the world. Days turned into weeks, and Clara spent her time exploring the hidden realm, forming friendships with its inhabitants, and learning the ancient wisdom that Lyra imparted. She discovered that the Heartstone had the power to heal and to reveal truths hidden within her heart. It taught her to trust her intuition and to embrace the magic of the world around her. Clara's journey was one of self-discovery, of learning that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the connections she forged and the love she shared. She found joy in the simplest of things, a butterfly landing on her hand, the laughter of the forest creatures, and the gentle embrace of the willow tree. As the seasons changed, Clara knew it was time to return to her village, to share the wisdom she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed, she bid farewell to the hidden realm, promising to return one day. Back in Willow Creek, Clara's presence was like a breath of fresh air. Her stories of the hidden world and the lessons she learned inspired the villagers to look at their surroundings with new eyes. They began to see the magic in everyday moments, to appreciate the beauty in nature and in each other. Clara kept the Heartstone close, a reminder of her journey and the wonders she had discovered. She knew that while the stone held great power, the true magic lay in the love and kindness she shared with others. And so, as the sun set over Willow Creek, casting a warm glow over the village, Clara sat by the creek once more, her heart full of peace. She knew that though her journey had changed her, it had also revealed the magic that had been within her all along, a magic that came from friendship, wisdom, and the simple yet profound power of love. And that is how Clara, with the help of a shimmering stone and an enchanted realm, found her place in the world, a place filled with wonder, kindness, and the magic of the heart. The village of Willow Creek became a place where dreams were nurtured, and the bonds of friendship grew ever stronger, leaving a legacy of love and wonder for generations to come. As Clara closed her eyes, the gentle lullaby of the creek and the rustling leaves carried her into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the enduring magic of the world around her. Story 10. In a secluded corner of the world, where the whispers of the wind carried secrets of ages past, there lay an ancient forest known as Etherwood. Sunlight dappled the forest floor, painting it in hues of gold and green, while the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming lavender and the earthy musk of dampened soil. This was a place where the lines between reality and magic danced like the flickering shadows cast by the towering oaks and whispering willows. In the heart of Etherwood, there thrived a community of remarkable creatures, each living in harmony with the land and each other. There were the gentle deer, their eyes like pools of warm chocolate, who grazed silently on the tender grasses. The wise old owls, perched high in the branches, kept watch over the forest with their amber eyes, blinking slowly as if storing the wisdom of the world. And there were the playful squirrels, with their bushy tails flicking joyously as they scampered through the canopy, weaving through the leaves like threads of silver. This forest was unlike any other, for it was governed by the ancient magic of the seasons. Each season brought its own wonders and trials, and with them a set of magical phenomena that the creatures of Etherwood both revered and respected. The spring, with its showers of silver rain, coaxed new life from the soil, its drops humming a melody that awakened the seeds sleeping beneath the earth. Summer dressed the forest in vibrant colors, the sun painting everything with its warm, golden brush. Autumn came with a rustling symphony. the leaves turning into a fiery tapestry of reds and oranges, and the winter wrapped the world in a blanket of snow, a quietude that sang the forest to sleep. Yet within this idyllic existence, there was a balance that needed to be maintained, a delicate harmony that could be easily disturbed. It was said that long ago, the elders of the forest had woven a spell into the very fabric of the land, a spell that ensured the seasons would turn in their due time, and the creatures thrived in their own rhythms. The secret to this balance lay with the keeper of the seasons, an ancient tortoise named Aegis, whose shell was etched with the patterns of the stars. Aegis was the oldest of the forest's inhabitants, his steps slow and measured, each one a testament to the years he had seen. His wisdom was unparalleled, passed down through countless generations, whispered to him by the wind and the trees. It was he who ensured that the magic of the forest remained in harmony, that the natural world and its creatures lived in unity with the turning of the seasons. One day, as the forest was preparing to bid farewell to autumn and embrace the stillness of winter, a disturbance rippled through Etherwood. The winds shifted, carrying with them a scent unfamiliar and sharp, a reminder of something amiss. The creatures gathered at the Meadow of Whispers, a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight, where Aegis often shared his stories and wisdom. Aegis, sensing the unrest, emerged from his burrow, his shell catching the dying light of the sun. His eyes, deep and knowing, surveyed the gathering. "Dear friends," he began, his voice a soothing rumble, "the balance of our beloved forest teeters on the edge. The magic that binds our seasons is faltering." The creatures exchanged worried glances, their hearts heavy with the weight of his words. Aegis continued, "The source of this imbalance lies with the wilting willow, whose roots reach deep into the heart of our magic. It has become entangled with the shadows of discontent, and we must set it right." A brave young squirrel named Cinder, her fur as red as the leaves of autumn, stepped forward. "How can we help, Aegis? What must we do?" Aegis smiled, a slow and gentle curve of his beak. "The answer lies not in force, but in understanding and unity. One must venture to the willow, speak with its spirit, and remind it of the harmony we cherish." Cinder nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "I will go," she declared, her voice firm despite the fluttering of her heart. With the blessing of the forest upon her, Cinder set off towards the wilting willow, its silhouette dark against the fading light. As she approached, the air grew cooler, the shadows longer, and the whispers of the forest more urgent. The willow stood tall and ancient, its branches heavy with the weight of the past. Closing her eyes, Cinder listened, allowing the murmurs of the tree to fill her mind. She spoke softly, her words a gentle breeze. "O ancient one, why do you weep? What troubles your heart?" The willow rustled, its leaves sighing like a forlorn melody. "I have seen the passage of countless seasons, yet I am weary. The world beyond our forest grows louder and harsher, and I fear our magic wanes." Cinder, small and unassuming, offered her comfort. "We, the creatures of Aetherwood, are with you. Together we are strong. Let us bind our spirits and renew the magic that cradles us." With her words, a warmth spread through the ground, a gentle pulse that reached into the core of the forest. The willow, feeling the unity and love of the creatures, straightened its branches, a lightness returning to its ancient form. As the first snowflakes began to fall, dusting the forest in a soft shroud of white, Cinder returned to the Meadow of Whispers. She was greeted with smiles and the gentle embrace of her friends, their hearts lifted by the renewal of their bond. Aegis, watching from the edge, nodded, his eyes twinkling with pride. "Remember, little ones," he spoke, his voice a lullaby to the night. "It is the strength of our unity and the wisdom we share that keeps the balance. As long as we stand together, Etherwood will thrive, season upon season." The creatures settled into their nests, their homes nestled within the folds of the ancient forest, the gentle hum of harmony cradling them to sleep. And as the fireflies danced above, painting the night with their soft glow, Etherwood breathed a sigh of contentment, its magic renewed by the timeless bond of friendship and the wisdom of ages. And so, under the watchful eye of the stars, Etherwood slumbered, its dreams filled with the promise of tomorrow. A promise kept by those who cherished the sacred balance between reality and magic. Story 11. On the outskirts of a quaint little village, Nestled between lush, rolling hills and meandering streams, stood an old, thatched roof cottage. The cottage was surrounded by a garden that seemed to hum with life, where bees busied themselves among the blossoms, and butterflies danced in the warm, golden sunlight. This was the home of an elderly woman named Miriam, known affectionately by the villagers as Granny Mim. Granny Mim was known for her gentle nature and her extraordinary talent with herbs and plants. Her garden was a place of magic, not the kind that involved wands or spells, but the simple, everyday magic of life and growth. Yet, what few knew was that hidden deep in the heart of this garden was a secret more enchanting than any could imagine. One bright morning, a young boy named Oliver visited Granny Mim. Oliver was a curious child, with a heart as warm as the summer sun and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 questions. He loved to explore, and often found himself wandering into Granny Mim's garden, drawn by its vibrant beauty and the promise of discovery. As Oliver made his way through the garden, he noticed a peculiar plant he had never seen before. It was a small, unassuming flower nestled quietly among the herbs. Its petals shimmered with an iridescent sheen, shifting colors with every change in the light. Intrigued, Oliver reached out to touch it. As soon as his fingers brushed the petals, the world around him seemed to pause. The garden faded into a soft, silvery mist, and Oliver found himself standing in a clearing surrounded by tall, ancient trees. The air was cool and sweet, filled with the distant sound of a gentle, bubbling brook. Before him stood a wise old owl perched on a low-hanging branch. Its feathers were a patchwork of earthy browns and grays, and its eyes were large and kind, glowing with an inner light. "Welcome, young Oliver," the owl hooted softly. "You have discovered the bloom of whispers, a rare flower that reveals the hidden paths of the heart." Oliver, though surprised, felt no fear. The owl's presence was comforting, like a soft blanket on a chilly night. "What is this place?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This is the Grove of Choices," the owl explained, "a place where one can learn the truths of their own heart and find guidance in times of uncertainty." Oliver thought for a moment. He had been struggling with a decision back in the village. His father was a fisherman, and Oliver had always helped with the nets and the boats. But deep down, he felt a pull towards exploring the land, perhaps becoming a wanderer who discovered new places and stories. He had been afraid to tell his family, worried they might not understand. Sensing Oliver's inner turmoil, the owl nodded knowingly. "The journey of the heart is the greatest adventure of all," it said. "But remember, true wisdom comes not from knowing the answers, but from understanding the questions." With these words, the owl spread its wings and took flight, leading Oliver through the grove. As they walked, the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the path beneath their feet glowed softly, illuminating the way forward. Along the path, Oliver met a series of gentle creatures. First was a lively squirrel named Saffron, whose boundless energy and chatter reminded him of the joy in following one's passions. "Life is a dance," Saffron exclaimed, spinning around in circles. "Sometimes you just have to follow the music that only you can hear." Next, they encountered a wise tortoise named Thaddeus, who shared stories of patience and perseverance. Thaddeus's slow, deliberate movements were a reminder that not all journeys are made in haste. "Even the smallest steps can lead to great destinations," Thaddeus said, his voice a deep, soothing rumble. Finally, they reached the edge of a crystal-clear pond, where a graceful swan named Seraphina glided across the water. Seraphina spoke of grace and acceptance, encouraging Oliver to embrace his true self. "To thine own heart be true," she murmured, her voice as gentle as the rippling water. These encounters filled Oliver with a newfound sense of calm and clarity. The fears that had clouded his mind began to lift, like morning fog dissipating under the sun's warm embrace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a tapestry of oranges and purples across the sky, the owl led Oliver back to the flower that had brought him into this magical realm. With a soft hoot of farewell, the owl vanished, leaving Oliver standing once more in Granny Mim's garden. The world around him slowly came back into focus, and he found himself holding the shimmering flower in his hand. He understood now that the magic of the Bloom of Whispers was not in its ability to show the way, but in its power to reveal what was already within him. Filled with gratitude and peace, Oliver returned to the village. That evening, as the stars twinkled above like tiny beacons of hope, he shared his dreams with his family. To his surprise and relief, they listened with open hearts, supporting him as he embraced his path. And so, Oliver's journey began, not with a grand departure, but with a promise to follow the whispering winds of his own heart. His story was one of discovery and wonder, a tale of finding courage in kindness and wisdom in friendship. Back in her cottage, Granny Mim smiled to herself, knowing that the garden's secret had once again guided a gentle soul along the path of self-discovery. As the village settled into the peaceful hush of night, the garden continued to bloom, its magic as quiet and enduring as a sigh in the gentle breeze. Story 12. In the heart of a vast and ancient forest, where the sunlight dappled the earth in patterns of gold and green, a gentle breeze whispered secrets among the leaves. This was a land where the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin as the gossamer threads spun by the industrious spiders that dwelled in the high canopy. Here, the creatures of nature lived hidden lives, each leaf and stone a witness to their quiet existence. The forest was a symphony of subtle sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of distant crickets, and the soft patter of a stream weaving its way through the undergrowth. Amidst this tranquil setting, a small gathering of woodland creatures convened beneath an ancient oak, its gnarled roots cradling the earth like a wise elder. There was Nib, the thoughtful squirrel whose bushy tail twitched with curiosity, and Beryl, the wise old owl whose golden eyes missed nothing. Alongside them scampered Luna, a gentle rabbit with fur as white as fresh-fallen snow, and Sage, a tortoise whose slow movements belied a mind as sharp as the edge of a river stone. The creatures had come together at the behest of the forest's spirit, an unseen presence that watched over the balance and harmony of their world. For seasons untold, the forest had thrived under a delicate equilibrium, where every creature, from the smallest ant to the mightiest stag, played a role in maintaining the natural order. But lately, the forest had sensed a disturbance, a shift in the balance that threatened their peaceful existence. The winds carried whispers of leaves falling out of season, and the streams sang of fish growing restless in their depths. The forest spirit had called upon the wisdom of its inhabitants to seek a solution. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow through the towering trees, Beryl fluffed his feathers and spoke in his deep, resonant voice. "We must understand the cause of this imbalance," he began, his gaze sweeping over the gathered creatures. "The forest speaks to us in ways we must learn to listen." Nib, his nimble paws clasped together, nodded fervently. "Perhaps the answer lies in the seasons themselves," he suggested. "Each change brings its own magic, a cycle of life that we all depend upon." Sage, whose wisdom had been honed through countless years of observing the world at his measured pace, added his voice to the discussion. "Indeed, the seasons are more than mere weather. They are stories written in the language of the earth and sky." Luna, with her gentle heart, looked around at her friends. "Then we must journey through these stories," she proposed softly. "Perhaps by understanding them, we can restore the balance." With a plan agreed upon, the creatures set forth on their quest, guided by the gentle glow of the moon that bathed the forest in silver light. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth, a comforting embrace that accompanied them as they ventured deeper into the woods. Their first destination was the spring meadow, a place where the world awoke from its slumber each year. Here the air was alive with the hum of bees flitting from bloom to bloom, their tiny wings a blur of motion. Petals of every hue carpeted the meadow, a kaleidoscope of color that dazzled the eye. It was here that the group met Thistle, a playful fox with a coat as fiery as the setting sun. Thistle explained how spring was a time of renewal, when the earth stretched and yawned, shaking off the chill of winter. But lately, Thistle confided, the flowers bloom unevenly, and the bees seem confused, as if they have forgotten their dance. Beryl ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "This discord must be part of the imbalance we seek to mend," he mused. "Let us carry this knowledge with us." Their journey continued to the summer glade, where the sun hung high in the sky, its warmth drawing forth the vibrant songs of countless birds. Here the air was thick with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the earthy aroma of sun-baked earth. It was a place of abundance, where life thrived in joyous celebration. In the glade, they encountered Ember, a wise old deer whose antlers were crowned with the verdant green of summer leaves. Ember spoke of how the summer brought strength and vitality, a time for growth and plenty. Yet now, Ember lamented, the grasses grow sparse and the streams run lower than they should. Nib pondered this revelation, his tail flicking thoughtfully. It seems each season has its own troubles, he remarked. We must learn what ails them all. Autumn came next, with its rich tapestry of russet and gold. The forest was a riot of color, with leaves crunching underfoot and the air crisp with the scent of fallen apples. Here, they found Russet, a regal stag with a coat the color of autumn leaves. Russet shared how autumn was a time of harvest, a season of preparation for the coming cold. But the harvest is meager, yet Russet explained, and the trees hold on to their leaves longer than they should, as if reluctant to let go. Sage nodded slowly, his eyes reflecting the hues of the season. The forest breathes with the rhythm of the seasons, he said. Yet something has altered that breath. Finally, the group reached the winter hollow, where the world was hushed beneath a blanket of snow, the air crisp and still. Here they met Frost, an ancient bear whose fur was as white as the snow that surrounded them. Frost spoke of winter as a time of rest, a necessary pause that allowed life to renew itself. But the snows have been heavy and unyielding, Frost rumbled, and the cold lingers longer than it should. With each season's story now revealed, the creatures gathered to share their insights. The imbalance, they realized, was not caused by any one season, but by a disruption in the harmony that connected them all. The key lay in understanding that the magic of the forest was woven through every leaf and stream, every gust of wind and ray of sunlight. Together, they crafted a plan to restore the balance. With Beryl's wisdom, Nib's agility, Luna's compassion, and Sage's patience, they set about their task. They whispered to the winds, urging them to carry the seeds of harmony far and wide. They spoke to the streams, asking them to sing once more the songs of balance. They danced with the leaves, coaxing them to fall in their own time, and they rested in the snow, allowing it to melt gently to the rhythm of the warming sun. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the forest began to respond. The bees returned to their joyful dance among the flowers, the grasses grew lush and thick, the harvests became bountiful, and the snows melted in a gentle thaw. The seasons once more found their rhythm, singing together in a harmonious chorus. As the creatures gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, the forest spirit whispered its thanks, its gratitude a gentle breeze that brushed against their fur and feathers. The balance had been restored, not through force or haste, but through the gentle understanding and friendship that bound them all. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky above, the forest sighed in contentment, a timeless guardian of a world where magic and reality danced hand in hand. The creatures, warm and weary from their journey, settled into their nests and burrows, lulled to sleep by the peaceful whispers of the forest, a testament to the enduring wisdom of nature and the gentle power of harmony. Story 13. On the edge of a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a whispering forest, there stood an old, ivy-covered cottage. Its garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that danced in the wind, and a little brook that sang as it tumbled over smooth stones. This was the home of young Clara, a girl with a heart as open as the sky and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Clara lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and endless tales. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Clara would sit by the hearth, listening to her grandmother's stories of adventure and magic, of worlds unseen but deeply felt. One particularly balmy evening, as the fire crackled softly and cast warm shadows on the walls, her grandmother presented Clara with a peculiar gift, a small, unassuming stone. It was smooth and round, fitting perfectly in the palm of her hand, and it shimmered subtly as though touched by moonlight. "This, my dear, is no ordinary stone," her grandmother said, her voice as gentle as the flutter of a moth's wing. "It holds a secret, a whisper of magic, waiting for the one who can hear its song." Clara's eyes widened with curiosity, and she held the stone close, feeling an unexpected warmth spread through her fingers. That night, as she lay in her bed, moonbeams streaming through the window, she wondered what secrets the stone might hold. The next morning, with the stone safely tucked in her pocket, Clara set out on a journey to discover its magic. She wandered through the village, past the baker's shop where the air was sweet with the scent of fresh bread, and into the cool, shaded forest where the sunlight played hide and seek among the leaves. As Clara walked, she met a cheerful squirrel with fur as red as autumn leaves. He scampered down a tree and chattered excitedly at her feet. "Good morning, Clara. I see you found something special," he said, his voice as bright as a sunbeam. Clara smiled and showed him the stone. "Do you know what it is?" she asked. The squirrel nodded, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Ah, the Stone of Whispers. It's said to reveal its magic only to those who listen with their hearts. But beware, the path to understanding is not always straight." Thanking the squirrel, Clara continued on her way, the stone growing warmer with each step. As she walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves rustling secrets she could almost understand. She met a wise old owl who perched on a low branch, his feathers flecked with silver like the night sky. "Good day, Clara," the owl hooted softly. "I see you seek the stone's magic. Remember, true wisdom is often found in the quiet moments." Clara nodded, pondering the owl's words as she wandered further through the forest. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers. Eventually, she reached a serene clearing where a gentle breeze stirred the grass, and the sunlight bathed everything in a golden glow. Feeling a sudden urge, Clara sat down in the middle of the clearing. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, and let the world around her fade until all that remained was the beating of her own heart and the stone's gentle warmth. In that quiet moment, a melody began to play. A song without sound, composed of memories and dreams. It was as if the stone was speaking directly to her, whispering tales of kindness and hope, and a deep understanding of the world's beauty. With her heart wide open, Clara listened. She saw visions of friends she had yet to meet, challenges she would face, and the strength that lay within her to overcome them. She saw her village in a new light, and the forest, and even the stars above, all connected by a thread of magic that was both ancient and new. As she opened her eyes, the stone glowed softly, its secret now shared. Clara knew then that the true magic of the stone was not in the stone itself, but in the heart that held it, in the willingness to listen and learn. With a smile as bright as the dawn, Clara rose to her feet, feeling a sense of peace and purpose. She made her way back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The squirrel waved goodbye with a flick of his fluffy tail, and the owl nodded sagely as she passed. When Clara returned to her grandmother's cottage, the sun was setting once more, painting the sky in breathtaking colors. She found her grandmother waiting by the hearth, her eyes filled with love and pride. "Did you find what you were seeking?" her grandmother asked, her voice a soft lullaby. Clara nodded, placing the stone in her grandmother's hand. "I found the magic, and it was inside me all along," she replied, her heart full of warmth and wisdom. Her grandmother smiled, and they sat together by the fire, knowing that the greatest stories of all were the ones yet to be told, the ones they would create together, day by day. And so, in the little village by the forest, beneath the endless sky, Clara and her grandmother lived, surrounded by love and the quiet, wondrous magic of everyday life. Story 14. In the gentle embrace of a twilight sky, where shades of lavender and soft orange brushed the horizon, a young traveler named Finn set forth on a journey into the heart of the Whispering Woods. This forest, known to the villagers as a place of both enchantment and mystery, lay nestled beyond the sleepy hamlet of Willowbrook. Its trees were ancient sentinels, their branches weaving a tapestry of leaves that rustled secrets to those who dared to listen. Finn was a curious soul, with eyes that mirrored the sky's endless wonder. On this particular evening, a silver thread of moonlight beckoned him deeper into the forest, hinting at the promise of adventure. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a soothing melody to accompany his steps. As Finn ventured further, he discovered a path paved with luminescent stones that glowed softly beneath his feet, guiding him like a trail of fallen stars. The light was warm and inviting, casting a gentle glow on the moss-covered trunks and the delicate ferns that swayed in a hidden breeze. It wasn't long before Finn's path led him to a clearing, where the forest canopy opened up to reveal a sky dotted with twinkling stars. In the center stood a grand tree, its bark a mosaic of silvery hues, and its branches adorned with blossoms that shimmered like spun glass. Beneath this arboreal guardian, a gathering of whimsical creatures had assembled, each one more extraordinary than the last. There was Luna, a gentle doe with antlers that seemed to capture the moonlight, her eyes filled with a serene wisdom. Beside her, a pair of mischievous foxes, their fur a cascade of autumn colors, danced playfully across the clearing. And perched upon a low-hanging branch was a wise old owl, its feathers flecked with stardust, observing the scene with a knowing gaze. Finn approached the creatures with a heart full of wonder and a spirit eager for camaraderie. As he drew near, the foxes bounded over with tails wagging, inviting him to join their game of chase among the moonlit shadows. Laughter filled the air, a sound as light as the forest's breath, as Finn and his new friends darted between the trees. After the games had ended, Finn sat beside Luna, who shared stories of the forest and its many marvels. She spoke of hidden glades where the sun kissed the earth with golden light, and of secret groves where time seemed to pause, allowing dreams to wander freely. Her tales painted pictures in Finn's mind, each word a brushstroke of adventure and wonder. As the night deepened, the wise owl fluttered down to perch beside Finn, offering him a challenge wrapped in kindness. "Brave traveler," the owl began in a voice smooth as velvet, "beyond this glade lies the heart of the forest, a place few have ventured. It calls to those who seek to understand the whispers of the woods. Would you dare to listen?" Finn, his heart swelling with courage, nodded. He felt a gentle nudge from Luna, and with a reassuring smile, the creatures guided him toward a hidden path that wound deeper into the forest's embrace. The journey was not without its trials. The path was at times obscured by overgrown ivy or interrupted by gentle streams that required careful crossing. Yet with each challenge, Finn discovered a quiet strength within him, a resourcefulness born of curiosity and kindness. He learned to read the signs of the forest, to pause and listen to its whispers, and to trust in the guidance of his whimsical companions. Finally, the path opened into a vast, verdant meadow bathed in the glow of 100 fireflies. At its center, a crystalline pond mirrored the night sky, its waters shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within. This was the heart of the forest, a place of pure magic and tranquility. Finn stood in awe, feeling the pulse of the forest in every breath he took. The creatures gathered around him, their presence a testament to the bonds forged through shared adventures and gentle trials. In that moment, Finn understood the true gift of his journey. It was not just the wonders he had witnessed or the challenges he had overcome, but the courage to step beyond the familiar and embrace the unknown with an open heart. As the night whispered its final lullabies, Finn felt a deep peace settle within him. He knew that the memories he had made and the friendships he had formed would linger long after he left the Whispering Woods. With a grateful heart, Finn bid farewell to the creatures, promising to return and share his own stories. As he retraced his steps along the path of luminescent stones, the forest's whispers accompanied him, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay beyond the horizon. Back in the village, as he tucked himself into bed, Finn closed his eyes, the warmth of his adventure still cradling him gently. He knew that the wonders of the Whispering Woods would remain with him forever, a cherished tapestry of courage, exploration, and the simple joy of friendship. With a contented sigh, he drifted into a peaceful slumber, where dreams danced like fireflies across the night. Story 15. Once upon a time in the quaint, whispering village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst emerald hills and flowing streams, there lived a young woman named Leora. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes like the deep blue sea, Leora was known for her gentle heart and quiet nature. However, she was burdened by the weight of change. The winds of transformation were blowing through Willowbrook, and while others embraced the new with open arms, Leora felt a knot of fear tighten within her. The village was abuzz with the news that the old forest, known as the Enchanted Grove, was beginning to flourish with a mysterious, magical energy. Flowers that had long slept beneath the soil began to bloom in a riot of colors. Trees, ancient and wise, whispered secrets through their rustling leaves. It was said that the grove held the power to reveal one's true self to those who dared to enter. Leora found herself drawn to the grove, not out of excitement, but out of a need to understand the turmoil within her. The idea of change was daunting, yet the promise of the grove's wisdom whispered to her heart like a long-lost friend. One crisp morning, as the sun painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Leora set off towards the forest. Her path was lined with dew-kissed grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of wild honeysuckle. As she stepped into the grove, the world around her seemed to hold its breath. The light filtered through the canopy, casting a warm glow upon the forest floor. It was as if she had entered a realm where time flowed differently, gently, like a stream at peace with its journey. In the heart of the grove, Leora encountered an old oak tree, its gnarled branches welcoming her like open arms. Beside the tree sat a wise old hare named Bramble. His fur was a soft gray, and his eyes twinkled with the light of countless adventures. "Welcome, dear Leora," Bramble spoke in a voice as gentle as the breeze. "You come seeking answers, but remember, the answers often lie within the questions we dare to ask." Startled by the hare's knowing gaze, Leora found herself sharing her fears of change and the unknown future. Bramble listened with patience, nodding as she spoke. "My dear," he said softly, "change is but the music of life. It is the melody that guides us to discover who we are meant to become. Fear not the rhythm, for it is in dancing to this tune that we find our true selves." Leora pondered his words, feeling a warmth spreading in her heart. She realized that change was not an enemy to be feared, but a companion on her journey of self-discovery. As days turned into weeks, Leora visited the grove often. She found solace among the trees, learning from the creatures who called the forest home. There was Thistle, the fox, who taught her the art of patience, and Fern, the sparrow, who showed her the beauty in small, everyday miracles. Each encounter was a gentle nudge towards understanding and growth. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in shades of twilight, Leora sat beneath the old oak once more. She closed her eyes, breathing in the earthy scent of the forest. It was then that she felt a change within her, a quiet transformation, like a bud unfurling to reveal its bloom. In that moment, Leora understood that she was indeed part of the grove's magic. The fears that had once bound her were now threads in the tapestry of her being, woven into a story of courage and hope. She had grown, not by resisting change, but by embracing it with an open heart. With a newfound sense of peace, Leora rose and bade farewell to her forest friends. The grove had taught her that change was a journey, not a destination. It was a dance between fear and discovery, a path lit by the light of inner wisdom. Returning to Willowbrook, Leora carried the magic of the grove within her. She shared her newfound understanding with those around her, becoming a beacon of hope and inspiration. Her story was one of gentle transformation, a testament to the beauty of personal growth. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora found her place in the world, a place where change was welcomed as a friend, and every moment was an opportunity to blossom into her true self. In the heart of Willowbrook, amidst the rustling leaves and singing streams, a new melody played, the melody of life, vibrant and ever-changing, inviting all to join in its timeless dance. And thus the village flourished in harmony, as each soul discovered the magic within their own journey of transformation and growth. Story 16. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young woman named Bryony. Her heart was gentle, and her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, yet she often found herself troubled by the winds of change that blew through her life. She longed for the comfort of familiarity, her soul hesitant to step beyond the boundaries of her village, where the cobblestones were worn smooth by the footsteps of generations. The people in the village adored Bryony for her kindness, and each day she could be found tending to the lush gardens that surrounded her little cottage. The garden was her sanctuary, a vibrant canvas of colors and textures where she felt most at ease. the soft hum of bees and the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. But even in this haven of tranquility, Bryony's heart ached with an unspoken yearning for something more. One mellow afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Bryony wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. The air was cool and carried the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she walked, she noticed a curious path that glowed faintly, as if kissed by a subtle moonlight, though the moon was not yet in the sky. Intrigued, Bryony followed the path, feeling the crunch of leaves underfoot and the soft caress of a gentle breeze against her skin. The path led her to a glen where stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching high, adorned with shimmering leaves that seemed to whisper secrets from a time long forgotten. At the base of this enchanted tree sat a wise old owl with feathers as soft as down and eyes that glowed like embers in the dusky light. "Welcome, dear Bryony," the owl hooted in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Eldara, guardian of this sacred grove. You have journeyed here with a heart full of questions, have you not?" Bryony nodded, her eyes wide with wonder and curiosity. "Fear not the changes that life brings," Eldara continued, "for within change lies the seed of magical transformation. Embrace it, and you shall discover the depths of your own strength and the beauty of who you are meant to become." Though Bryony was uncertain, the owl's words resonated within her like a melody she had always known. She felt a warmth unfurling in her chest, a gentle reassurance that perhaps change was not something to fear, but a friend she had yet to meet. As days turned to weeks, Bryony found herself returning to the enchanted glen, each visit weaving new threads of courage into her heart. She confided in Eldara, sharing her dreams and fears. In turn, the owl shared stories of transformation and growth, tales of caterpillars becoming butterflies and rivers carving their paths through mountains. One morning, Eldara gifted Bryony a seed as luminous as a pearl. "Plant this in your garden," the owl instructed, "and tend to it with the same care you give to your own heart. It will guide you on your journey of growth." With gratitude, Bryony took the seed home and planted it in the richest soil she could find. Each day, she nurtured it with water and whispered her hopes and dreams into the earth. Slowly, a sprout emerged, delicate and green, reaching for the sky with quiet determination. As Bryony cared for the seedling, she noticed subtle changes within herself. Her heart felt lighter and her steps more assured. She began to see the beauty in the unknown, the promise in each new dawn. Her garden flourished, a tapestry of life that mirrored her own blossoming spirit. The villagers, too, saw the change in Bryony. They marveled at her newfound confidence and joy, and in turn, they were inspired to embrace the changes in their own lives. Bryony's transformation became a beacon of hope and courage, a reminder that within each of them lay the power to grow beyond their fears. Seasons passed, and the seed grew into a magnificent tree, its branches reaching skyward, adorned with shimmering leaves that mirrored the enchanted tree in the glen. Bryony often sat beneath its protective boughs, reflecting on the journey she had taken, the wisdom she had gained, and the friendships that had nurtured her along the way. In the heart of the forest, Eldara watched over Bryony with fondness, knowing that the young woman had come to understand a profound truth. Change, like the turning of the seasons, was a natural part of life's rhythm. It was a dance of beginnings and endings, of discovery and transformation. And within this dance, Bryony had found her own strength, her own melody, and the courage to embrace all that she was meant to be. And so, in the gentle light of 1,000 stars, Bryony's story wove itself into the fabric of the village, a tale of personal growth and magical transformation, a symphony of change that would echo through the hearts of those who heard it, guiding them toward their own paths of self-discovery and peace. Story 17. Once upon a time, in a realm where enchantment danced amid the rustling leaves and whispering brooks, there lived a young girl named Willow. With eyes that sparkled like emerald pools and hair that flowed like strands of sunset, she possessed a heart filled with curiosity and wonder. Nestled within the heart of an ancient forest, Willow's village was a sanctuary of peace, where the gentle whispers of nature embraced every soul. Yet, beyond the familiar paths and cozy cottages, a hidden world awaited, a realm of magic and mystery that few dared to venture into. One crisp autumn day, as Willow wandered through the golden-kissed woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a glimmering acorn, pulsing with an otherworldly radiance. Captivated, she reached down to pick it up, and in that moment, a whisper carried on the wind echoed through her mind, beckoning her to embark on a journey like no other. With a heart filled with trepidation and excitement, Willow followed the call, clutching the acorn tightly in her palm. The forest seemed to shift and transform around her, the familiar trees giving way to towering sentinels adorned with mystical markings. The ground beneath her feet became a tapestry of vibrant moss and twisted roots, and the air hummed with the melodies of unseen beings. As she delved deeper into this hidden realm, Willow encountered wonders beyond her wildest dreams. Creatures of myth and legend frolicked among the ancient boughs, their laughter mingling with the babbling brooks. Glowing mushrooms illuminated the path, their soft light casting an ethereal glow upon her face. Yet amidst the beauty, Willow sensed a disquieting presence, a shadow that lurked at the edge of her vision. The whispers of the wind grew more urgent, warning her of a darkness that threatened to consume this magical world, a malevolent force that sought to extinguish the very essence of wonder. Undaunted, Willow pressed on, her determination fueled by the knowledge that she alone held the key to restoring balance. The acorn, she soon discovered, was no ordinary seed, but a powerful talisman imbued with the essence of life itself. As she journeyed deeper into the hidden realm, Willow encountered a host of unlikely companions. A mischievous sprite named Zephyr, whose laughter rippled through the air like a gentle breeze. A wise old oak named Grandfather Rowan, whose bark held the secrets of ages past. And a fierce yet loyal wolf pup named Ember, whose eyes burned with an unwavering spirit. Together, this unlikely band of friends braved treacherous paths, traversed enchanted glades, and faced challenges that tested the depths of their courage and resolve. They deciphered ancient riddles, outwitted cunning tricksters, and forged unbreakable bonds of friendship that defied the boundaries of species and realm. Through their trials and tribulations, Willow learned invaluable lessons about the true nature of courage, sacrifice, and the enduring power of hope. She discovered that true strength lies not in physical might, but in the unwavering resolve of the heart, and that even the smallest of beings can ignite a spark that illuminates the darkest of nights. As the journey neared its climax, Willow and her companions found themselves standing before a towering obsidian spire, pulsing with a malevolent energy that threatened to suffocate the very life from the hidden realm. It was here that the true nature of the darkness was revealed, a corrupted spirit that sought to unravel the delicate balance of nature, driven by a twisted desire for power and dominion. In a final, breathtaking confrontation, Willow unleashed the power of the acorn talisman, channeling the very essence of life itself. A blinding light erupted, shattering the darkness and restoring the hidden realm to its former glory. The obsidian spire crumbled, and the corrupted spirit dissipated like smoke on the wind, its power vanquished forever. As the dust settled, Willow found herself standing in the heart of the forest once more, the hidden realm fading back into the realm of myth and legend. But the lessons she had learned, the friendships she had forged, and the transformative power of her journey would forever be etched upon her soul. With a newfound wisdom and a heart brimming with gratitude, Willow returned to her village, carrying the acorn talisman as a reminder of the magic that dwells within us all. She shared her tales with wide-eyed wonder, inspiring others to embrace the extraordinary and seek out the hidden wonders that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. From that day forth, Willow walked with a lightness in her step and a sparkle in her eyes, for she had glimpsed the depths of the hidden realm and emerged forever changed, a beacon of hope, courage, and the enduring power of friendship in a world where magic still danced upon the wind. Story 18. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees sang lullabies with the evening breeze, lived a gentle soul named Arya. Her days were filled with the comforting rustle of leaves and the symphony of nature surrounding her cozy, ivy-clad cottage. Arya was known for her gentle heart and her love for tending the village garden, where flowers of every hue bloomed under her care. Yet despite the serene beauty that enveloped her life, Arya harbored a quiet unease. She felt the pull of change, an unfamiliar whisper in her heart urging her towards something she could not yet understand. The thought of change was daunting to Arya, for she cherished the predictability of her life, where each sunrise was painted with the same warm hues, and every sunset tucked her into a familiar twilight. One shimmering morning, as the dew glistened like diamonds on the petals, Arya decided to visit her dear friend, Leora, the village elder. Leora lived in a quaint stone cottage that seemed to spring from the earth itself, with a rooftop garden where lavender and rosemary grew in fragrant abundance. Leora was known for her wisdom and her ability to see the world through the eyes of a storyteller, weaving tales that danced between the realms of reality and dreams. As Arya entered the sun-dappled room, the scent of freshly baked bread welcomed her, mingling with the earthy aroma of herbs. Leora sat by the window, her eyes twinkling with the knowledge of many moons. "Ah, Arya," she greeted warmly, "what brings your heart to my doorstep today?" Arya hesitated, her voice barely a whisper above the crackling fire. "I feel something stirring within me, Leora. A call to change, but it frightens me. I don't know what it means." Leora nodded, her gaze softening. "Change is a journey, dear one, much like the seasons that transform the land. It is natural to feel apprehensive, but remember, even the smallest seed must crack open to sprout into something new." With Leora's words creating a tender warmth within her, Arya thanked her friend and wandered into the Whispering Woods, where sunlight cascaded through the verdant canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light. As she walked, the gentle rustle of leaves seemed to harmonize with her thoughts, guiding her deeper into the heart of the woods. There, in a secluded glade where the air shimmered with a peculiar luminescence, Arya stumbled upon an ancient oak tree unlike any she had seen before. Its trunk was gnarled and wise, its branches stretching toward the heavens as if embracing the sky. Hanging from one of its sturdy limbs was a small, golden cocoon, pulsating with a magical glow that mirrored the rhythm of Arya's own heartbeat. Curiosity tugged at her, and as she reached out to touch the cocoon, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips. In that instant, Arya felt a connection, a resonance with the cocoon that was both mysterious and comforting. Days turned into weeks, and Arya found herself returning to the glade, drawn by the cocoon's quiet promise of transformation. She began to recognize the parallels between its metamorphosis and her own journey. As the cocoon slowly shifted and shimmered, Arya too began to change, her heart opening to new experiences and discoveries. During this time, Arya was never alone. Her friends from the village, each with their unique gifts, offered their support and companionship. There was Finn, the gentle blacksmith with a heart as golden as the sun, who taught her the strength found in patience and perseverance. There was Mira, the potter with hands that could shape clay into vessels of beauty, who showed her the art of embracing imperfections. Together, they shared stories by the fireside, laughter mingling with the crackle of burning wood, and dreams that danced with the flickering shadows. Through their kindness, Arya learned that true transformation is not a solitary endeavor, but a tapestry woven with the threads of community and friendship. One twilight evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, the cocoon in the glade began to unravel, its golden threads unfurling like the petals of a flower. From within emerged a creature of ethereal beauty, a butterfly whose wings shimmered with all the colors of the dawn. As the butterfly took flight, its delicate wings brushing against Arya's cheek, she felt a profound sense of peace. The butterfly's journey mirrored her own inner transformation, a journey of growth, of courage, and of embracing the unknown. With newfound clarity, Arya realized that change was not something to fear, but a natural part of life's grand tapestry. She understood that within the heart of transformation lay the seeds of discovery, waiting to blossom into a garden of endless possibilities. And so, with the village and the Whispering Woods as her beloved companions, Arya embraced the path before her. Each day became a step in her journey, a melody of hope and wonder that sang through the trees and carried her forward with grace and joy. In the gentle embrace of the Whispering Woods, where magic danced with the wind and every leaf held a story, Arya found her place, her heart aglow with the promise of what was yet to come. And as she nestled into the warmth of her cottage each night, with the comforting glow of the hearth and the lullaby of the forest, Arya drifted into dreams filled with the endless beauty of transformation and the boundless love of friendship. Story 19. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, there lived a community of creatures whose lives danced in harmony with the rhythms of nature. This forest, a place where reality and magic gently intertwined, was known to the creatures as the Whispering Wood. Here, the trees stood tall and wise, their gnarled roots weaving through the soil like the fingers of time. The forest floor was a tapestry of vibrant mosses and delicate ferns, their tendrils reaching out with curiosity, while the symphony of birdsong and the gentle rustling of leaves created a melody that soothed any weary heart. Among the denizens of this enchanted forest was a wise old owl named Hootley, whose feathers were as soft as the moonlight that bathed the world in silvery glow. Hootley was the guardian of the forest's ancient wisdom, his amber eyes seeing not only the present, but also the echoes of the past and whispers of the future. He would perch upon a sturdy branch, sharing stories that had been passed down through generations, tales woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Wood. One crisp autumn evening, as the forest glowed in shades of gold and russet, Hootley gathered the creatures of the wood around him. The squirrels, with their bushy tails flicking in anticipation, the gentle deer, their eyes wide and watchful, and the rabbits, whose ears twitched with every soft breeze, all settled beneath the ancient oak where Hootley sat. "My friends," Hootley began, his voice as soft as the rustle of autumn leaves, "tonight I shall tell you of the season's dance, a tale of balance and wisdom that shapes our lives." The creatures listened intently, their breaths mingling with the cool, fragrant air. Hootley's voice carried them to a time long ago, to the dawn of the Whispering Wood, when the forest was young and the seasons had yet to find their rhythm. In those early days, the forest was a place of constant change. The summer's warmth could suddenly give way to the biting chill of winter, or the vibrant blooms of spring might be swept away by autumn's blustery winds. The creatures lived in a state of uncertainty, never knowing what the next day might bring. It was during this time that a wise old tortoise named Tansy emerged as a beacon of hope. Her shell was etched with patterns that told the story of her many years, and her slow, deliberate movements spoke of a deep understanding of the world. Tansy believed that the forest needed balance, a harmony between the seasons that would allow all creatures to thrive. Tansy's first step was to speak with the spirits of the seasons, who roamed the forest as ethereal beings of pure magic. She found Spring, a lively spirit of shimmering greens and pinks, dancing among the blossoming trees. Spring's laughter was like the tinkling of a gentle brook, and she brought with her the promise of renewal. Next, Tansy sought Summer, a golden spirit whose warmth radiated like the sun itself. Summer's presence was a comfort, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace that allowed life to flourish. Autumn followed, a spirit of fiery hues and swirling winds, who painted the world with a brush dipped in ochre and crimson. Autumn spoke of change, of letting go to make way for new beginnings. Finally, Tansy met Winter, a spirit cloaked in frosty whites and silvers, whose breath was as cool and crisp as a starlit night. Winter was silent and serene, a reminder of stillness and reflection. Tansy proposed a dance, a graceful exchange where each season would take its turn, allowing the forest to experience the gifts each one brought. The seasons agreed, and thus began the season's dance, a cycle of balance that has continued ever since. As Hootley shared Tansy's wisdom, the creatures felt a sense of peace settle over them. They understood that nature's rhythms were a gift, a tapestry woven with care and intention. With the passing of each season, they learned to embrace change, to find beauty in the quiet and the vibrant alike. The story of the season's dance taught the creatures to cherish the whispers of the wind, the gentle caress of sunlight, the cool kiss of raindrops, and the soft blanket of snow. They learned to live in harmony, respecting the delicate balance that allowed their forest to flourish. As Hootley finished his tale, the creatures lingered beneath the oak, basking in the glow of the autumn moon. The forest around them was alive with the soft hum of life, a testament to the wisdom of Tansy and the enduring magic of the seasons. With a gentle flutter of wings, Hootley bid his friends good night, his heart full of gratitude for the forest he called home. The whispering wood, with its ageless trees and timeless stories, would continue to thrive under the watchful eyes of its kind-hearted guardians. And as the creatures nestled into their cozy burrows and nests, they carried with them the lessons of balance, friendship, and the quiet magic of the world around them. In the endless cycle of seasons, they understood that every ending was but a new beginning, and in that knowledge they found comfort and peace. The whispering wood, with its secrets and stories, would remain a haven of harmony for all who called it home. Story 20. In the heart of a secluded valley, where the golden leaves of autumn danced upon each gentle breeze and a brook sang its endless lullaby, lay the quaint village of Eldergrove. The village, cradled by towering mountains and thick forests, was a place where time seemed to pause, allowing the simple joys of life to flourish. Here, the villagers lived in harmony with nature, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireside. In a cozy cottage, nestled between the arms of two ancient oak trees, lived a young woman named Aisling. Aisling was known throughout Eldergrove for her kind spirit and gentle smile, though she often found herself struggling with the changes that life inevitably brought. She adored the constancy of the valley, where the seasons shifted in predictable cycles and life moved at a comforting pace. But deep within her heart, Aisling felt a restlessness, a yearning for something she could not quite name. It was as if a part of her was waiting to awaken, but she was unsure how to begin. The familiar paths she walked daily seemed to whisper secrets of her potential, yet they remained just out of reach. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist flirted with the sun's first light, Aisling set out for a walk. The path she chose wound through the woods, leading to a clearing where an ancient willow tree stood, its branches trailing like whispers of old. The villagers often spoke of the tree's magic, saying it held the wisdom of the ages, but Aisling had never dared to seek its counsel. As she approached, she noticed something unusual. A delicate shimmer seemed to dance around the willow's branches, and a soft, inviting hum filled the air. Intrigued, Aisling stepped closer, her heart beating in time with the gentle rhythm. She reached out, her fingertips brushing against the silvery leaves, and felt a warmth spread through her being. Suddenly, the world around her shifted. The valley's familiar landscape blurred and transformed until she found herself in a serene grove bathed in soft, golden light. A gentle voice, as soothing as the rustle of leaves, spoke from the tree. "Welcome, Aisling," the voice murmured. "You stand on the brink of change where all magic begins. Do not fear what you do not yet understand." Aisling listened, her heart open. "But I am unsure," she confessed. "Change feels like a river I cannot cross." The willow chuckled softly, its leaves rustling like laughter. "Every river begins as a trickle, dear one. Embrace your journey, and you shall find the way." With that, the shimmering light enveloped her, and she felt the world shift once more. When she opened her eyes, she was back in the clearing, yet the air around her felt different, full of possibilities. In the days that followed, Aisling began to notice small changes within herself. She found joy in exploring new paths through the forest, delighting in the symphony of bird song and the tapestry of colors that painted the landscape. She discovered she had a knack for crafting exquisite wreaths from wildflowers, her nimble fingers weaving beauty from nature's bounty. Her newfound curiosity and creativity did not go unnoticed. Her friend, Rowan, who had always been a steadfast companion, marveled at her transformation. "I see a light in you, Aisling," he said one afternoon as they shared tea in her garden. "It's as though the very essence of the valley flows through you." Aisling smiled, feeling the truth in his words. "I think I'm beginning to understand that change is not something to fear, but something to embrace," she replied, her voice thoughtful yet serene. As the days grew shorter and the nights cooler, Aisling's heart swelled with a quiet confidence. The valley, with its timeless beauty, had become a mirror to her own growth. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to trust in the guidance of the ancient willow, and to lean into the support of her friends. One evening, as the first stars twinkled in the indigo sky, Aisling returned to the willow tree. The air was crisp, carrying the gentle scent of cedar and earth. She placed her hand on the tree's gnarled trunk, feeling its pulse beneath her palm. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice carrying a melody of gratitude and peace. In that moment, she understood that the magic of the willow was not in its ability to transform her, but in its power to reveal what was already within. As the seasons continued their dance, Aisling flourished. She became a beacon of warmth and inspiration in Eldergrove, reminding all who crossed her path of the beauty and strength found in embracing change. She learned that personal growth was not a destination but a journey, a magical transformation that mirrored the endless cycles of the world around her. And so, under the gentle watch of the ancient willow and the nurturing embrace of the valley, Aisling's heart remained open, her spirit ever eager to explore the infinite wonders of life. As the embers of the village fires glowed softly in the night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted and free, forever growing, forever changing, forever home. Story 21. The Whispering Woods. In a small village nestled between rolling hills and a dense, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Zyla. The village, with its cobblestone streets and quaint cottages, was a place steeped in tradition and lore. Every evening, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers would gather around the village square to listen to the elders recount tales of the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods, as they were called, were said to be home to all manner of mystical creatures and magical phenomena. The trees within were ancient, their gnarled roots twisting deep into the earth, their branches stretching high into the sky, forming a dense canopy that filtered the sunlight into soft, dappled patterns on the forest floor. It was said that if one listened closely, they could hear the trees whispering secrets of the past, tales of love, loss, and forgotten dreams. Zyla had always been captivated by these stories. Her grandmother, with her gentle voice and eyes sparkling with the wisdom of ages, often shared tales of the forest's magic, instilling in Zyla a sense of wonder and curiosity. Despite the village's warnings to stay away from the woods, Zyla felt an inexplicable pull towards them, a yearning to uncover their secrets. One crisp autumn morning, with the air fragrant with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of adventure, Zyla decided to venture into the Whispering Woods. She donned her favorite cloak, a deep shade of emerald that matched the vibrant hues of the forest, and set off on her journey. As she entered the woods, a sense of serenity enveloped her. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and rich soil. The leaves rustled softly in the breeze, as if welcoming her into their realm. Zyla walked along a narrow, winding path, her footsteps muffled by the carpet of leaves underfoot. The deeper she ventured, the more enchanted she became. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, casting golden pools of light that danced across the ground. Birds sang sweetly from their perches, their melodies weaving together in a harmonious symphony. Zyla paused often, closing her eyes to listen to the forest's whispers, each rustle and sigh a gentle caress to her senses. It wasn't long before she stumbled upon a clearing, where a crystal-clear stream bubbled merrily over smooth stones. The water sparkled in the sunlight, inviting her to sit by its banks and rest. As she settled down, she noticed something glinting beneath the water's surface. Curiosity piqued. She reached into the cool water and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was unlike anything Zyla had ever seen. Its surface was etched with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and it felt warm to the touch, as if imbued with its own life force. She opened it carefully, revealing a piece of parchment folded neatly inside. Unfolding the parchment, Zyla discovered a map, its lines and symbols weaving a path through the Whispering Woods. At the center of the map was a symbol she recognized from her grandmother's stories, a heart encircled by leaves, representing the heart of the forest, the source of its magic. Determined to uncover the secrets of the map, Zyla set off once more, her heart alight with anticipation. The forest seemed to guide her, the path unfurling before her with each step, as if the trees themselves wished to aid her on her journey. She passed through groves of silver birch, their leaves shimmering like coins, and meadows of wildflowers that filled the air with their sweet perfume. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila reached the heart of the forest. Before her stood a grand ancient oak, its trunk thick and sturdy, its branches spreading wide in a canopy of green. At its base, nestled among its roots, was a hollow from which a gentle, warm light emanated. Lila approached the oak with reverence, feeling the weight of its age and wisdom. As she knelt beside the hollow, the light grew brighter, enveloping her in a comforting glow. It was then that she heard a voice, soft and melodic, like the rustling leaves. "Welcome, Lila," the voice said. "I have awaited your arrival." Startled yet comforted, Lila asked, "Who are you?" "I am the spirit of the whispering woods," the voice replied, "keeper of its magic and guardian of its secrets." Lila listened intently, her heart swelling with awe and gratitude. The spirit continued, sharing tales of the forest's history, of the creatures that called it home, and the magic that flowed through its veins. Lila learned of the balance that must be maintained, the harmony between nature and those who dwell within it. As the spirit spoke, Lila understood the deeper purpose of her journey. She realized that she was not just a seeker of secrets, but a part of the forest's story, a custodian of its magic. The spirit entrusted her with the knowledge of the woods, its whispers now a part of her heart. With a sense of fulfillment and peace, Lila thanked the spirit and promised to cherish and protect the forest. As she made her way back to the village, the path seemed brighter, the air lighter, as if the forest itself rejoiced in her newfound understanding. When Lila returned home, she shared her tale with the villagers, her words filled with the wisdom and wonder she had gained. The village, once wary of the forest, came to appreciate its beauty and magic, finding harmony with the woods that surrounded them. And so, the Whispering Woods continued to thrive, its secrets safe in the heart of a young girl who had listened to its whispers and learned the true magic of friendship and understanding. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, Lila lay in her bed, nestled under warm blankets, her dreams filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the timeless tales of the forest she loved. Story 22. In the quaint village of Brook Hollow, where cobblestone paths wove through lush meadows and whispering woods, there was a little shop known as the Emporium of Lost Things. Its wooden sign, painted in fading gold letters, creaked gently in the breeze, inviting the curious to step inside and explore its treasures. The shop was owned by a kind-hearted man named Mr. Thistle, whose smile was as warm as the hearth in a winter's night. He was an elderly fellow with spectacles perched on the end of his nose and a deep love for peculiar objects. Each item in the shop had a story, and Mr. Thistle was always eager to share them with anyone who would listen. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the soft winds, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Clara, with her chestnut curls and eyes full of wonder, was known in the village for her insatiable curiosity. She had heard tales of the magical objects hidden within Mr. Thistle's shop, and had finally mustered the courage to explore them herself. As she stepped inside, a bell tinkled gently above the door. The shop was dimly lit, with beams of sunlight streaming through the dusty windows, casting dancing shadows on the wooden floor. Shelves lined with trinkets and oddities reached up to the ceiling, and the air was filled with the scent of aged parchment and lavender. "Good afternoon, Clara," Mr. Thistle greeted her with a twinkle in his eye. "What brings you to my humble emporium today?" "I've come to see if the stories are true, Mr. Thistle. Do you really have magical things here?" Clara asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Ah, magic is a curious thing," Mr. Thistle replied, guiding her deeper into the shop. "It often hides in the most ordinary of places, waiting for the right person to discover it." They stopped in front of a small, unremarkable mirror framed in weathered wood. "This," he said, gesturing toward the mirror, "is no ordinary mirror. It's called the Mirror of Echoes." Clara peered into the glass, but all she saw was her own reflection staring back at her. "It doesn't look magical," she said, puzzled. "Appearances can be deceiving, my dear," Mr. Thistle chuckled softly. "This mirror has the power to reveal the hidden truths within one's heart, but it only works if you truly believe." Curious and eager, Clara nodded. "May I try?" "Of course," Mr. Thistle replied, stepping back with a nod. Clara stood before the mirror and closed her eyes. She took a deep breath, feeling the cool autumn air fill her lungs, and thought about what she truly wished to understand about herself. Slowly she opened her eyes, and to her amazement, the mirror's surface shimmered and changed. Rather than her reflection, Clara saw images of herself playing in the meadows with her friends, helping her mother in the garden, and comforting a stray kitten she had found. But deeper than that, she saw the threads of happiness, kindness, and a quiet strength she hadn't realized she possessed. Tears welled in her eyes, not from sadness, but from a newfound understanding of herself. The mirror had shown her the potential she held within, the magic that resided in her own heart all along. "Thank you, Mr. Thistle," Clara said, her voice filled with gratitude. "I never knew." Thistle nodded, his eyes soft and understanding. The greatest magic often lies not in the objects, but in the wisdom they can awaken within us. Feeling a gentle warmth spread through her chest, Clara knew she had changed. She left the shop with a lighter heart, carrying with her the quiet knowledge of her own inner magic. As she walked home, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold. The village, with its familiar sights and sounds, felt different somehow, as if she were seeing it through new eyes. Over the following days, Clara found herself approaching life with a new perspective. She listened more intently, spoke with kindness, and helped others with a generosity of spirit she hadn't fully embraced before. Her friends noticed the change and often sought her counsel, drawn to her gentle wisdom. One day, as she sat beneath the old willow tree by the river, a young boy named Oliver approached her. His eyes were wide with fear, clutching a small, tattered book to his chest. "Clara," he said, voice trembling, "I'm so afraid of reading aloud in class tomorrow. I always stumble over the words." Clara smiled softly, patting the grass beside her. "Come, sit with me, Oliver. Let's see what we can do together." They sat side by side, and Clara helped him practice, her voice calm and encouraging. She shared with him the lesson she had learned from the Mirror of Echoes, that true strength and magic come from believing in oneself. Oliver listened attentively, his fear slowly replaced by a glimmer of hope. The next day, when he stood before his class to read, his voice was clear and confident, buoyed by Clara's belief in him. As the village of Brook Hollow settled into the rhythm of the changing seasons, Clara's gentle wisdom continued to ripple through the community. She became a living testament to the power of self-discovery and the magic that resides within every heart. And so, in the cozy village by the whispering woods, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's journey became a cherished story. It was a tale of discovery and wonder, of finding magic not in fantastical spells or enchanted objects, but within the simplest truths of kindness, friendship, and the courage to see oneself clearly. As the crackling of the fireplace filled the air and the last embers glowed softly in the hearth, the village of Brook Hollow drifted off to sleep, comforted by the knowledge that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered anew. Story 23. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering woods, there stood a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a chimney perpetually puffing soft curls of smoke into the cerulean sky. Inside this cottage lived Clara, a gentle soul with a heart as warm as the hearth that crackled softly in the evenings. Clara had a knack for noticing the beauty in simple things, whether it was the way sunlight danced through the morning mist, or how the wildflowers swayed in the breeze like little dancers in a meadow. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara was tidying up her attic, a place filled with memories and forgotten treasures, a curious object caught her eye. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Clara felt an inexplicable pull towards it, as though the box had been waiting just for her. With careful fingers, she opened the box, and to her surprise, found a delicate silver key nestled within. Its surface glinted with an otherworldly sheen, and as she held it, Clara felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers. Intrigued, she wondered what this key might unlock. Her heart fluttered with the promise of adventure. As the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the world in hues of amber and gold, Clara decided to seek the counsel of her dear friend, Tobias, the village librarian. Tobias was a kind-hearted man with a wild mane of silver hair and spectacles perched on the tip of his nose. He had a mind brimming with stories, and a heart always open to the wonders of the world. When Clara showed him the key, Tobias peered at it through his spectacles, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Ah, this is no ordinary key, my dear Clara," he mused in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "Legends speak of such keys, known to unlock hidden doors to places where magic still lingers." Clara's heart skipped a beat. "Do you think it could lead to one of those places?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Perhaps," Tobias replied with a knowing smile. "And if so, you'll need guidance along your journey. There are those in our village who understand the language of magic far better than I." Thus, Clara set off, the key hanging from a ribbon around her neck, feeling both nervous and excited. Her first stop was the home of Malus, the village herbalist. Malus was a sprightly woman with hair like spun gold and a laugh that bubbled like a brook. She greeted Clara with a warm embrace and a mug of steaming herbal tea. After listening to Clara's tale, Malus nodded thoughtfully. "The key is a gift," she said, her voice gentle and wise, "but it must be used with care. Magic is not about power, but about harmony. You must listen to the whisper of the winds and the song of the earth." With Malus's words echoing in her heart, Clara continued her journey, visiting the village blacksmith, Alden, who was as strong as an oak and as gentle as a spring breeze. Alden nodded as he inspected the key, his hands stained with soot and steel. "Keys like this," he said, "are meant to open doors that reveal not just places, but truths. Whatever you find, remember that strength lies in kindness and wisdom." Clara thanked Alden, her heart swelling with gratitude for the friends who offered their wisdom so freely. With each step, she felt a growing connection to the key and a deeper understanding of the journey it was leading her on. As days turned into weeks, Clara's path led her through mist-shrouded valleys and sun-dappled forests, over babbling brooks and beneath starlit skies. Along the way, she met creatures both wondrous and wise, a fox with eyes like liquid amber who shared stories of ancient woods, and a wise old owl who spoke in riddles and rhymes, urging her to look beyond the surface of things. Finally, one moonlit night, Clara found herself standing before a majestic oak tree at the heart of an enchanted glade. Its branches reached skyward like arms in prayer, and its bark was etched with patterns that mirrored those on the key. Clara's heart thudded in her chest as she approached, the silver key warm against her skin. Taking a deep breath, she inserted the key into a small, hidden lock within the tree's bark. With a soft click, the tree began to shimmer, its surface rippling like water. A door appeared, its edges glowing softly in the moonlight. Clara stepped through, her heart alight with wonder. On the other side lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, a world where colors were more vibrant and the air hummed with magic. Clara felt a deep sense of peace wash over her as she realized the true purpose of her journey. It was not just about discovering a magical world, but about discovering the magic within herself, the power of friendship, the strength of kindness, and the wisdom of listening to the quiet voices of the world. She knew now that every step she took had been guided by these truths, and it was this understanding that had opened the door. As Clara turned to leave, the creatures of the enchanted realm gathered to bid her farewell. The fox bowed gracefully, and the owl hooted softly, a promise of guidance whenever she needed it. With a heart full of gratitude and joy, Clara stepped back into her world, the door closing gently behind her. Returning to her village, Clara knew she carried the magic of the other realm within her, a shimmering light that would guide her through life's challenges. She shared her tale with Tobias, Malus, and Alden, each of whom listened with smiles that spoke of shared wonder. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fire, Clara found peace in the knowledge that true magic lies not in objects, but in the love and wisdom that connect us all. As the stars twinkled above, she drifted into a gentle slumber, her dreams filled with the soft, silver light of a world where magic was as natural as breathing. Story 24. In the heart of the evergreen wood, where sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in golden ribbons, lay the quaint village of Willowmere. Known for its charming cobblestone paths and cottages adorned with ivy and wildflowers, it was a place where time seemed to pause, allowing tranquility to reign. In this serene setting, a gentle mystery was quietly unfolding. It all began one crisp autumn morning, when a curious young girl named Zyla awoke to find her garden completely rearranged. The marigolds had swapped places with the daisies, and the ivy that climbed her cottage walls now spiraled into intricate patterns of spirals and loops. Lila had always tended to her garden with the utmost care, and this peculiar change left her both puzzled and intrigued. Stepping outside, she noticed the air carried a hint of nutmeg and cinnamon, the signature scents of the approaching harvest festival. The village was beginning to stir with preparations. Colorful banners were being strung across the main square, and the sweet sound of fiddles practicing for the evening's dance floated through the air. As Lila wandered along the path that led to the village center, she saw that hers was not the only garden to have experienced a nocturnal transformation. Every house she passed had its own unique arrangement, with flowers forming patterns that seemed to tell stories or whisper secrets in the language of petals. Intrigued by these changes, Lila decided to visit the wise old owl, Orla, who resided in the ancient oak at the edge of the village. Orla was known for her knowledge of the forest's many mysteries and her deep, gentle voice that could calm even the most restless of hearts. Arriving at the base of the grand oak, Lila called up softly, "Orla, are you there? I seek your wisdom." With a rustle of leaves, Orla descended from her perch, landing gracefully beside Lila. Her feathers shimmered with an iridescent sheen, and her eyes, deep and knowing, blinked slowly as she listened to Lila recount the strange events. "Ah," Orla mused, "it seems the forest sprites have been at play. They're mischievous this time of year, rearranging the gardens to share their joy and creativity with us." Lila had heard tales of the forest sprites, tiny, magical beings who loved to dance in the moonlight and sprinkle enchantment wherever they went. While their presence was usually welcome, the villagers were busy preparing for the festival and needed their gardens in order for the celebrations. "Is there a way to communicate with them?" Lila asked, a hint of curiosity mingling with her concern. Orla nodded, her eyes twinkling with encouragement. "Sprites respond well to kindness and music. Perhaps if you offer them a gift of melody, they will heed your request." Inspired, Lila hurried home to fetch her flute, an elegant instrument made of polished birch wood. She returned to the village square where the preparations were in full swing. Taking a deep breath, she began to play a tune, a gentle, lilting melody that floated through the air like gossamer threads. As the notes rose and fell, a series of soft, tinkling giggles echoed back, and Lila felt a warm breeze swirl around her, carrying the scent of wildflowers. Slowly, the forest sprites began to appear, shimmering like dew in the morning sun, their tiny wings fluttering like delicate leaves. The villagers paused in their work, watching in awe as the sprites gathered around Lila, drawn by the music. Lila smiled, her heart filled with wonder and gratitude, and spoke softly. "Dear sprites, your artistry is admired and cherished, but we seek your help to return our gardens to their original state for the festival." The sprites whispered among themselves, their tiny voices harmonizing with the melody of the flute. Then, in a flurry of sparkling dust, they flitted through the village, setting each garden back to its former arrangement with a flourish of their tiny hands. With a delighted cheer, the villagers thanked Lila and the sprites, who danced one last joyous jig before vanishing into the forest. The gardens, once more orderly, seemed to glow with an extra touch of magic, as if blessed by unseen hands. As dusk fell, the village of Willowmere basked in the golden glow of lanterns, and laughter echoed through the air. The harvest festival began, with music and dance weaving through the night. Lila, her heart light and her spirit uplifted, joined in the celebrations, knowing that sometimes a little magic and understanding could turn a mystery into a memory. And as the moon rose high, casting its silver light over the peaceful village, Lila knew that the forest sprites would always be there, watching over the gardens and whispering secrets in the language of petals. With a heart full of joy and a mind at ease, she drifted into a gentle sleep, dreaming of melodies and moonlit dances. Story 25. Title: The Whispering Woods and the Song of the Stars. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a sprawling forest, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home was a small cottage at the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its enchanting tales and secrets as old as time. The villagers spoke of the woods with both reverence and awe, for it was said that within its depths lay a hidden world where the trees could talk, and the stars sang lullabies to those who dared to listen. Lyra was a curious soul, with eyes the color of stormy seas and hair like spun gold. Her heart was filled with dreams as vast as the sky, and she often wandered the borders of the whispering woods, listening to the rustling leaves and imagining the stories they might tell. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of violet and gold, Lyra felt a peculiar pull towards the forest. It was as if the woods were calling her name, beckoning her with a promise of discovery. With a heart full of anticipation, Lyra stepped into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying with it a melody that seemed to dance between the branches. She followed the sound, her feet moving silently over the mossy ground, until she reached a clearing bathed in the soft light of the moon. In the center of the clearing stood the most magnificent tree Lyra had ever seen. Its bark was silver, shimmering under the moonlight, and its branches stretched high, adorned with leaves that glowed like tiny stars. As Lyra approached, she heard the tree speak, its voice a gentle murmur that resonated in her very bones. "Welcome, Lyra," the tree said. "I am the Starwood, guardian of the Whispering Woods. You have been chosen to embark on a journey, a quest to find the song of the stars." Lyra's heart fluttered with excitement and wonder. "What is the song of the stars?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The song of the stars is a melody that holds the power to heal and bring peace," the Starwood explained. "It has been lost to the world for many years, hidden away in the heart of the forest. Only one with a pure heart and a courageous spirit can retrieve it." Lyra nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "I will find the song of the stars," she vowed. The Starwood rustled its leaves approvingly. "You must follow the path of the silver leaves," it instructed. "They will guide you to where the song resides. But beware, for the journey will test your heart and your strength." With a deep breath, Lyra set off, her footsteps light and sure. The forest was alive with whispers and shadows, but Lyra felt no fear. The silver leaves shimmered in the moonlight, forming a path that wound deeper into the woods. As she walked, the melody grew stronger, a haunting tune that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. Hours passed, or perhaps it was only moments, for time seemed to lose all meaning in this magical place. Lyra soon found herself in another clearing, where a small, sparkling pond lay at the center. The water glowed with an inner light, reflecting the stars above like a mirror of the night sky. Kneeling by the pond, Lyra dipped her fingers into the cool water. Immediately, the melody swelled around her, and she closed her eyes, letting it fill her heart. She saw visions of the forest's history, the laughter of children playing beneath the trees, the tears of lovers parted by time, and the quiet strength of the earth beneath her feet. But the vision shifted, showing her a shadowed figure, a creature of darkness that had stolen the song and hidden it away. It was then that Lyra understood her task was not just to find the song, but to reclaim it from the clutches of this darkness. With renewed determination, Lyra rose and continued her journey. The forest seemed to change around her, the trees growing taller and the shadows deeper. Yet she was not alone. The creatures of the woods, gentle and wise, guided her path. A fox with fur like embers trotted by her side, its eyes glinting with intelligence. Birds sang to her from the branches above, their notes blending with the melody that guided her steps. As dawn broke, painting the world in soft pinks and golds, Lyra reached the heart of the Whispering Woods. Here, the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their trunks thick and gnarled, their leaves a tapestry of green and silver. In the center of this sacred place was a cave, its entrance guarded by a curtain of ivy. Lyra hesitated, but for a moment before pushing the ivy aside and stepping into the cave. The air inside was cool and still, and the only sound was the gentle drip of water echoing off the stone walls. The path wound deeper into the earth, and as Lyra descended, the darkness grew, wrapping around her like a cloak. But Lyra was not afraid. She knew that the light of her heart would guide her, just as it had brought her to this place. With each step, she hummed the melody she had heard, her voice a thread of light in the shadowed cave. At last, she reached a chamber deep within the earth. There, on a pedestal carved from the very rock, lay a crystal as clear as the morning sky. Lyra knew at once that this was the source of the Song of the Stars, but guarding it was the shadowed figure from her vision. The creature was dark as midnight, its form shifting and swirling like smoke. Its eyes glowed with a cold light, and its voice was a whisper of wind through barren branches. "Why have you come?" it asked, though there was no malice in its voice, only curiosity. "I have come to reclaim the Song of the Stars," Lyra replied, her voice steady. "It belongs to the world, to bring hope and healing." The shadow laughed softly, a sound like rustling leaves. "And what will you give in return? The song demands a price, a sacrifice of the heart." Lyra thought for a moment, then spoke with quiet conviction. "I will give my friendship, my light, and my love. I will share the song with those who need it, to bring joy where there is sorrow and peace where there is conflict." The shadow considered her words, and slowly its form began to change. The darkness faded, revealing a figure of light and warmth. "You have a kind heart, Lyra," it said, its voice now gentle and kind. "The song is yours." With a wave of its hand, the guardian of the song disappeared, leaving Lyra alone with the crystal. She took it in her hands, feeling its warmth spread through her fingers and into her heart. The melody blossomed around her, a symphony of stars and dreams. Lyra retraced her steps, returning to the surface where the forest waited to greet her. The creatures of the woods gathered around, their eyes filled with joy and gratitude. The trees swayed in time with the music, their leaves whispering a song of welcome. When she returned to the clearing where the starwood stood, Lyra held the crystal high, and its light illuminated the forest, banishing the shadows and filling the world with a radiant peace. "You have done well, Lyra," the starwood said, its voice filled with pride. "The Song of the Stars is yours to share." And so, Lyra returned to her village, where her story became legend. She taught the song to those who would listen, spreading its message of hope and love. The Whispering Woods remained a place of magic and wonder, and Lyra, the girl with the heart of a star, became its guardian and friend. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still and the night sky stretched above like a blanket of diamonds, Lyra would sit beneath the starwood and listen to the stars sing their eternal song. For in the end, it was not just the melody that held magic, but the love and friendship that Lyra shared with all those she met. And as the years passed, the Song of the Stars became more than just a tale. It became a part of the very soul of the Whispering Woods, a reminder that light could always be found, even in the deepest shadows. And so, dear listener, as you lay your head upon your pillow and drift into dreams, remember the story of Lyra and the Song of the Stars. For like her, you too have a heart that can bring light to the world and a spirit that can soar with the stars. Good night and sweet dreams. Story 26. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest where the trees seemed to cradle the sky, there lay a quaint village named Mistwood. The cottages were nestled snugly beneath the boughs of ancient oaks, their chimneys perpetually puffing out tendrils of sweet-smelling smoke. The villagers went about their days with a gentle rhythm, each tick of time marked by the sun's golden arc across the sky. Yet, as summer's end approached, a curious series of events began to unfold in Mistwood. Each morning, as the rosy fingers of dawn spread across the villagers discovered something peculiar. Objects from their homes were not where they had left them. Mrs. Appleby's knitting needles were found perched precariously on the roof of the bakery. The village bell, which usually hung in the square, had somehow ended up in Mr. Pippin's vegetable patch, its deep clang muffled by a mound of freshly dug earth. Perplexed but not alarmed, the villagers gathered in the square, murmuring amongst themselves, their breaths swirling upwards like little clouds in the cool morning air. They decided to seek the wisdom of the village's most beloved figure, the gentle and wise owl, Seraphina, who resided in the towering oak at the forest's edge. Seraphina was a creature of elegance, with feathers that glimmered like moonlit silver and eyes that shone with the wisdom of ages. She listened intently as the villagers recounted their strange tale, her head tilting thoughtfully from side to side. With a soft flutter of wings, she promised to help solve the mystery. Later that evening, as the sky was painted with hues of indigo and violet, Seraphina called upon her friend, a sprightly squirrel named Tansy. Tansy was known for her nimble acrobatics and sharp eyes that missed no detail. Together, they decided to keep watch over the village to uncover the source of the mysterious movements. As the village lay in slumber, the gentle light of the moon blanketed Mistwood in a serene glow. Seraphina and Tansy perched atop the village's tallest tree, their eyes keenly observing the quietude below. Just when it seemed the night would pass uneventfully, a soft, tinkling sound floated up to them, a sound like the chiming of tiny bells. Following the sound, they discovered a trail of shimmering light weaving its way through the village. The light was accompanied by tiny footprints, glowing softly in the moonlight. Intrigued, Seraphina and Tansy followed the trail, which led them to the heart of the forest, to an ancient glade that even the villagers seldom visited. There, beneath the silvery light of the moon, they found the source of the mysterious happenings, a group of mischievous yet harmless sprites. These sprites, no larger than a teacup, were flitting about, giggling and playing, their wings casting prismatic lights across the glade. They were gathering the misplaced objects, using them to build whimsical sculptures and fantastical towers amidst the ferns and wildflowers. Seraphina, with her gentle wisdom, approached the sprites. She unfurled her wings to catch the moonlight, radiating a calm authority that stilled the laughter of the sprites. Tansy, perched on Seraphina's wing, chittered softly in greeting. "Why do you move the villagers' belongings?" Seraphina asked in a voice as soft as the night breeze. The eldest sprite, whose wings shimmered with an ancient glow, stepped forward. "We meant no harm, wise owl. We only wished to bring joy and delight, to share our art with the world beyond our glade." Seraphina nodded, understanding the innocence behind their actions. "Perhaps there is a way to share your art without causing confusion among the villagers." After a night of gentle discussions, Seraphina and the sprites reached an understanding. Each week, the sprites would create one new piece of art to be placed in the village square for all to admire. In return, the villagers promised to leave small tokens of appreciation: a spool of thread, a pebble that caught the sun just so. At the edge of the forest, gifts for the sprites' creative endeavors. The next morning, as the sun kissed the village awake, the villagers gathered once more in the square. To their delight, they found a magnificent sculpture made of their previously misplaced items, a tower of teacups and trowels, of bells and brushes, balanced perfectly and gleaming in the early light. Seraphina and Tansy, observing from their perch, watched as the villagers laughed in amazement, their hearts warmed by the beauty and whimsy of the unexpected art. The mystery had been solved with kindness and understanding, and a new bond formed between the villagers and the forest's magical inhabitants. As the days turned to weeks, the village of Mistwood and its enchanted neighbors lived in harmonious companionship, each appreciating the other's gifts. And every evening, as the stars began their gentle twinkle, the villagers would share tales of the sprites' latest creation, the warmth of their laughter echoing softly like a lullaby through the forest. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of Seraphina and the playful antics of Tansy, Mistwood thrived in a newfound magic, where challenges were met with wisdom, and friendship spun its silent golden thread through the heart of the village. With peace and joy wrapped around them like a cozy blanket, the villagers drifted into dreams, content in the knowledge that they were watched over by the gentle spirits of the forest. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a cozy glen surrounded by whispering pines, there lived a community of gentle forest sprites. Their village was a delightful tangle of mushroom homes and winding paths illuminated by twinkling fireflies. One crisp autumn evening, young Willow the sprite was gathering fallen acorn caps to use as tiny bowls. As she worked, she noticed something peculiar. Many of the acorns seemed to have vanished, leaving only the caps behind. Willow's brow furrowed in confusion. Where could all those acorns have gone? The next morning, more strange things began happening around the sprite village. Pockets of morning mist stubbornly lingered hours past dawn. Dew droplets rearranged themselves into shimmery patterns on leaves and blades of grass, and the wind carried a faint, honeyed fragrance that no one could quite place. Willow and her friends were perplexed. An air of gentle mystery settled over their forest home. Luckily, they knew just who to consult: their wise old mentor, Oakmoss the tree spirit. Oak moss emerged from the ancient oak at the village heart, trailing moss and acorn seedlings. With a warm smile, he listened carefully as the young sprites described the strange occurrences. "Ah, I suspect some playful magic may be afoot," Oakmoss mused, his bark-lined face crinkling. "Why don't you gather some clues and meet me by the wandering stream? Together, we'll get to the root of this mystery." The sprites eagerly set off, their eyes wide with curiosity. Willow noticed the mist seemed to swirl and eddy around her in an inviting way. Acorn the sprite found a trail of glistening dewdrops that beckoned them onward. By the stream's grassy bank, Millie spied a cluster of golden acorns shining in a patch of warm sunlight. When they showed their finds to Oakmoss, the old tree spirit's eyes twinkled with delight. "Just as I suspected, you've encountered a mischievous but kind spriggan. These fey tricksters often visit our forest in early autumn when the veil between realms grows thin. They mean no harm, but do love to stir up some innocent fun with their prankish magic." Relieved, the sprites laughed and wondered what other whimsical happenings might be in store. Oakmoss encouraged them to simply observe with open hearts and minds. Over the next few days, the sprites witnessed all sorts of delightful scenes. Toadstools wearing acorn cap hats, swirling winds that sculpted leaves into fanciful shapes before setting them dancing, and always that enticing honeyed fragrance seemed to beckon them to explore further. Then one evening, the sprites noticed a kaleidoscope of colorful lights flickering deep among the trees. They followed the twinkling display to a sunlit meadow where the most wondrous sight awaited them. Dozens of spriggans romped and frolicked amid swaying wildflowers, their translucent wings shimmering like rays of pure sunlight. Some fey folk were braiding flowery crowns, while others juggled acorns with woodland precision. Despite their mischievous energy, an aura of harmless joy and innocent revelry surrounded them. The spriggans delightedly welcomed the awestruck sprites, sweeping them into the festivities. All through the night they danced and played, sharing treats of honeyed acorn bread and glowing cordials sipped from acorn cups. When the moon began to wane, the fey visitors prepared to depart for another year, already crafting more whimsical wonders for their next autumnal foray. As the last spriggans disappeared in a shimmer of twinkling starlight, the sprites returned to their village, hearts brimming with happiness and enchanting memories. From then on, they eagerly awaited each autumn's simple mysteries and the chance to bask in the magic and wisdom of the natural world. Story 28. In a galaxy where stars gleamed like scattered diamonds across an endless velvet tapestry, there lay a small, unassuming planet known as Orindara. Its lush emerald forests and cerulean lakes whispered tales of peace and tranquility, a stark contrast to the bustling interstellar trade routes that wound through the cosmos above. On Orindara, nestled within the gentle curve of a lush valley, lived a creature named Leora. She was a Trellorian, a species known for their gentle nature and shimmering, iridescent skin that changed color with their emotions. Leora had always found solace in the soft rustle of leaves and the cool embrace of the evening breeze. Her days were filled with tending to the vibrant flora that dotted her beloved planet, each plant a cherished friend. One particularly serene afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting golden hues over the landscape, a curious event unfolded. The tranquility was punctuated by a distant rumble, a sound foreign to Orindara's peaceful rhythm. Leora paused in her gardening, her skin flickering with hues of curiosity and concern. As the sound grew closer, a sleek metallic craft descended from the heavens, landing with a gentle thud in a nearby clearing. From it emerged a figure, unlike any Leora had ever seen. The newcomer was tall and slender, with skin that gleamed like polished silver under the fading light. It was an Elysian, a traveler from a distant, technologically advanced world. The Elysian's name was Kale, and he had journeyed far from his home planet on a mission of exploration and discovery. But as he stood amidst the alien beauty of Orindara, he felt an unfamiliar tug at his heart, a yearning for connection in this strange, new world. Leora approached cautiously, her skin a swirling tapestry of blues and greens, the colors of welcome and wonder. "Greetings, traveler." She spoke softly, her voice like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. "Welcome to Orindara. I am Leora." Kale, though initially startled by Leora's appearance, felt an inexplicable warmth in her presence. "Thank you," he replied, his voice a melodic hum. "I am Kale, from the planet Illyria. I mean no harm, only to learn and understand." Thus began their unlikely companionship. At first, their differences seemed vast, each misunderstanding a small chasm to cross. Leora's world was one of simplicity and harmony, where nature's rhythms dictated life. Kale, however, was accustomed to the hum of machinery and the precision of technology. One day, as they wandered through the forest, Leora paused by a patch of luminescent flowers, their petals shimmering in the twilight. "These are star blossoms," she explained, her skin glowing softly with pride. "They only bloom under the light of the moon." Kale, intrigued, reached out to touch them, but as his fingers brushed the delicate petals, they recoiled, their glow dimming. Leora's skin flickered with a hint of alarm. "They are sensitive to new energies," she said gently. "I didn't mean to," Kale began, his metallic skin taking on a muted sheen of regret. "I didn't understand." Leora smiled, a gentle, reassuring gesture. "It's okay, Kale. We learn by trying, and sometimes we make mistakes." With each passing day, they faced small challenges like these, each moment a step towards understanding. Kale showed Leora how to harness the power of the stars using his technology, while Leora taught Kale to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the streams. As the seasons turned, their bond deepened, woven from threads of shared laughter and quiet moments of reflection. One evening, as they sat by a crackling fire beneath the starlit sky, Kale spoke of his home, of the bustling cities and shimmering towers that reached towards the heavens. "Sometimes I feel lost amidst all the noise," he confessed, his voice carrying a trace of longing. "Here I find a peace I never knew I needed." Leora listened, her skin a warm blend of colors that spoke of understanding and empathy. "Perhaps," she mused, "our worlds have much to learn from each other. There is a balance, I think, between the quiet of nature and the hum of progress." Kale nodded, sensing the truth in her words. "And perhaps," he added, "true friendship is about embracing our differences and finding harmony in them." Their journey was not without its trials, but through each challenge, they found strength in their growing friendship. When a sudden storm threatened to uproot the very trees Leora had tended to all her life, Kale used his knowledge to build barriers that shielded the forest. In turn, Leora soothed the storm's fury with her calming presence, her skin a soft, tranquil blue. In the aftermath, as the rain gave way to a clear, starry night, they stood side by side, their hearts alight with gratitude and newfound understanding. As time wore on, Kale knew his journey would soon call him back to Illyria. Yet the thought of leaving Orindara and his dear friend Leora filled him with a bittersweet ache. On the eve of his departure, Leora gifted Kale a small, glowing star blossom, carefully preserved in a sphere of crystal. "Take this," she said, her voice a tender melody, "a reminder that no matter the distance, our friendship will always bloom." Kale held the delicate flower close, his metallic skin reflecting the soft glow of its petals. "Thank you, Leora," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "You've shown me the beauty of this world and the strength of true friendship." As Kale's craft ascended once more into the vast, starlit expanse, Leora watched from the valley below. Her skin shimmered with hues of joy and a tinge of sadness, but also with the warmth of a friendship that transcended the stars. And so across the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, not in the absence of differences, but in the embrace of them, and in the quiet, enduring bond they formed amidst the gentle whispers of the universe. Story 29. In the gentle glow of a distant star, nestled within the cosmos of the Sylvania system, there lay a small, verdant planet named Viridia. Its landscape was a tapestry of lush emerald forests and serene azure lakes, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming Florians and the gentle hum of nature's lullaby played upon the breeze. It was here that the story of two unlikely companions began, in a universe where vast distances often separated friends and strangers alike. From the neighboring planet of Arctura, a world of swirling sands and crystalline towers, came a traveler named Terran. Terran was a being of light and energy, whose form shimmered like liquid glass under a noonday sun. Arcturans were known for their wisdom and ethereal beauty, yet they often found themselves misunderstood by those who could not quite grasp their intangible nature. One day, Terran embarked on a journey to Viridia, their hearts set on exploring the rich tapestry of life that flourished there. As their ship descended through the atmosphere, Terran marveled at the vibrant hues of green and blue that painted the world below. It was a place alive with possibility, a canvas upon which countless stories were written. On Viridia, in the heart of the sun-dappled forest, lived a gentle creature named Nia. Nia was a Viridian, a small, furry being with wide, expressive eyes and a spirit as warm as the sunlight that filtered through the leafy canopy. Viridians were known for their curiosity and their talent for nurturing the earth, coaxing life from the soil with tender care. Nia had spent many days tending to the flora around their home, humming softly to the blooms that swayed in time with the melody. Their world was one of peace and simplicity, and yet Nia often dreamed of what lay beyond the trees, beyond the stars themselves. As fate would have it, the paths of Terran and Nia crossed one golden afternoon. Terran, having landed their ship near a shimmering lake, was observing the intricate patterns of light that danced upon the water's surface when Nia emerged from the forest, curiosity twinkling in their eyes. "Greetings," Terran said, their voice a harmonious blend of notes that seemed to echo from all directions. "I am Terran, a traveler from Arctura. Your world is truly a wonder." Nia, though initially startled by Terran's appearance, felt a warmth in the stranger's presence. "Hello, Terran, I am Nia. Welcome to Viridia. What brings you to our humble planet?" "I seek understanding," Terran replied, "to learn from the life that thrives here, to feel the earth beneath my feet, and to bask in the brilliance of your world's beauty." And so began the friendship between Terran and Nia, a bond forged in the gentle embrace of nature and the shared desire to learn from one another. Yet, as with all friendships, theirs was not without its challenges. At first, Nia found it difficult to comprehend Terran's ethereal nature. The way Terran would shift and flow like the wind itself was a marvel, yet it sometimes left Nia feeling as if they were speaking to the air. Similarly, Terran, used to the crystalline clarity of Arctura, struggled to grasp the tactile warmth of Viridia, where everything had weight and texture. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do among those who are different. Nia once assumed Terran might not enjoy a meal of freshly gathered berries, forgetting that Terran did not eat as they did. Terran, in turn, offered Nia a gift of luminescent sand from their homeland, unaware that its glow was too bright for Nia's delicate eyes. But these small missteps were opportunities for growth. With each misunderstanding, Terran and Nia learned to laugh together, to find joy in their differences. Nia taught Terran the art of listening to the whispers of the forest, while Terran showed Nia how to dance with the light, to become one with the shadows and the sunbeams. Their bond deepened on the day of the great storm, a rare but powerful event that swept across Viridia, bending trees and stirring the lake into a frothy tempest. As the winds howled and the sky darkened, Terran and Nia found themselves seeking shelter in a cozy cave nestled in the hillside. Inside, the air was cool and still, the stone walls echoing with the distant rumble of thunder. Nia, feeling the weight of the storm pressing upon their heart, shivered despite the warmth of their fur. Sensing Nia's unease, Terran drew closer, their form casting a gentle glow that bathed the cave in soothing light. "Fear not, dear friend," Terran murmured, their voice as soft as a whispered promise. "We are together, and together we are strong." Nia, comforted by Terran's presence, nodded and leaned against the warm glow. "Thank you, Terran. I feel safe with you." As the storm raged outside, the two companions shared stories of their worlds. Terran spoke of the crystalline towers of Arctura, where the skies were painted with the colors of dawn and dusk. Nia described the gentle rhythms of Viridia, where life bloomed in harmony with the seasons. In the quiet of the cave, enveloped by the storm's fury, they found solace in each other's company. They realized that friendship was not about erasing differences, but about embracing them, about finding strength in diversity and joy in shared experiences. When the storm finally passed, leaving behind a world washed clean and new, Terran and Nia emerged from the cave hand in hand. The air was crisp and clear, the forest shimmering with raindrops that glistened like diamonds in the sunlight. Together, they walked through the rejuvenated landscape, their hearts light with the knowledge that true friendship did not require understanding every facet of each other's being. It was enough to be present, to listen, and to care. And so Terran and Nia continued their journey, exploring the wonders of Viridia and beyond. They learned from the stars and the earth, from each other, and from themselves. Their friendship, like the universe itself, was ever expanding, a beacon of light and love in a world filled with infinite possibilities. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the tranquil land, Terran and Nia sat side by side, their eyes turned to the sky where the first stars began to twinkle. In that moment, they knew that they were not so different after all. They were simply two souls, united by a shared journey and an unbreakable bond. And in the gentle embrace of twilight, they whispered their promise to one another, to always be there, through storms and sunshine, through misunderstandings and moments of clarity. For in each other, they had found not just a friend, but a kindred spirit, a fellow traveler on the path of life. And that, they knew, was the true meaning of friendship. Story 30. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Anwen. Her village was a mosaic of cobblestone paths, thatched roofs, and fields of wildflowers that danced in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the laughter of children echoed through the streets like a joyful melody. Anwen was known for her golden curls and an unyielding curiosity that matched the brightness of her eyes. She spent her days exploring the edges of the forest, a place where sunlight trickled through the canopy like liquid gold and shadows danced with secrets untold. The villagers often warned her of the dangers lurking within the woods, tales of mischievous sprites and elusive creatures passed down through generations. But Anwen, with her heart full of wonder and courage, was drawn to the mysteries that lay beyond the veil of trees. One crisp autumn morning, when the earth was wrapped in a quilt of amber and crimson leaves, Anwen wandered deeper into the forest than ever before. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of fallen foliage. She walked along a narrow path, her footsteps crunching softly against the carpet of leaves. The forest seemed to hum with a life of its own, a gentle symphony of rustling branches and birdsong. As she ventured further, Anwen stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, at the heart of which stood a magnificent oak tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched skyward like welcoming arms. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the tree, as if it held secrets waiting to be whispered into her ear. With cautious steps, she approached the oak and noticed something glimmering at its base. Nestled among the roots was a small, ornate box, crafted from wood and adorned with intricate carvings of vines and leaves. Anwen's fingers tingled with anticipation as she gently lifted the lid. Inside, she found a shimmering amulet, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to shift and dance in the light. As she held the amulet, a warmth spread through her fingers, and she heard a soft, melodic voice, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of the forest itself. "Welcome, Anwen," it sang, "to the heart of the whispering woods." Startled yet entranced, Anwen realized the amulet held a magic unlike any she had known. It was a key to a hidden world, a world where the trees could speak and the rivers could sing, a world that had been waiting for someone like her, a kind-hearted soul with the courage to listen. The voice continued, guiding her through the forest with stories of the creatures who dwelled within. She learned of the gentle deer who danced beneath the moonlight, the wise old owl who guarded ancient secrets, and the playful sprites who wove dreams from starlight. With each tale, Anwen felt her heart swell with a sense of belonging, as if she had found a place where her spirit could truly soar. Days turned into weeks as Anwen returned to the clearing, each visit deepening her bond with the forest. She wore the amulet around her neck, and it shimmered with a light that mirrored the joy in her eyes. The villagers noticed the change in her, a newfound serenity that radiated like sunshine. She spoke of the forest with a reverence and love that was contagious, inspiring others to see its beauty through her eyes. Yet, despite the harmony she found within the whispering woods, Anwen knew there was a mystery she had yet to unravel. The voice had mentioned a hidden heart, a place where the magic of the forest was born. Determined to uncover this secret, Anwen set out on a journey deeper into the woods, guided by the whispers of the amulet and her own unyielding spirit. The forest grew denser, the trees towering like ancient sentinels. Their leaves murmured in a language she was beginning to understand, a language of rustles and sighs that spoke of time and transformation. The path was winding and tangled, but Anwen pressed on, her heart a compass pointing towards the unknown. As dusk fell, casting the forest in hues of indigo and silver, Anwen found herself standing before a shimmering veil of mist. It swirled and danced like a living thing, hiding whatever lay beyond. The amulet glowed warmly against her skin, and she knew this was the threshold she was meant to cross. Taking a deep breath, Anwen stepped through the mist and into a world that took her breath away. She found herself in a secluded glade, where the air shimmered with magic, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that glowed with an ethereal light. In the center of the glade stood a fountain, its waters sparkling like liquid moonlight. Anwen approached the fountain, feeling a sense of awe and reverence. The water sang a gentle melody, a lullaby that spoke of dreams and wishes. As she gazed into its depths, she saw her reflection, not as she was, but as she could be, a vision of strength and wisdom, of kindness and courage. The voice returned, softer now, as if speaking with the very breath of the forest. "This is the heart of the Whispering Woods," it said, "a place where dreams are born and magic is woven from the fabric of time." Anwen understood then that the heart of the forest was not just a place, but a part of her, a reservoir of strength and inspiration that she could carry with her always. With a newfound sense of purpose, she realized that the magic of the forest was meant to be shared, to inspire others to see the beauty and wonder in the world around them. As she made her way back to the village, the forest seemed to glow with a light that mirrored her own. The trees whispered their farewell, a promise that she would always have a home among their branches. Anwen knew that her journey had changed her, that the magic of the Whispering Woods had woven itself into the very fabric of her being. Back in the village, Anwen became a storyteller, sharing tales of the hidden world within the forest with all who would listen. Her stories were filled with wonder and wisdom, teaching others to see the magic in everyday life and to cherish the beauty of nature. And so, the village flourished, its people living in harmony with the forest that had once been shrouded in mystery. Anwen's tales inspired a new generation of adventurers, children who would grow up with a love for the woods and all its secrets. The Whispering Woods stood as a testament to the power of friendship and courage, a place where dreams were born and magic was woven from the whispers of the trees. And in the heart of the forest, the fountain continued to sing its lullaby, a melody of dreams and wishes that echoed through the ages. As Anwen lay down to sleep each night, she would close her eyes and hear the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of the forest. She knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be with her, a reminder that the world was full of beauty and wonder, just waiting to be discovered. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, the village dreamed, cradled in the embrace of the Whispering Woods, a place where magic lived and dreams took flight. Story 31. In a small, charming village nestled at the foot of towering emerald green hills, there existed an ancient legend about a hidden world. This world was said to be concealed within the heart of the great willow tree, a majestic and sprawling tree that stood at the edge of the village, its branches reaching skyward like the fingers of a giant. The villagers often spoke of this legend in hushed tones as they gathered around their fires at night, the crackling flames casting flickering shadows on their hopeful faces. The hero of our tale is a young girl named Zyla. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Zyla possessed a boundless curiosity that often led her into small adventures around the village. She would spend her days exploring the rolling hills, her footsteps soft upon the dew-kissed grass, and her nights sitting by the hearth, listening intently to the stories her grandmother would tell. One such story spoke of a magical amulet hidden within the great willow tree. This amulet, made from a rare gemstone that sparkled like the stars, was said to have the power to reveal the hidden world and grant the bearer the ability to communicate with its mystical inhabitants. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with wrinkles etched like fine lines of wisdom upon her face, had always told her that the amulet could only be found by someone pure of heart. Lila, with her kind and gentle nature, often dreamed of finding this amulet, her heart fluttering with the thought of uncovering the hidden world. One crisp morning, as the sun rose and painted the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, Layla set out on a journey. Her little satchel packed with essentials, a piece of bread, a small water flask, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, she made her way to the great willow tree. The path was familiar, yet filled her with a sense of anticipation, the tall grasses swaying gently in the breeze, as if whispering secrets only they knew. When Lila reached the tree, she paused for a moment, taking in its grandeur. The trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark rough yet comforting under her palm. She walked around the tree, her fingers tracing the ancient grooves, her heart beating with quiet excitement. Then, as if guided by an unseen hand, she noticed a small opening at the base of the tree. With a deep breath, Lila crouched down and peered inside. The light of the morning sun filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow that revealed a narrow passageway. Her heart pounding with both fear and excitement, she crawled through the opening. Inside, the air was cool and fresh, tinged with the earthy scent of damp wood and leaves. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she noticed the walls of the passageway were lined with intricate carvings. They depicted scenes of a vibrant world where creatures of all kinds lived in harmony, their eyes twinkling with life and wisdom. Lila pressed on, her footsteps echoing softly around her. The passage soon widened into a small chamber, and there, in the center, lay the amulet. It was even more beautiful than she had imagined, the gemstone glinting with a myriad of colors that seemed to dance in the light. She picked it up, feeling a gentle warmth pulse through her fingers, filling her with a sense of peace and belonging. As she held the amulet, the chamber began to shimmer and change. The walls dissolved into streams of light, and before her appeared a lush, hidden world. It was a place of unparalleled beauty, with trees that reached the heavens and flowers that bloomed in every hue imaginable. The air was alive with the melodious songs of birds, and the gentle rustle of leaves was like a soothing lullaby. Lila stepped into this world, her heart filled with wonder. As she wandered through the vibrant landscape, she soon encountered a group of creatures unlike any she had seen before. They were small and gentle, with eyes that sparkled like the gemstone of the amulet. Their fur was soft and glistened in the sunlight, and when they spoke, their voices were like music. "Welcome, Lila," they chimed in unison, their tones warm and inviting. "We have awaited your arrival." Lila smiled, her heart swelling with joy. She realized that these were the inhabitants of the hidden world, the ones her grandmother had spoken of. They led her through their land, showing her the wonders it held, from the crystal-clear streams that flowed with laughter to the towering mountains that stood like sentinels against the sky. As the days passed, Lila learned much from her new friends. They taught her the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the stories of the stars. She, in turn, shared tales of her village and the people she loved, her voice carrying the warmth of her home. Yet, despite the beauty of the hidden world, Lila knew she could not stay forever. Her heart ached for her village, for the cozy warmth of her grandmother's embrace, and for the familiar sights and sounds of home. And so, with a bittersweet farewell, she promised her friends she would return, carrying their stories and wisdom in her heart. As she made her way back through the passageway, the amulet clutched gently in her hand. Lila felt changed. She had discovered a world beyond her wildest dreams, and with it, a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. When she emerged from the great willow tree, the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the village. Lila stood for a moment, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. She knew that the hidden world was always there, waiting for those who were pure of heart to discover its secrets. With a smile, she made her way back home, her footsteps light and her spirit aglow. That night, as she sat by the fire with her grandmother, Lila shared her adventure, her voice weaving a tale of friendship, wisdom, and the magic of discovering a hidden world within the heart of nature. As she finished her story, her grandmother smiled, her eyes twinkling with pride and love. "Remember, my dear," she said softly, The greatest journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves, and sometimes the hidden worlds we seek are found within our own hearts. And so, as the fire crackled gently and the stars twinkled in the night sky, Zyla drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting knowledge that the hidden world was always within reach, as long as she carried its magic in her heart. As the days turned into weeks, Zyla found herself returning to the great willow tree often. Each visit was a new adventure, as the hidden world within seemed to change with the seasons, revealing new wonders and secrets with each passing day. The amulet, now a cherished treasure, hung around her neck, a constant reminder of the bond she shared with the mystical realm and its gentle inhabitants. One day, while wandering through the vibrant landscape, Zyla encountered a peculiar sight. A small, delicate creature, unlike any she had seen before, was struggling to free itself from a tangled vine. Its soft, downy fur was caught in the tendrils, and its tiny eyes looked up at her with a mix of fear and hope. With a gentle touch, Zyla untangled the creature, her fingers deftly working to free it from its binds. Once released, the creature fluttered its wings and let out a joyful trill, its eyes shining with gratitude. It circled around Zyla, its movements graceful and light, before landing on her shoulder. From that day forward, the creature, whom Zyla named Whisper, became her constant companion. Together they explored the hidden world, uncovering its mysteries and learning its secrets. Whisper, with its keen sense of direction and sharp eyes, often led Zyla to new and wondrous places, deepening her love for this enchanted realm. As their bond grew, so did Leela's understanding of the hidden world. She learned that each creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in maintaining the balance of this magical ecosystem. The trees whispered ancient wisdom, the streams sang songs of the past and present, and the creatures, with their gentle hearts, taught her the value of harmony and friendship. Yet, despite the joy she found in this world, Zyla knew she had a responsibility to her own village. She began to see the connections between the hidden world and her home, realizing that the lessons she learned could help her community thrive. With this newfound understanding, she decided to share her knowledge and experiences with the villagers. Gathering them around the fire one evening, Zyla spoke of the hidden world within the great willow tree. She recounted her adventures, her voice carrying the warmth and wonder of her journey. The villagers listened in awe, their eyes wide with amazement, as Zyla described the beauty and harmony of the mystical realm. Inspired by her tales, the villagers began to see their surroundings with fresh eyes. They learned to appreciate the delicate balance of nature and the importance of nurturing their environment. With Leela's guidance, they started to incorporate the wisdom of the hidden world into their daily lives, fostering a sense of unity and respect for the land that sustained them. As the seasons changed, so did the village. The fields blossomed with vibrant crops, the air filled with the sweet scent of flowers, and the trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves whispering tales of renewal and growth. The villagers, now united by a shared purpose, worked together to ensure the prosperity of their community. Zyla, meanwhile, continued to visit the hidden world, her bond with Whisper and the other creatures growing ever stronger. Each journey deepened her understanding of the interconnectedness of all living things and reinforced her belief in the power of friendship and kindness. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of deep purple and gold, Zyla stood on the edge of the hidden world, her heart brimming with gratitude. She had discovered a realm of magic and wonder, a place where dreams took flight and friendships blossomed against all odds. But more importantly, she had found herself, learning to trust her instincts and embrace the beauty that lay within her own heart. As she gazed out at the shimmering landscape, Zyla knew that the hidden world would always be a part of her, a source of inspiration and wisdom. With a gentle touch, she held the amulet, its gemstone glowing softly in the fading light, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the lessons she had learned. With a final look at the hidden world, Zyla turned and made her way back to the village, her steps light and her spirit aglow. She knew that the greatest adventure of all was the journey of the heart, and she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, guided by the magic of friendship, wisdom, and the hidden world within. As the years passed, Zyla grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the hidden world and its gentle inhabitants. The village, too, flourished, its people living in harmony with nature, inspired by the lessons Zyla had shared. Zyla's bond with Whisper remained as strong as ever, the creature accompanying her on countless adventures, their spirits intertwined like the branches of the great willow tree. Together, they explored the hidden world, uncovering new wonders and deepening their understanding of the delicate balance that sustained this enchanted realm. One day, as Zyla and Whisper wandered through a sun-dappled glade, they came across a small, shimmering pool. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky above and the vibrant colors of the surrounding forest. Drawn to its beauty, Zyla knelt by the edge, her reflection merging with the world around her. As she gazed into the pool, Zyla felt a sense of peace and clarity wash over her. She realized that the hidden world, with all its magic and wisdom, had become an integral part of her being. The lessons she had learned and the friendships she had forged had shaped her into the person she was meant to be. With this newfound understanding, Zyla knew it was time to share her journey with others beyond the village. She began to travel to neighboring communities, her heart filled with the desire to spread the wisdom of the hidden world and inspire others to forge their own connections with the natural world. Her stories, told with warmth and passion, captivated audiences far and wide. People listened intently as Zyla spoke of the magical realm within the great willow tree, her voice weaving a tapestry of wonder and hope. Her words ignited a spark of curiosity and reverence for nature, encouraging others to explore the beauty and magic that lay hidden within their own hearts. As Zyla's journey continued, so did the legacy of the hidden world. The amulet, a symbol of her bond with the mystical realm, remained a treasured possession, its gemstone glowing with the light of countless adventures and friendships. It served as a reminder of the power of kindness, wisdom, and the interconnectedness of all living things. Through her travels, Zyla forged new friendships and deepened her understanding of the world. She learned that the magic of the hidden world was not confined to a single place, but could be found wherever there was love, hope, and a willingness to embrace the unknown. As the years turned to decades, Zyla became a beloved figure, her stories of the hidden world passed down from generation to generation. Her legacy lived on in the hearts of those she had touched, inspiring new adventurers to seek out the magic and wonder that lay just beyond the veil of the everyday. And so, as the sun set on yet another day, casting a warm glow over the village and the great willow tree, Zyla stood at the edge of the hidden world, her heart full of gratitude and love. She knew that the journey of the heart was never truly over, and that the hidden world would always be there, a source of inspiration and wisdom for those willing to seek it out. With a gentle smile, Zyla turned and made her way back home, her footsteps light and her spirit aglow. She carried with her the magic of the hidden world, a reminder that the greatest adventures were those that led us back to ourselves, and that the most powerful magic of all was the love and friendship we shared with others. And so, with the stars twinkling above and the gentle rustle of leaves like a soothing lullaby, Zyla drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the comforting knowledge that the hidden world was always within reach, as long as she carried its magic in her heart. Story 32. In the heart of the galaxy, nestled between radiant nebulae and swirling star clusters, lay a small planet called Zephyra. It was a lush world, covered with vast meadows of silvery grass that shimmered like liquid moonlight, and forests where the leaves whispered the secrets of the universe. The Zephyrians, gentle beings with skin like stardust and eyes that reflected the cosmos, cherished their harmonious existence. On a particularly luminous evening, as the twin moons cast a serene glow over the landscape, a spaceship from the distant planet of Varan descended through the atmosphere. Unlike Zephyra, Varan was a world of stark metallic landscapes and towering cities, where the inhabitants, the Varonians, were known for their logical minds and intricate technology. The ship carried a Varonian named Zaf, sent on a mission to study the flora of Zephyra, which was rumored to have unique healing properties. As Zaph's vessel settled softly in a meadow, he stepped out, his reflective suit glimmering under the moonlight. He was eager to collect samples and return to Varan with his findings. But as he began his work, a Zephyrian named Lyra watched from a distance, her curiosity piqued. Lyra, with her flowing hair of silvery tendrils and a heart as vast as the sky, had never encountered a being from another world. Their first meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Zaph, focused on his task, was startled by Lyra's sudden appearance. To him, her ethereal form seemed like a mirage, an illusion conjured by the strange atmosphere of the planet. Lyra, on the other hand, found Zaph's stoic demeanor and mechanical gestures perplexing. She had never seen a creature so encased in metal, and his lack of expression made her wary. Despite the initial awkwardness, Lyra's innate kindness prompted her to offer assistance. She beckoned Zaph to follow her, leading him deeper into the forest where the most vibrant of Zephyra's flora grew. As they walked, the air was fragrant with the scent of blooming starflowers, and the gentle hum of the forest surrounded them like a lullaby. The journey through the forest was not without challenges. At one point, they encountered a dense thicket of thorned vines, known to the Zephyrians for their resilience. Zaph, relying on his analytical mind, attempted to cut through with a precision tool. However, the vines only grew back thicker and more tangled. Lyra watched with amusement and then gently touched the vines, whispering softly. The vines parted with grace, revealing a clear path. Zaph was astounded. He realized that his logical approach had its limits in this world, and there was much to learn from Lyra's gentle ways. This moment marked the beginning of their friendship, as Zaph began to appreciate the wisdom in Lyra's connection with nature. As they ventured further, they came across a glistening lake, its surface a mirror of the starry sky. Here, Lyra showed Zaph the healing plants, their petals glowing softly, imbued with the energy of the cosmos. Zaph, in turn, shared stories of Varan's technological marvels, his voice tinged with pride, but also a hint of longing for the simplicity he found on Zephyra. Their differences, once a source of misunderstanding, became a bridge for mutual respect and admiration. Lyra was intrigued by Zaph's tales of innovation, while Zaph found solace in the serene beauty of Zephyra and Lyra's gentle spirit. One evening, as they sat by the lake, Zaph confided in Lyra about the pressures he faced on Varan, the constant demand for progress and perfection. Lyra listened with empathy, her eyes reflecting the starlit sky. On Zephyra, she said softly, we learn that growth is not measured by what we achieve, but by how we embrace the journey and those who walk with us. This simple truth resonated deeply with Zaph, and he realized that his time on Zephyra had changed him profoundly. He had discovered that friendship, like the universe, was vast and filled with endless possibilities. It was a bond that transcended worlds and species, built on understanding and shared experiences. As the time came for Zaph to return to Varan, Lyra presented him with a small vial of the healing essence they had collected together. "May this remind you of our bond," she said, her voice as soothing as the winds that caressed the meadows. Zaph nodded, gratitude welling up within him. "And may our friendship remind us that we are never truly alone, no matter the distance between our worlds," he replied. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and friendship, Zaph boarded his ship. As it ascended into the starlit sky, he looked back at the shimmering planet of Zephyra, knowing that he left a part of himself there, a part that had learned the true meaning of friendship. And so, under the watchful eyes of the cosmos, two beings from different worlds discovered that the universe was richer and more beautiful when shared with a friend. Story 33. In the gentle embrace of a late summer's eve, just as the sun began its descent beyond the rolling hills, a quaint village lay nestled at the heart of a sprawling forest. This village, known as Willow Glen, was a place where time seemed to trickle by, like the babbling brooks that meandered through the woods. It was here, under the watchful gaze of a towering willow tree, that our story unfolds. The people of Willow Glen knew the willow well. Its branches stretched toward the heavens, draped in shimmering leaves that whispered secrets to those who cared to listen. The tree stood at the edge of the village, its roots entwined with the earth as if they were holding on to something precious, something hidden beneath the surface. In a snug cottage not far from the willow, a young girl lived with her grandmother, Her name was Leora, a spirited child with eyes the color of moss and hair that tumbled like autumn leaves down her back. Leora's days were filled with wonder and curiosity, her heart beating in time with the rhythm of the forest around her. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often spoke of the magic that breathed life into their world, weaving tales that danced like fireflies in Leora's mind. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Leora sat with her grandmother by the hearth. The warmth of the fire wrapped around them as her grandmother's voice rose and fell like a gentle lullaby. "There are whispers in the willow," her grandmother said, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "They say that its branches hold the key to a hidden world, a place where dreams and reality entwine." Leora's heart quickened with excitement. She had always felt a special connection to the willow, spending countless afternoons beneath its shade, weaving stories of her own. The thought of a hidden world filled her with a yearning she could not quite name. "What kind of world, grandmother?" Leora asked, her voice a soft echo in the room. Her grandmother chuckled, a sound like the rustle of leaves. "A world of wonder, where the impossible becomes possible. But beware, my dear, for not all who seek it find their way." As the fire crackled and the shadows danced along the walls, Leora's imagination soared. She dreamed of stepping into this hidden world, of discovering its secrets and bringing them back to share with her village. Little did she know that the whispers in the willow had already set her journey in motion. The following day, Leora awoke with a sense of purpose. The morning sun filtered through her window, casting patterns of light upon her quilt. She dressed quickly, eager to visit the willow and listen for its whispers. The forest greeted her with open arms, the air fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang their morning songs, and squirrels chattered as they scampered through the trees. Leora's feet carried her along the familiar path until she stood before the willow, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. She approached reverently, her fingers brushing against the bark as she leaned in to listen. The leaves rustled, their whispers weaving a melody that only she could hear. As she closed her eyes, the world around her faded away, and she felt herself being drawn into a realm of wonder. When she opened her eyes, Leora found herself standing in a place both strange and beautiful. The air shimmered with a soft luminescence, and the colors around her seemed more vibrant, as if painted by the hand of a master artist. Flowers bloomed in hues she had never seen, their petals unfurling like dreams made manifest. Leora's heart sang with the joy of discovery as she explored this hidden world. She wandered through meadows where butterflies danced on the breeze, their wings a kaleidoscope of color. She marveled at streams that sparkled like liquid diamonds, their waters cool and clear. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, Leora encountered creatures she had only read about in her grandmother's stories. A family of foxes with fur like spun gold played in a sun-dappled glade, and a majestic stag, with antlers crowned in blossoms, regarded her with gentle eyes. But it was not just the creatures and the beauty of the land that captivated Leora. There was a sense of magic here, a feeling that anything was possible if only one believed. And as she walked, she felt the whispers of the willow guiding her, urging her to explore further. It wasn't long before Leora came upon a clearing, at the center of which stood a small cottage. Its roof was woven with vines, and flowers grew in abundance around its doorstep. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and the air was filled with the scent of something sweet and comforting. Curiosity piqued, Leora approached the cottage and knocked gently on the door. It creaked open to reveal an elderly man, his eyes as bright as the morning sun and his beard as white as the clouds that drifted overhead. "Welcome, young traveler," he greeted her, his voice rich and warm like a melody. "I am Eldrin, keeper of this realm." Leora smiled, her heart swelling with the kindness in his gaze. "I am Leora," she replied. "I was drawn here by the whispers in the willow." Eldrin nodded, as if he had expected her. "The willow is wise, and it chooses its visitors with care. Come, let us share a cup of tea and speak of your journey." Inside the cottage, the air was filled with the scent of herbs and spices, and the walls were lined with shelves upon shelves of books and curiosities. Leora settled into a cozy chair by the fire, savoring the warmth that seeped into her bones. As they sipped their tea, Eldrin spoke of the hidden world and its wonders. He told tales of the creatures that called it home, of the magic that flowed through its veins like a river. But he also spoke of the challenges that one might face, and the courage required to overcome them. "You see, Leora," Eldrin said, his gaze thoughtful, "this world is a reflection of your heart. It holds both light and shadow, and it is up to you to navigate its paths." Leora listened intently, her mind swirling with possibilities. She had always believed in the magic around her, but now she understood that it was also within her, a part of her very being. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the cottage in a warm glow, Eldrin rose and offered Leora a small, intricately carved box. It was made of wood as dark as the night sky, adorned with symbols that seemed to dance in the flickering light. "This is a gift," Eldrin said, placing the box in Leora's hands. "It holds the power to unlock the magic within you. Use it wisely, and it will guide you on your journey." With a heart full of gratitude, Leora thanked Eldrin and promised to cherish the gift. As she made her way back to the willow, the path seemed to glow with an inner light, guiding her home. Back in the village, Leora's heart brimmed with the wonders she had seen. She shared her story with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And now, my dear," her grandmother said, "you know the magic that lies within you. It is a gift to be nurtured and shared, for it is through our dreams and our kindness that the world becomes a better place." As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, Leora carried the magic of the hidden world with her. She listened to the whispers of the willow, weaving their wisdom into her life. And in doing so, she discovered that the greatest magic of all was the love and friendship that bound her to those around her. In time, the village of Willow Glen became a place of wonder and joy, where dreams flourished like the wildflowers that bloomed in the meadows. And Leora, with her kind heart and open spirit, led the way, sharing the magic of the hidden world with all who would listen. And so, the whispers in the willow continued, telling tales of courage and friendship, of journeys that changed lives and hearts. And under the watchful gaze of the towering tree, the village thrived, a testament to the power of dreams and the magic that lives within us all. As the stars twinkled above and the gentle night wrapped the village in its embrace, Leora lay beneath the willow, its whispers a soothing lullaby. She closed her eyes, her heart full of peace, knowing that whatever challenges lay ahead, she would face them with courage and love. And so, with the promise of new adventures and the warmth of friendship to guide her, Leora drifted into a deep and restful sleep, her dreams weaving a tapestry of magic and wonder that would carry her through the night and into the dawn of a new day. Story 34. In a forest where the sunlight danced through a canopy of emerald leaves, casting dapples of gold upon the forest floor, there thrived a multitude of creatures whose lives were entwined with the rhythms of the earth. Here, in this ancient woodland, where the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and moss, the hidden lives of these creatures unfolded in a tapestry of harmony and balance. In the heart of this verdant realm, nestled beneath the roots of a grand oak tree, resided a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was etched with the stories of the forest, each groove and pattern a testament to seasons past. Thistle's eyes, like glistening pools of amber, held the knowledge of ages, and he was known among the creatures as the keeper of the forest wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, when the forest was painted in hues of amber and scarlet, Thistle felt a stirring in the earth. The gentle rustle of fallen leaves whispered of change, and the air buzzed with anticipation. The creatures of the forest, from the smallest ant to the soaring hawk, sensed it too, a shift in the balance of their world. As the sun climbed higher, casting a warm glow over the landscape, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered through the underbrush. His fur was as soft as the down of a dandelion, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity. Pippin was known for his nimble antics and quick wit, but today he was on a mission. He had heard whispers among the trees, murmurs of a magical phenomenon that could alter the very fabric of the forest. With a heart full of excitement and a pouch full of acorns, Pippin made his way to Thistle's abode. The forest floor felt soft beneath his tiny paws, and the cool breeze carried with it the earthy scent of damp leaves. As Pippin approached the great oak, he found Thistle basking in a patch of sunlight, his eyes half closed in serene contemplation. "Good morning, Thistle," chirped Pippin, his voice as bright as the morning sun. "The forest is abuzz with news of magic. Have you heard?" Thistle opened his eyes slowly, a gentle smile spreading across his weathered face. "Ah, young Pippin," he rumbled, his voice like the comforting rustle of leaves. "I have indeed felt the tremors of change. It is the time of the harvest moon, a time when the veil between worlds grows thin and magic dances more freely." Pippin's eyes widened with wonder. "What does it mean for us? Is it something to be feared?" Thistle chuckled softly, the sound like the distant roll of thunder. "Fear not, little one. The magic of the harvest moon is a gift, a reminder of the delicate balance we must all uphold. But it is also a time when the forest seeks our wisdom and unity to maintain harmony." Intrigued and eager to learn more, Pippin reclined on a bed of soft moss, ready to absorb Thistle's tales. As the sun journeyed across the sky, bathing the forest in golden light, Thistle spoke of past harvest moons, where the creatures of the forest came together, each contributing their unique talents to weave a tapestry of tranquility and balance. "Long ago," Thistle began, "during a harvest moon much like this one, a great storm threatened our woodland home. The winds howled with the fury of 1,000 voices, and the rain fell like a curtain of silver threads. In that time of turmoil, it was the unity of our forest kin that saved us." Pippin listened, enraptured, as Thistle continued. "The bees, with their tireless work, warned us of the storm's approach. The deer, swift and alert, guided those in need to safety. The birds, with their celestial songs, soothed the skies and calmed the raging winds. And the wise old bear, with strength and wisdom, stood as a guardian to protect the vulnerable." The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with the memory of ages past. But it was not just strength and courage that prevailed, Thistle added with a twinkle in his eye. It was the spirit of friendship and the wisdom of generations that led us through the storm. As Thistle's tale wove its magic, Pippin felt a warmth in his chest, a flame of purpose kindled by the stories of old. "What can I do, Thistle?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. "How can I help maintain the balance?" Thistle regarded the young squirrel with a gaze as deep as the forest itself. "Remember, dear Pippin, that every creature has a role to play, no matter how small. Your nimbleness and courage will serve you well. Trust in your instincts, and seek the guidance of your friends. Together, you shall find the path to harmony." With Thistle's words etched in his heart, Pippin thanked the wise tortoise and bounded off into the forest. As he traveled, he gathered his friends, Luna, the gentle deer with eyes like starlit pools, and Zephyr, the songbird whose voice could calm even the stormiest of days. Together, they ventured to the heart of the forest, where the magic of the harvest moon shimmered like a veil of silver threads. The air hummed with energy, and the leaves on the trees seemed to dance in a symphony of rustling whispers. The trio paused in a clearing bathed in moonlight, the soft glow illuminating their faces with a gentle radiance. It was here that they felt the pulse of the forest, a heartbeat that echoed in their very souls. "Let us offer our gifts to the forest," Luna suggested, her voice as soothing as a gentle brook. "In unity, we shall weave a song of balance." Zephyr, perching on a low branch, began to sing. His melody was a tapestry of notes that soared and dipped, echoing through the trees like a gentle breeze. Luna, with grace and elegance, moved in a slow, rhythmic dance, her hooves barely touching the earth as if she were one with the wind. Pippin, filled with a sense of belonging and purpose, joined their harmony with the soft rustling of gathered leaves, creating a rhythm that spoke of the forest's eternal cycle. Together their song rose into the night, a prayer of gratitude and unity under the harvest moon. As their music filled the air, the forest responded in kind. The trees whispered their approval, their leaves shimmering with a newfound vibrancy. The creatures of the woodland paused in their nightly routines, drawn to the harmonious melody that wrapped around them like a warm embrace. In that moment, beneath the watchful eye of the harvest moon, a profound peace settled over the forest. The magic that had once seemed so elusive now felt as natural as the turning of the seasons, and the creatures knew that they were part of something greater, a living tapestry woven from threads of friendship, wisdom, and balance. With their song complete, Pippin, Luna, and Zephyr rested in the glow of their shared accomplishment. The night air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of new beginnings. As the moon continued its celestial journey, the friends lay side by side, lulled to sleep by the gentle lullaby of the forest. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak and the twinkling stars above, the forest breathed a sigh of contentment. For in the heart of this magical realm, harmony prevailed, and the wisdom of generations continued to guide the creatures through the ever-changing dance of life. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky in soft pastels, Pippin awoke to the gentle touch of morning dew on his fur. The forest around him was alive with the symphony of birdsong, a chorus that heralded the start of a new day. Feeling refreshed and inspired, Pippin stretched and looked around at his companions. Luna's serene eyes met his, and Zephyr fluffed his feathers as he greeted the morning with a cheerful trill. "Thank you, my friends," Pippin said, his voice filled with gratitude. "Together we have done something truly magical." Luna nodded gracefully, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of the forest. "It is in our unity that we find strength," she replied. "The forest has always thrived on the bonds we share." Zephyr, ever the optimist, fluttered his wings with a playful flourish. "And what a beautiful song we created! I believe the trees themselves were dancing to our tune." The friends laughed, their joy echoing through the clearing like the tinkling of wind chimes. They knew that their actions had helped maintain the balance of the forest, but more importantly, they had deepened their bond and learned the true value of friendship. As they prepared to return to their respective homes, Thistle's words echoed in Pippin's mind. Every creature has a role to play, no matter how small. He understood now that wisdom was not just something to be learned, but something to be shared and lived. With hearts light and spirits high, the trio parted ways, each carrying with them the memory of the night beneath the harvest moon. Pippin scampered back to his tree with renewed vigor, ready to face whatever challenges the forest might bring. Meanwhile, Luna glided gracefully through the trees, her presence a calming influence on all she passed. And Zephyr, with a song in his heart, took to the skies, his melody a beacon of hope and harmony. The forest, too, seemed to hum with a quiet joy, its creatures moving through their daily lives with a renewed sense of purpose. The magic of the harvest moon had touched them all, leaving behind a legacy of unity and balance that would endure through the seasons. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting its warm light over the land, the forest stood as a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the wisdom of generations. And so, deep in the heart of this enchanted woodland, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued to thrive, forever bound by the timeless dance of harmony and balance. Story 35. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like dewdrops on emerald leaves, and a spirit that danced with the gentle breeze. This was no ordinary forest, for it held a secret known only to those with open hearts and pure intentions, a hidden world within the natural environment. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow ventured deeper into the woods than she had ever been before, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled beneath the twisted roots of a towering oak tree was a glimmering object, its surface shimmering with iridescent hues. Drawn by its alluring beauty, Willow reached out and grasped the object in her hands, a warmth spreading through her fingertips. In that instant, a sudden gust of wind swirled around her, carrying whispers of ancient secrets. The world around her blurred, and when the wind subsided, Willow found herself standing in a realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The trees seemed to breathe with life, their branches swaying in a rhythmic dance. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the melodic hum of unseen creatures. Willow had stumbled upon the Emerald Realm, a magical world hidden within the forest, accessible only to those who possessed the enchanted object she now held, a crystalline acorn, imbued with the essence of the ancient oak tree that guarded its entrance. As she explored this wondrous new world, Willow encountered a host of extraordinary beings. There were the forest sprites, delicate and whimsical, flitting from flower to flower with trails of stardust in their wake. the wise old oak tree whose roots stretched deep into the earth, imparted ancient wisdom to those who listened with open hearts. And then there were the woodland creatures, each gifted with a unique magical ability that helped maintain the balance of this enchanted realm. Among these creatures, Willow formed an unlikely friendship with a mischievous squirrel named Nutkin. Though their bond defied expectations, as squirrels and humans seldom interacted, Nutkin became Willow's guide and protector in the Emerald Realm. Together they embarked on countless adventures, uncovering the realm's mysteries and learning invaluable lessons about courage, friendship, and the power of belief. One day, as they ventured deeper into the heart of the Emerald Realm, Willow and Nutkin stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a shimmering pool of crystal-clear water, its surface rippling with ethereal light. Drawn by its allure, they approached cautiously, only to be met by a gentle voice that seemed to emanate from the very depths of the pool. "Welcome, young ones," the voice spoke, its tone warm and melodic. "This is the pool of reflection, where the truth of one's innermost self is revealed." Intrigued, Willow and Nutkin peered into the shimmering waters, and what they saw left them awestruck. Reflected in the pool were not their physical forms, but rather the essence of their souls. Willow's a brilliant tapestry of compassion and curiosity, and Nutkin's a vibrant tapestry of mischief and loyalty. In that moment, they understood the true meaning of the pool of reflection. It was a mirror into their very beings, revealing the strengths and weaknesses that made them who they were. And with this newfound understanding came a profound revelation. True growth and transformation can only occur when one embraces their authentic self, flaws and all. From that day forward, Willow and Nutkin embarked on a journey of self-discovery, facing challenges that tested their courage, resilience, and the depths of their friendship. Together, they unraveled mysteries that had long been shrouded in secrecy, unlocking ancient knowledge that helped them navigate the ever-changing landscapes of the Emerald Realm. Through it all, the crystalline acorn remained a constant companion, a symbol of the magic that flowed through the veins of the forest and the hidden world it protected. Willow learned to harness its power, using it to overcome obstacles and forge bonds with the realm's inhabitants that transcended the boundaries of species and realms. As the seasons changed and the years passed, Willow grew from a wide-eyed child into a wise and compassionate young woman, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the Emerald Realm. And though she would eventually return to the world she had once called home, a part of her heart would forever remain in that enchanted place, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blur, and the magic of friendship knows no bounds. For in the Emerald Realm, Willow had discovered a truth that would guide her through life's many journeys. That true transformation lies not in the extraordinary, but in embracing the extraordinary within oneself. And with the crystalline acorn as her talisman, she carried that truth with her, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the magic of hope and wonder can always be found if one simply opens their heart to its possibilities. Story 36. In a galaxy where stars glittered like a sea of jewels against the vast canvas of space, there spun a quaint little planet known as Lumina, famed throughout the cosmos for its radiant auroras that painted the night sky in hues of emerald and sapphire. It was here, amidst the gentle hum of the planet's soothing breezes and the fragrant blooms that perfumed the air, that our tale begins. On Lumina lived a creature named Lyra, a being of light and energy, whose form shimmered like liquid gold. Lyra had the gift of weaving light into beautiful patterns, a skill that brought comfort and joy to her fellow Luminites. Her heart was as bright as her luminescent aura, yet she often felt a pang of loneliness, yearning for a companion who truly understood her. One day, as the double sun set and the sky began its nightly dance of colors, a strange object streaked across the horizon, leaving a trail of silver dust. It crashed softly into the meadow near Lyra's dwelling, casting a gentle glow on the surrounding flora. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any Lyra had ever seen, a traveler from the distant, icy planet of Glacius. This traveler was Orion, a being composed of shimmering ice crystals that refracted light into a spectrum of dazzling colors. Orion's eyes, like deep pools of azure, reflected both the cold beauty of his home and an underlying warmth that belied his frozen exterior. The journey to Lumina had been long and treacherous, and Orion's energy reserves were depleted. He had ventured from Glacius in search of warmth and companionship, drawn inexplicably toward the light of Lumina. At first, Lyra and Orion regarded each other with curiosity and caution. Lyra's light was dazzling to Orion's icy form, and Orion's chill made Lyra shiver in his presence. Despite their differences, they felt a pull toward one another, an instinctive understanding that they were meant to share this moment. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstanding. Lyra, used to expressing herself in radiant displays, found that her luminous gestures were too intense for Orion, who winced at their brightness. Orion, in turn, tried to convey his thoughts through the gentle crunch of his icy exterior, a language foreign to Lyra. Frustrated but undeterred, they decided to embark on a journey through Lumina's enchanting landscapes. Together, they traversed fields where glowstone flowers whispered secrets in the wind, and wandered through forests where the trees sang harmonies only heard under the cloak of night. The shared adventure began to bridge the gap between them. One evening, as they rested beside a crystal-clear lake that mirrored the celestial ballet above, a sudden storm descended upon them. The winds howled and the sky darkened, threatening to snuff out Lyra's light and freeze Orion's delicate form. It was then that they discovered the true strength of their burgeoning friendship. Lyra, drawing from the vibrant energy of her planet, enveloped Orion in a protective cocoon of warmth and light. In turn, Orion used his icy touch to create a barrier against the storm, his cool presence calming the raging winds. Together, they weathered the tempest, their combined strengths creating a haven of peace amidst the chaos. In the aftermath of the storm, as tranquility returned to the night, Lyra and Orion sat side by side, their differences now a source of comfort rather than conflict. Lyra realized that her shimmering patterns could be softened to accommodate Orion's sensitivities, and Orion found that his icy nature could be warmed by Lyra's glow. Through their shared trials, they had come to understand the beauty of embracing their differences and the strength that lay in unity. They spoke without words, their hearts intertwined in a dance of mutual respect and affection. As the first light of dawn caressed the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Lyra and Orion knew they had found in each other the friendship they had longed for. Together, they would explore the wonders of the universe, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and the unyielding light of companionship. And so, under the watchful gaze of distant stars and the gentle hum of Lumina's winds, Lyra and Orion set forth into a new day, hand in hand, ready to face whatever the cosmos might bring, secure in the knowledge that they would never again walk alone. Story 37. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whisper of the wind carried secrets of ages past, there was a glade known only to the creatures of the wood. This glade, bathed in the dappled light of the sun filtering through the canopy, was a place of harmony and balance, where the natural world thrived in serene concert. The air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the earthy aroma of moss that carpeted the forest floor. It was here that the creatures of the forest gathered, each playing their part in the delicate symphony of life. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Brindle, whose shell was etched with the patterns of countless seasons. Brindle was known throughout the forest for his calm demeanor and profound knowledge of the natural world. His eyes, deep and gentle, seemed to twinkle with the light of 1,000 stars as he moved slowly through the glade, leaving a trail of wisdom in his wake. One crisp morning, as autumn leaves began to paint the forest in hues of amber and gold, a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the first chill of winter. The creatures of the forest gathered in a circle, drawn by the promise of warmth and companionship. Squirrels with bushy tails fluffed against the cold, birds flitting from branch to branch, and a family of deer whose coats shimmered softly in the morning light. All were present, each with their own story to tell. In the center of the gathering stood a delicate creature named Willow, a fawn with eyes as bright as the moonlit sky. Though young, Willow possessed a curiosity that often led her to explore the hidden nooks of the forest. She had come upon the glade that morning with a question that weighed heavily on her heart. "Brindle," she began, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "how do the trees know when to shed their leaves? And why must they become bare when the cold winds come?" Brindle, who had seen many seasons come and go, smiled gently at Willow's inquiry. "Ah, dear Willow," he replied, his voice like the soothing murmur of a gentle brook, "the trees are wise beyond their years. They understand the balance that must be maintained within the forest." He paused, letting the murmuring of the forest fill the air before continuing. "Each year, when the days grow shorter and the air turns cool, the trees prepare for the slumber of winter. They shed their leaves to conserve energy, to protect themselves from the chill. It is their way of embracing change and ensuring that they will awaken, renewed, when spring returns." Willow listened intently, her heart swelling with newfound understanding. The other creatures, too, nodded in quiet agreement, their trust in Brindle's wisdom reaffirmed. As the day wore on, the sky began to change, casting a warm glow over the forest. The air was filled with the crisp scent of pine and the distant call of a lone owl. It was a time of transition, and the animals knew that they must prepare for the coming winter. Brindle, sensing the shifting mood, spoke again. "There is magic in the turning of the seasons," he said, his voice carrying a note of reverence. "Each time the leaves fall, they enrich the soil, nourishing the trees and the land. It is a cycle, a reminder that even in letting go, there is the promise of new beginnings." The creatures pondered his words, comforted by the thought that the forest, in all its complexity, was a living testament to the beauty of change and renewal. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold, the glade was wrapped in a gentle stillness. The creatures made their way back to their homes, their hearts warmed by the day's gathering and the wisdom shared. Willow lingered a moment longer, gazing up at the canopy where the stars began to peek through. She felt a sense of peace, knowing that she was a part of this wondrous forest, a single thread in the tapestry of life. With a soft sigh, she turned to follow the path back to her family, her steps light and her spirit uplifted. The forest, with its ancient rhythms and gentle magic, would carry her through the winter, and she would await the spring with an open heart. And so, in the quiet embrace of the ancient forest, the creatures continued their lives, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the timeless dance of nature. Each one, from the smallest mouse to the grandest stag, played their part in maintaining the balance, ensuring that their home remained a sanctuary of peace and harmony for generations to come. Story 38. In a distant corner of the galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered jewels on a velvety black canvas, there lay a peculiar little planet known as Lumia. Lumia was a lush, emerald world, dotted with crystalline lakes and towering trees whose leaves whispered secrets in the wind. The skies were often brushed with hues of lavender and gold, casting a serene glow over the land. On this planet lived a gentle creature named Leora. Leora was a Lumian, small and delicate, with skin that glowed softly like moonlit pearls. She had eyes as deep and curious as the ocean, and her heart was as warm as the sun. Leora spent her days tending to the vibrant flora of Lumia, her touch nurturing life wherever she went. She found joy in the simple melodies of the wind and the gentle rustle of the leaves. However, Leora's peaceful existence was soon to change. One crisp, starlit evening, as she was tending to her garden of shimmering blossoms, a strange object streaked across the sky, trailing a tail of golden sparks before landing with a gentle thud in the meadow nearby. Intrigued and a bit apprehensive, Leora approached the sight, her heart fluttering with a mixture of fear and wonder. There, among the tall grasses, lay a silver pod. Its surface gleamed under the twin moons, and from it emerged a figure unlike any Leora had ever seen. It was a being of metal and light, with limbs that moved fluidly yet precisely. This was Zarek, an automaton from the distant planet of Mecca, a world of machinery and logic, where emotions were as foreign as the flowers of Lumia. Zarek's arrival was no accident. His mission was to collect data on Lumia's unique ecosystem to help restore his own barren world. Yet, upon seeing Leora, he was momentarily entranced by her radiance and the vibrant life pulsating around her. Leora, on the other hand, was both curious and cautious of this strange visitor. whose cold exterior contrasted sharply with her warm, organic world. Their first interactions were fraught with misunderstandings. Zarek, accustomed to the efficiency and precision of his mechanical existence, struggled to comprehend Leora's gentle, intuitive ways. He measured the world in numbers and facts, while Leora spoke in feelings and intuition. When Leora offered him a delicate bloom as a sign of welcome, Zarek analyzed it for its chemical properties, unaware of its symbolic significance. Despite their differences, a challenge soon arose that would bridge the chasm between them. Lumia's vibrant flora began to wither under an unexpected solar flare that threatened to scorch the planet's surface. The once lush paradise was in peril, and both Leora and Zarek knew they had to act swiftly. Leora, with her deep connection to the land, could sense the pain of her beloved plants and creatures. She turned to Zarek, hoping his advanced technology might hold the key to saving her world. Zarek, initially uncertain of how to contribute beyond his analytical capabilities, realized that his knowledge could be their salvation. Together, they devised a plan. Zarek's understanding of energy and technology could deflect the harmful solar rays, while Leora's knowledge of Lumia's flora could aid in reviving the damaged ecosystem. As they worked side by side, they began to learn from one another. Leora saw the beauty in Zarek's logical mind, in how he could transform raw data into meaningful solutions. Zarek, in turn, was moved by Leora's profound empathy and her ability to nurture life with a mere touch. The days passed with a harmonious blend of science and nature, and slowly the planet began to heal. The skies retained their vibrant hues, and the flora began to bloom once more, filling the air with their delicate fragrance. Through their shared challenge, Leora and Zarek discovered the true essence of friendship, a bond that transcended differences, built on mutual respect and understanding. One evening, as they sat together under the canopy of stars, Leora turned to Zarek. "I never imagined that someone so different from me could become such a dear friend," she said, her voice as soft as the night breeze. Zarek's eyes, usually alight with the glow of logic, now held a warmth he had never known. "I have learned that emotions, while intangible, are as vital as the circuits that power my existence," he replied. "Your world has taught me the value of feeling, and for that I am grateful." Their journey had not only saved Lumia, but had also enriched their lives in ways neither could have foreseen. As the challenges of Lumia faded into memory, their friendship blossomed, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, Leora and Zarek sat together, their hearts intertwined like the roots of Lumia's ancient trees. They understood that the universe, vast and infinite, held endless possibilities for those willing to open their hearts and minds. In the end, it was not the differences that defined their friendship, but the shared journey of growth and discovery that made it flourish. And as they watched the stars dance across the heavens, they knew that they had found something truly precious, a friendship that would last far beyond the confines of their worlds. Story 39. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there existed a charming little cottage where the air was always filled with the sweet aroma of blooming lavender and freshly baked bread. The walls of the cottage were covered in ivy, and its thatched roof was home to a family of sparrows who chirped merrily at the break of dawn. Inside, the cottage was warm and inviting, with a fireplace that crackled softly, casting a gentle glow over the wooden beams and the worn, comfortable furniture. This was the home of an elderly woman named Mina, who was known far and wide for her kindness and her ability to weave enchanting tales that captivated the hearts of young and old alike. Mina's stories were not just simple narratives, they were journeys into hidden worlds and explorations of the human spirit. But the most beloved of all her stories was one that she had never written down, preferring instead to share it only on special nights when the moon hung low and the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One such night, as the villagers gathered around the fireplace with steaming mugs of spiced apple cider, Mina began her tale. Her voice was like a gentle stream, flowing smoothly and carrying her listeners with it. "Long ago," she said, "in a time when the world was still young and the lines between reality and magic were blurred, there was a young girl named Leora. She lived with her parents in a small house at the edge of a sprawling forest, a forest rumored to hold secrets that were as old as the earth itself. The villagers leaned in closer, as if the very air around them was charged with anticipation. Leora was a curious soul, always dreaming of adventures and longing to explore the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. Her parents, however, were cautious folk, warning her of the dangers that lurked in the unknown. Yet, curiosity is a powerful force, and it wasn't long before Leora found herself drawn into the forest, her heart beating with a mix of fear and excitement. As Mina's words painted pictures in the minds of her audience, the crackling of the fire seemed to echo the rustling leaves of the enchanted forest. One day, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the world was bathed in twilight, Leora ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The air was cool and fragrant with pine, and the trees stood like ancient guardians, their branches whispering secrets in a language only the wind understood. The villagers could almost feel the forest's embrace, as if they too were walking alongside Leora. As she wandered, Leora stumbled upon a peculiar clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft moss and tiny wildflowers danced in the breeze. In the center of the clearing stood an old, twisted oak tree, its bark etched with strange symbols that seemed to shimmer in the fading light. Mina paused, allowing the image to settle in the minds of her listeners. Intrigued, Leora approached the tree, her fingers brushing against the rough bark. To her surprise, a small door appeared, seamlessly blended with the tree's surface. With a mixture of trepidation and wonder, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was silent, except for the gentle crackle of the fire, as if the very breath of the villagers was held in expectation. Inside, Leora found herself in a cozy chamber, filled with the scent of fresh herbs and honey. Shelves lined the walls, cluttered with jars of mysterious powders and dried plants. In the center of the room was a table covered with a rich tapestry, and upon it lay a single, glowing object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. The fire flickered, casting shadows that danced across the walls. Drawn to the box, Leora reached out and touched it. As her fingers made contact, the lid sprang open to reveal a shimmering crystal, its light pulsating gently, as if it were alive. The crystal was warm to the touch and filled her with an inexplicable sense of peace and clarity. Mina's voice softened, imbued with the wonder of discovery. Suddenly a soft voice echoed in the chamber, as if the walls themselves were speaking. "Welcome, seeker of truths," it said. "You have found the Heartstone, a gift from the forest to those who seek to understand its mysteries." The villagers were captivated, their imaginations ignited by the idea of such a magical gift. The voice continued, "The Heartstone grants the ability to see beyond the surface, to perceive the world in ways others cannot. But with this gift comes great responsibility. Use it wisely, for it will guide you on a journey that will change you forever." Mina paused to let the weight of the words settle, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. Leora knew she had been entrusted with something special, something that could unlock the secrets of the world around her. She thanked the forest for its gift and promised to honor the responsibility it bestowed upon her. The villagers nodded, feeling the gravity of the moment, as if they too were part of Leora's promise. From that day on, Leora's life was filled with wonders she had never before imagined. She could see the hidden pathways of the forest, the intricate dance of the creatures that called it home, and the invisible threads that connected all living things. With each new discovery, her understanding of the world deepened, and she learned to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart. Mina's voice was soothing, like a lullaby that wrapped the villagers in its warmth. Leora's journey was not without its challenges. She faced moments of doubt and fear, but with the guidance of the Heartstone and the support of the forest, she found the strength to overcome them. Along the way, she met other seekers, each with their own gifts and stories, and together they forged friendships that transcended differences and defied expectations. The fire crackled softly, a comforting sound that seemed to echo the bonds of friendship. Through her journey, Leora learned that true wisdom comes from understanding and empathy, from the courage to explore the unknown and the humility to accept that there is always more to learn. In the end, she returned to her village, not just as a seeker of truths, but as a guardian of the forest and its secrets. Mina's story was drawing to a close, her voice a gentle whisper that lingered in the air. And so, Leora's tale reminds us that the world is filled with magic, if only we have the eyes to see it and the heart to embrace it. The journey of discovery is never ending, and with each step, we become a little wiser and a little more connected to the wonder that surrounds us. As Mina's voice faded, the villagers sat in a peaceful silence, their hearts filled with the warmth of the story and the glow of the fire. The tale of Leora and the Heartstone would stay with them, a gentle reminder of the beauty and mystery that lay just beyond the edge of the familiar. With the night drawing to a close, Mina bid her listeners good night, her smile as comforting as a soft blanket. As they made their way home, the villagers carried with them a newfound sense of wonder, their dreams filled with the promise of adventures yet to come, and the knowledge that true magic lay in the journey of the heart. Story 40. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight dappled the mossy ground and the air brimmed with the earthy scent of pine and cedar, there existed a hidden world known only to those who moved quietly and listened deeply. This was the realm of the verdant grove, a sanctuary where the boundaries between reality and magic gently intertwined like the delicate vines that crept up the towering trunks. Every creature in the verdant grove had its role to play in maintaining the delicate balance of their enchanted world. Among them was an old wise tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was a map of the forest carved by time itself, each groove and ridge telling stories of storms weathered and seasons past. His eyes twinkled like morning dew as he shuffled slowly yet purposefully through the underbrush. Thistle was often accompanied by his dear friend, a sprightly squirrel named Hazel, whose fur was the russet of autumn leaves. Hazel was as quick-witted as she was nimble, with a heart full of kindness and a pouch full of acorns. Together, they formed an unlikely pair, a slow, steady tortoise and a lively, darting squirrel, yet their friendship was a testament to the harmony that thrived within the grove. One crisp morning, as the forest awoke with a gentle chorus of birdsong and the soft rustle of leaves, Thistle noticed something peculiar. The air felt charged, humming with an unfamiliar energy. The forest, usually so vibrant and in sync, seemed slightly off-kilter, as if a hidden note in its symphony had gone awry. The streams that usually gurgled in merry tunes now whispered in hushed tones, and the breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers seemed to hold its breath. Hazel, ever observant, scampered up to Thistle, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Thistle, do you feel it too? The grove is whispering secrets today, secrets that even the wind seems hesitant to carry." Thistle nodded thoughtfully, his pace unhurried as he absorbed the sensations around him. "Indeed, dear Hazel, the balance is shifting, and it calls for our attention. Let us seek the counsel of the elder tree. It holds the wisdom of ages and may shed light on this mystery." With Hazel perched atop Thistle's shell, they made their way through the forest. The path wound through a tapestry of ferns and wildflowers, lit by the gentle glow of morning light filtering through the canopy. The scent of rich earth and sweet blossoms mingled in the air, wrapping them in a comforting embrace. The elder tree stood in the heart of the grove, its gnarled branches reaching out like wise old hands beckoning to those who sought its knowledge. As they approached, the tree seemed to lean in, its leaves rustling in a language all its own. "Welcome, Thistle and Hazel," the tree whispered in a voice as soft as the summer breeze and as deep as the roots that anchored it. "I sense the disturbance you speak of. It is the changing of the seasons, yet something more profound stirs beneath the surface." Thistle bowed his head respectfully, his voice steady and calm. "Honored elder, what is the cause of this imbalance? How can we restore the harmony that our beloved grove depends upon?" The elder tree's leaves shimmered with the wisdom of countless years, and its branches swayed gently as it spoke. "The magic of the grove is tied intricately to the cycles of nature, the seasons, the weather, the very breath of the earth. As the world beyond our forest changes, so too does our own. But there is more to this shift. A storm approaches, one that carries with it the echoes of the past and the promise of renewal." Hazel's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her tail flicking in anticipation. "A storm? But how can a storm bring renewal? The elder tree chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of leaves in the wind. In nature, storms cleanse and rejuvenate. They remind us that from chaos comes clarity, and from upheaval, new growth. But this storm is special, for it carries the memories of those who have walked this land before us. It is a storm of wisdom, of stories untold, and it seeks to share its gifts with those who are willing to listen. Thistle and Hazel exchanged a glance, their hearts warmed by the elder tree's words. They thanked the wise guardian and retreated to a quiet glade to ponder the storm's message. As they rested beneath the shelter of a towering oak, the sky began to change, clouds gathering in a tapestry of silver and gray. As dusk fell and the forest was painted in shades of twilight, the first drops of rain began to fall, a gentle patter that sang a lullaby to the earth. The storm unfurled its arms across the sky, a symphony of wind and water, of lightning that danced like fireflies in the night. Thistle and Hazel watched in awe as the storm wove its magic through the grove. The air shimmered with the scent of rain-soaked earth and the freshness of new beginnings. With every rumble of thunder, the forest seemed to breathe, its spirit intertwined with the ancient echoes carried on the wind. As the storm reached its crescendo, a radiant light burst through the clouds, illuminating the grove in a golden glow. It was as if the forest itself had come alive, the trees swaying in a dance of gratitude and the streams singing in harmony once more. In that moment, Thistle and Hazel understood the profound lesson the storm had brought. Change, though often unsettling, was a necessary part of the cycle of life. It was through change that the forest renewed itself, drawing strength from its roots and reaching for the sky. When the storm finally passed, the grove shimmered with a renewed vitality. The sun peeked through the clouds, casting a warm embrace over the land. Creatures emerged from their shelters, their eyes bright with the promise of a new day. Thistle turned to Hazel, his voice soft and full of warmth. "We have witnessed the magic of the storm, dear friend. It has taught us that wisdom lies not only in holding steadfast, but also in embracing the change that life brings." Hazel nodded, her heart light with understanding. And in that change, we find new stories, new friendships, and a deeper connection to our world. Together, they wandered back through the forest, their spirits as light as the breeze that carried the scent of rain-washed earth. The verdant grove thrummed with a sense of peace, its balance restored by the gentle hands of nature and the wisdom passed down through the ages. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft glow over the land, Thistle and Hazel settled into their cozy nook beneath the stars. Wrapped in the warmth of their friendship and the comfort of the forest's embrace, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the stories yet to be told and the adventures yet to come. Story 41. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled at the foot of the Whispering Woods, there stood a little antique shop known as Tales of Time. Its windows were adorned with intricate lace curtains, and the bell above the door chimed with a melodic tinkle whenever a visitor stepped inside. The shop was filled with the scent of aged parchment and polished wood, with shelves lined with trinkets and treasures from forgotten eras. Each item seemed to hold a story, that whispering softly to those who cared to listen. The proprietor of this charming establishment was an elderly woman named Matilda, who had a twinkle in her eye and a smile as warm as a summer's day. Her life was a tapestry of tales and secrets, much like the shop she tended. Among the many wondrous items she curated, there was one particular object that often went unnoticed, a small, unassuming brass key, tarnished by time and tucked away in a dusty corner. One crisp autumn afternoon, a young boy named Finn wandered into the shop. Finn was a curious soul, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with mischief. He had a penchant for exploration, spending his days wandering the village and the edges of the Whispering Woods. On this particular day, the air was crisp and the leaves crunched underfoot, the perfect backdrop for a new adventure. As Finn meandered through the shop, his fingers brushed against the various artifacts, each one sparking his imagination. But it was the glint of the brass key that caught his eye. Drawn to its mysterious allure, he picked it up and felt an unmistakable hum of energy course through his fingertips. "Ah, you've found the key to wonders," Matilda said, her voice gentle and encouraging. "What does it unlock?" Finn asked, turning the key over in his hand, its weight comforting and familiar. That, my dear boy, is a mystery, Matilda replied with a knowing smile. But I believe it holds the power to reveal what is truly needed in your heart. Intrigued and eager to uncover its secrets, Finn thanked Matilda and tucked the key safely into his pocket. He left the shop with a sense of purpose, setting off toward the whispering woods where adventure awaited. The forest was a symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong, the sunlight filtering through the canopy in dappled patches of warmth. As Finn walked deeper into the woods, he felt the key grow warm against his chest. He paused beside a towering oak and noticed a small, hidden path that seemed to beckon him onward. With cautious steps, Finn followed the path as it wound through the trees, leading him to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with runes that glowed softly in response to the key's presence. Finn approached the archway, his heart filled with a mix of trepidation and excitement. As he held the key aloft, the runes shimmered, and the air around him seemed to hum with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, crossing the threshold. On the other side of the archway, Finn found himself in a realm both familiar and wondrously strange. The landscape was a vibrant tapestry of colors, where the sky shifted from azure to rose with each passing moment. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and fresh rain, and the ground beneath his feet felt soft and welcoming. As he gazed around in awe, Finn was greeted by a pair of companions who emerged from the surrounding foliage. The first was a fox named Lysander, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, and whose eyes held an ancient wisdom. The second was a small, cheerful turtle named Willow, whose shell was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the sunlight. "Welcome, young traveler," Lysander said with a graceful bow. "We have been waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Finn echoed, his curiosity piqued. "Indeed," Willow chimed in, her voice bright and soothing. "This realm is a place of discovery, and you hold the key to its secrets." With their guidance, Finn embarked on a journey through this magical land. They traversed fields of blooming wildflowers, crossed crystalline streams that sang as they flowed, and scaled gentle hills that offered breathtaking views of the world beyond. Along the way, Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stars, each one offering a piece of the puzzle he was meant to solve. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a soft, lavender glow, Finn and his companions reached the edge of an enchanted lake. Its surface was smooth as glass, reflecting the sky above like a mirror. In the center of the lake, an island rose, shrouded in mist and mystery. "Here lies your challenge," Lysander said, his gaze steady and reassuring. "To reach the island, you must find the path within yourself." Finn pondered this riddle, feeling the weight of the key against his heart. He closed his eyes, allowing the tranquility of the lake to seep into his soul. He thought of the kindness he had encountered, the friendship he had forged, and the courage he had discovered within himself. With newfound clarity, Finn realized that the key was not meant to unlock a physical door, but rather to open a path to understanding and inner peace. As this truth settled within him, the mist around the island began to dissipate, revealing a bridge of light that stretched across the water. "Well done, Finn," Willow said, her eyes twinkling with pride. "You have discovered the magic within." Together, they crossed the bridge to the island, where Finn was greeted by a sight that filled his heart with warmth. At the center stood a tree of unparalleled beauty, its branches stretching toward the heavens, and its leaves shimmering with every color of the rainbow. Beneath the tree, a circle of stones formed a perfect ring, each one inscribed with symbols of friendship, wisdom, and love. Finn knew then that this was the heart of the realm, a place where all journeys converged and all answers could be found. He sat beneath the tree, feeling its gentle presence envelop him in a soothing embrace. As the night deepened and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Finn's eyelids grew heavy with contentment. He lay back against the soft earth, his companions by his side, and allowed the peacefulness of the realm to lull him into a deep, restful sleep. When Finn awoke, he found himself back in the whispering woods, the archway behind him and the key still nestled in his hand. The morning sun filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow over everything it touched. Though the magical realm had faded from view, its lessons lingered in his heart. With a grateful smile, Finn made his way back to Willowbrook, the key now a cherished reminder of his journey. As he walked, he felt a newfound connection to the world around him, a deeper appreciation for the beauty and wonder that existed in every moment. In the days that followed, Finn shared his tale with Matilda, who listened with a knowing smile and nodded in understanding. The key, he realized, had unlocked not only the secrets of the magical realm, but also the potential within himself. And so the little antique shop continued to stand at the heart of Willowbrook, its shelves brimming with treasures and tales waiting to be discovered. For in every corner of the world, there are magical objects and wondrous journeys, just waiting for a curious heart to unlock their secrets. As the sun set over the village, casting a gentle glow across the rooftops, Finn knew that his adventure was just beginning. With the key to wonders now a part of his story, he walked forward with open eyes and an open heart, ready to embrace whatever mysteries the future might hold. Story 42. Once upon a starlit night, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, the first crisp breeze of autumn swept through the towering trees, carrying whispers of change. As the leaves began their transition from vibrant green to fiery shades of red and gold, the woodland creatures stirred, sensing the rhythm of the seasons shifting. Among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak dwelled a family of wise old rabbits, their fur as soft as thistledown. The eldest Sage had seen countless autumns come and go, and with each passing year, her respect for the delicate balance of nature grew deeper. On this particular night, Sage gathered her young kits around the warm glow of a mushroom lantern, their noses twitching with curiosity. "My little ones," she began, her voice as gentle as the falling leaves, "tonight marks the start of a magical time when the forest prepares for its long winter slumber." The kits huddled closer, their eyes wide with wonder, as Sage recounted the tales passed down through generations of rabbits. She spoke of the hidden lives of the forest creatures, each playing their part in maintaining the harmony of this verdant realm. "The squirrels," Sage explained, "diligently gather acorns and seeds, ensuring the trees can slumber peacefully, knowing their young will sprout come springtime." The kits nodded, imagining the industrious squirrels scurrying from branch to branch, their cheeks bulging with precious cargo. "And the bees," Sage continued, "they too have a vital role. As the last blossoms fade, they return to their hives, carrying the essence of the flowers within their honeyed treasures, safeguarding the memories of summer's vibrant blooms." The kit's eyes sparkled with delight as Sage described the magical phenomena that accompanied the changing seasons. "When the first frost kisses the forest floor, crystalline patterns will spread across every leaf and twig, transforming our home into a glittering wonderland." Sage then spoke of the spirit guardians, ancient beings as old as the forest itself, who watched over the delicate balance of nature. On the night of the full moon, you might glimpse their ethereal forms dancing among the trees, casting shimmering trails of stardust in their wake. As the night grew deeper, the kits snuggled closer to Sage, their eyelids growing heavy with the weight of the wondrous tales they had heard. Sage smiled warmly, wrapping her downy tail around them, and whispered, "Remember, my little ones, the forest is a living, breathing entity, and we are all connected through the intricate web of life. Respect its rhythms, cherish its bounty, and the magic will forever surround you." With those words, the kits drifted into peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with visions of glowing mushrooms, dancing spirit guardians, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the autumn breeze. And as the moon rose high above the ancient forest, its silvery light cast a gentle glow upon the harmony and balance that reigned within this enchanted realm. Story 43. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn had a curious nature, always eager to explore the world around him. Each morning, he would wander through the village, his imagination painting wondrous tales with the simplest of sights. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves danced down from the trees like golden butterflies, Finn found himself near the edge of the village. There, hidden among the roots of an ancient oak, he discovered a peculiar object, a small, brass compass, dull and seemingly forgotten by time. Its needle spun wildly, never settling in one direction. Intrigued, Finn tucked it into his pocket, sensing that it held secrets yet to be revealed. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with hues of amber and violet, Finn sat by the hearth in his cozy cottage. The warmth of the fire wrapped around him like a comforting blanket. His grandmother, a wise woman with gentle eyes and stories as old as the hills, noticed the compass clutched in his hand. "Ah, you've found the compass of wonders," she said with a knowing smile. "It chooses those with pure hearts and curious minds. But be warned, it shows not the path to treasure, but the journey to understanding." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a touch of disbelief. "How does it work, Grandma?" he asked, his voice a mix of excitement and awe. "Follow where it leads, and listen to the whispers of your heart," she replied, her voice as soothing as the gentle crackle of the fire. "It will guide you to where you need to be." That night, as Finn lay in bed, the compass resting on his bedside table, he dreamt of far-off lands and adventures untold. When he awoke, the compass lay still, its needle pointing steadily towards the forest beyond the village. With a heart full of anticipation, Finn set off, the compass guiding his steps. The path wound through the woods, where the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet song of birds. Along the way, he met a peculiar cast of characters who joined him on his journey. First was Luna, a wise old owl with feathers as soft as moonlight. She perched on a branch above Finn, her eyes glimmering with intelligence. "I see you've met the compass," she hooted. "It often leads to questions before answers. Remember, young one, wisdom is found in the stillness of thought." Next came Bramble, a mischievous fox with a coat of fiery red and a playful glint in his eyes. He bounded alongside Finn, sharing tales of his escapades. "Sometimes," Bramble chirped, "the hardest puzzles are solved with a little laughter and friendship." As the forest thinned, Finn and his companions arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of the afternoon sun. In the center stood a mysterious, translucent sphere, shimmering like captured starlight. The compass needle pointed directly towards it, quivering with energy. But as Finn approached, a challenge awaited him. The sphere was encircled by a ring of stones, each engraved with a riddle. Finn understood that brute strength or forceful will could not solve this puzzle. Instead, he paused, recalling the wisdom he had gathered from Luna and Bramble. Together, they pondered each riddle. Finn listened to Luna's insights and laughed at Bramble's playful antics, which sparked ideas like fireflies in the night. With patience and collaboration, they solved the riddles one by one, each answer illuminating the path forward. Finally, with the last riddle solved, the sphere glowed brightly, and a gentle voice filled the glade, thanking Finn for his wisdom and kindness. The sphere dissolved into motes of light, revealing a beautiful, enchanted garden hidden within, a place where dreams were nurtured and grew into realities. As Finn and his companions explored the garden, they felt a profound sense of peace and understanding. Finn realized that the true magic lay not in the compass itself, but in the journey it inspired, the friendships formed, the wisdom gained, and the courage found within his own heart. With the setting sun casting a golden hue over the garden, Finn knew it was time to return home. The compass, now still, had guided him to a newfound understanding of himself and the world around him. Back in Larkspur Hollow, Finn's grandmother greeted him with a warm embrace. As they sat together by the fire, Finn shared tales of his adventure, the compass resting quietly in his lap, a reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to follow their hearts. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars, Finn drifted into a peaceful slumber, his heart full of dreams and the gentle whisper of leaves rustling in the wind. The village slept soundly, cradled in the embrace of the night, as the tales of the Compass of Wonders continued to inspire those with hearts open to the extraordinary. In the quiet corners of Larkspur Hollow, where magic lingered in the air and dreams were nurtured with care, Finn's story became a cherished legend, told by firesides and whispered under starlit skies, a reminder that the greatest journeys often begin with a single step and a heart full of wonder. And so, dear listener, as you close your eyes and drift into dreams of your own, remember the gentle wisdom of the compass and the adventures that await those who seek with an open heart. May your dreams be filled with joy, discovery, and the warm embrace of friendship, as the night wraps you in its peaceful embrace. Story 44. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Pinewood Glen, nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young boy named Oliver. The village was known for its cobblestone paths and charming cottages covered in ivy, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and blooming wildflowers. Life in Pinewood Glen was simple, yet it held an air of enchantment that seemed to linger in every corner. Oliver was an inquisitive soul, with hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed grass at dawn. He spent his days exploring the meadows and the edges of the mysterious forest that bordered the village, always in search of adventure. His most cherished possession was an old, tattered map that his grandfather had given him. It was said to be a map of Pinewood Glen, but Oliver had never found anything remarkable within its folds, until one fateful afternoon. As the golden sun began to dip behind the hills, casting a warm glow over the village, Oliver sat by the fireplace in his cozy cottage, studying the map once more. The gentle crackle of the fire and the soft ticking of the grandfather clock were the only sounds in the room. Just as he was about to fold the map away, his fingers brushed over a part of the parchment that felt different, softer, like a whisper of silk. He leaned closer, and to his astonishment, a new path slowly appeared, shimmering faintly, as if made of moonlight. Eager with curiosity, Oliver knew he had to follow this new path. He bundled up warmly against the evening chill, and with the map clutched tightly in his hand, he set off towards the forest. As he entered the woods, the scent of pine and earth enveloped him, and the rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby that guided his steps. The path led Oliver deeper into the forest than he had ever ventured before. Just as he began to wonder if he should turn back, he stumbled upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of the rising moon. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered with a silvery hue, and nestled between its roots was a small, unassuming wooden box. With a mix of excitement and caution, Oliver approached the box and gently opened it. Inside lay a delicate, intricately carved wooden whistle. As he picked it up, he felt a gentle warmth radiate through his fingers, as if the whistle had been waiting just for him. Curiosity piqued. Oliver brought the whistle to his lips and played a soft, tentative note. To his amazement, the sound resonated through the forest, causing the trees to sway as if dancing to an ancient melody. Suddenly, a small creature with fur as soft as clouds and eyes that twinkled like stars appeared from behind the tree. It was a forest sprite, a creature of legend that few in Pinewood Glen had ever seen. The sprite introduced itself as Zyla, guardian of the forest's hidden magic. With a voice as gentle as the breeze, Zyla explained that the whistle had the power to understand the language of nature, a gift bestowed only to those with a pure heart and a quest for wisdom. But there was more. It also held the key to solving the village's most pressing worry. Pinewood Glen had been suffering from an unusual drought, despite the season's promise of rain. The villagers had tried everything, but the skies remained stubbornly clear. Zyla revealed that the answer lay in a hidden spring deep within the forest, whose waters had been blocked by a fallen tree. Only someone who could communicate with the forest could find and understand how to unblock the spring. Armed with this newfound knowledge and the magical whistle, Oliver set out on his quest, with Zyla fluttering by his side. As they journeyed through the forest, Oliver played the whistle, and the trees whispered guidance, leading them to the hidden spring. There, they found the great tree that had fallen, its massive trunk lying across the spring's source. Oliver pondered the challenge. Moving such a large tree was beyond his physical strength, but he remembered Zyla's words about the whistle's power. He played a gentle tune, asking the forest for help. In response, the ground trembled softly, and the roots of nearby trees began to move, weaving together to lift the fallen trunk aside. With the spring unblocked, water flowed freely once more, glistening under the moonlight like a river of stars. The air filled with the sound of gurgling water, a melody of renewal and hope. Zyla danced joyfully, and Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and accomplishment. When Oliver returned to Pinewood Glen, he found the villagers rejoicing as rain clouds gathered above, ready to release their precious gift upon the land. The fields drank eagerly, and the village soon bloomed with life and color once more. From that day on, Oliver was known as the boy who listened to the whispers of the woods. He kept the whistle close, a reminder of the magic that lay hidden in the world around him, waiting to be discovered by those willing to listen. As the years passed, Oliver often revisited the ancient tree and the clearing where his journey began, always with Zyla by his side. Together, they watched the seasons change, their friendship a testament to the beauty that comes from understanding and harmony. And so, as the fire crackled gently in the hearth and the moon cast its silvery glow over Pinewood Glen, Oliver's story became a cherished tale, told by warm voices beside many a crackling fireplace, reminding everyone of the wonders that await when we open our hearts to the magic of the world. Story 45. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, there stood a cozy cobblestone cottage with a thatched roof. This was the home of young Martin, a gentle soul with a love for the wonders of the world around her. Martin's days were filled with simple joys, listening to the songs of the sparrows, watching the clouds drift lazily across the sky, and tending to her vibrant garden that seemed to bloom in harmony with her tender care. One crisp autumn afternoon, while the golden leaves fluttered like whispers from the trees, Martin was tending to her garden when she noticed something unusual. Amidst the familiar blooms, there gleamed a peculiar object covered in a lattice of vines. Curious, she gently brushed aside the leaves to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box. It seemed to pulse with a soft, warm glow, as if it held a secret yearning to be discovered. With careful fingers, Martin opened the lid to find a delicate, shimmering bell nestled inside. As she lifted it, the bell emitted a soft chime, like the distant laughter of a mountain brook. At that moment, the world around her seemed to pause, and the air shimmered with an enchanting vitality. Intrigued, Martin decided to seek the wisdom of the village's eldest resident, Granny Willow, who lived at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Granny Willow was known for her vast knowledge of all things mystical and mundane, her kind eyes twinkling with the mischief of 1,000 tales. Setting off on her journey with the bell tucked safely in her satchel, Martin soon found herself accompanied by two unexpected companions. First was Thistle, a sprightly squirrel with a penchant for collecting acorns and secrets alike. His eyes sparkled with curiosity, and he chattered incessantly about the goings-on of the forest. Second was Lumen, a wise old owl who had seen many moons. Lumen flew gracefully by Martin's side, offering sage advice in his deep, soothing voice whenever it was needed. As they made their way through the forest, the trio encountered various challenges that required more than simple strength to overcome. At one point, they came across a rickety bridge, swaying perilously over a bubbling brook. Martin hesitated, unsure whether it would hold their weight. It was Thistle who noticed a pattern in the planks, suggesting they tread only on those marked with the etchings of leaves. Martin, trusting in Thistle's woodland wisdom, crossed safely to the other side. Further along, a dense mist enveloped the path, concealing it from view. It was then that Lumen shared a simple truth. Sometimes it is not the eyes that guide us, but the heart. With renewed courage, Martin stepped forward, feeling for the path with her heart's intuition, and soon emerged into the clarity of sunlight once more. Finally reaching Granny Willow's cottage, Martin was greeted with the warm aroma of herbs and the sound of a crackling fire. Granny Willow welcomed her with a smile that crinkled the corners of her eyes, and Martin felt instantly at home. She shared the tale of the mysterious bell and the journey it had inspired. Granny Willow examined the bell with reverence, her fingers tracing its delicate carvings. "This is no ordinary bell, dear Martin," she said, her voice as soft as the falling leaves. "It holds the power of harmony, a gift that can attune the world to its natural rhythm. But remember, its true magic lies not in its sound, but in the intention of the one who rings it." Martin pondered Granny Willow's words, realizing that the journey itself had taught her about the importance of harmony, between friends, with nature, and within her own heart. She thanked Granny Willow, Thistle, and Lumen for their guidance and companionship, feeling a deep sense of gratitude for the wisdom they shared. As Marin made her way back home, she carried the bell with a newfound understanding. She knew that its magic was a reminder of the harmony that she could bring into her life and the lives of others, simply by being true and kind-hearted. That evening, as the stars twinkled above the village like a tapestry of diamonds, Marin sat by her garden, the bell resting peacefully in her lap. She gazed up at the night sky, feeling a serene connection to the world around her and to the gentle magic that lived within her own heart. And so, in her quiet little cottage, with the fire crackling softly and the wind whispering through the trees, Marin drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of new journeys and the endless wonders they would bring. Story 46. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where nebulae painted the cosmic canvas with swirls of color and stars twinkled like distant candles, lay a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. It was a place where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of lumiflowers that bloomed in endless fields. On this enchanting planet lived a solitary being named Kale. Kale was a lumen, a gentle creature with skin that glowed faintly in the dark and eyes like the depths of a tranquil sea. Despite his serene surroundings, Kale often felt a deep longing for companionship, as all the other lumens preferred the quiet solitude of their own company. One evening, as Kale wandered near the shimmering shores of the celestial lake, he noticed a peculiar object glinting under the moonlight. As he approached, he realized it was not a mere object, but a small spacecraft, the likes of which he had only heard about in tales whispered by the elders. Emerging from the craft was a being unlike any he had ever seen. It was tall and slender, with skin that sparkled like starlight and eyes that captured the entire spectrum of the rainbow. This was Lyra, an Astrian from the distant world of Astralis, known for their curiosity and wanderlust. Lyra had traveled across galaxies, seeking new wonders and experiences. At first, Kale was hesitant. The lumens were a timid species, and they rarely interacted with outsiders. Yet there was something in Lyra's gaze that spoke of warmth and kindness, and Kale felt an inexplicable pull towards this celestial visitor. "Hello," Lyra said softly, her voice like a melody carried by the wind. "I hope I'm not intruding. My ship needed repairs, and I found myself here." Kale nodded, trying to hide his nervousness. "You are welcome here," he replied, his voice gentle and cautious. "I am Kale." Over the next few days, as Lyra worked on her spacecraft, Kale found himself drawn to her stories of distant stars and vibrant planets. He was fascinated by her tales of the bustling cities of Astralis, with their towering spires that reached towards the heavens and the endless skies filled with flying creatures. However, their budding friendship was not without its challenges. One evening, as they sat by the lake, Kale presented Lyra with a bouquet of lumiflowers, a gesture of friendship among the lumens. To his dismay, Lyra recoiled slightly, her expression one of confusion. "Did I offend you?" Kale asked, his glow dimming with worry. Lyra quickly shook her head, realizing her mistake. "Oh no, Kale. It's just that on Astralis, these flowers are used in ceremonies of parting. I misunderstood." Kale's heart lifted with relief as he understood the cultural difference. "Ah, I see. Here, they symbolize friendship and welcome." This misunderstanding became a moment of growth for them both, teaching them the importance of patience and communication. They spent more time sharing stories of their cultures, learning and laughing together as they bridged the gap between their worlds. One day, as they explored the crystalline caves of Luminara, a sudden tremor shook the ground. Kale and Lyra found themselves trapped by fallen rocks, their path blocked. Panic threatened to rise, but Kale closed his eyes, focusing on the gentle hum of his inner glow. Lyra noticed this and followed suit, using her own radiant energy to calm her mind. "Let's find a way together," Lyra suggested, her voice steady and reassuring. With careful planning and mutual support, they began to move the rocks, inch by inch, until they created a small passage. As they emerged into the light of the open sky, they laughed with relief, their bond strengthened by the shared challenge. As the days turned into weeks, Kale and Lyra became inseparable companions. They spent their evenings by the celestial lake, sharing dreams and hopes beneath the twinkling stars. Kale taught Lyra the art of creating light sculptures from lumiflowers, delicate shapes that danced in the breeze, while Lyra introduced Kale to the celestial music of her people, melodies that seemed to be woven from the very fabric of the universe. Their friendship, once unlikely, blossomed into a deep understanding and affection that transcended their differences. Kale learned to see the world through Lyra's adventurous eyes, while Lyra found peace and solace in the gentle rhythms of Luminara. As the time came for Lyra to depart, her ship finally repaired, she stood by the lake with Kale, feeling a bittersweet tug at her heart. "I must continue my journey," she said softly, "but I will carry our friendship with me, like a light across the stars." Kale nodded, though his heart ached at the thought of her leaving. "And I will cherish the warmth and joy you brought into my life. You have taught me the true meaning of friendship." With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into her spacecraft, and as it ascended into the starlit sky, Kale watched until it became a distant glow. Though Lyra had left, Kale's world was forever changed. He no longer felt the solitude that once enveloped him, for he carried the light of their friendship within him, a beacon of warmth and hope. In the years that followed, Kale often looked to the stars, knowing that somewhere, Lyra was exploring new worlds, sharing her kindness and curiosity. And in his heart, he knew that their paths would cross again, guided by the enduring bond of their friendship. And so, in the gentle embrace of the Luminara night, Kale found peace, a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of a friendship that transcended the stars. Story 47. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the moonlight painted silver trails on the forest floor, there lay a quaint little village named Lumenshire. The village was known for its twinkling lanterns that lined every cobbled path, casting a warm glow over the cozy cottages and bustling market stalls. Each night, as twilight descended, the villagers would gather to share stories and sip on their favorite chamomile tea. One chilly autumn evening, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the lanterns, which usually burned brightly through the night, started to dim and flicker mysteriously. It was as if they were whispering secrets to the rustling leaves. This strange occurrence puzzled everyone, for the lanterns had always been steadfast companions in the night's embrace. Among the villagers, there lived a curious young girl named Zyla. With her chestnut braids bouncing as she walked, and her eyes as bright as the morning sun, Zyla had a knack for solving puzzles. She loved the forest, spending her days exploring its nooks and crannies, often accompanied by her best friend and the village's most gentle guardian, a wise old owl named Oliver. One morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the rooftops, Zyla sat beneath the ancient oak tree that stood proudly in the village square. "Oliver," she mused, her voice barely above a whisper, "what do you think is causing the lanterns to flicker? It's almost as if they're trying to tell us something." Oliver ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Perhaps they are," he replied, his voice deep and soothing. "The forest holds many mysteries, and sometimes it speaks in ways we do not immediately understand." Determined to uncover the truth, Zyla decided to investigate. She packed her satchel with a small notebook, a lavender-scented candle, and a piece of her mother's freshly baked bread. With Oliver perched on her shoulder, they set off into the heart of the whispering woods, where magic danced lightly in the air. As they wandered deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to lean in, their branches arching protectively overhead. The path was carpeted with golden leaves, and the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth. Zyla and Oliver paused now and then to listen to the wind's soft murmur, hoping it might offer a clue. After a while, they came upon a clearing they had never seen before. In the center stood a cluster of mushrooms that glowed faintly with an iridescent light. Entranced, Zyla knelt beside them and noticed something unusual. The mushrooms pulsed in rhythm with the flickering of the village lanterns. "Oliver, look!" Zyla exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. "These mushrooms, they're connected to the lanterns somehow." Oliver's eyes twinkled with understanding. "Ah," he hooted softly, "these are moonshroom mushrooms. They absorb the moon's light and share it with the village through the lanterns, but it seems something is troubling them." Zyla thought for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the clearing. She noticed a slight shadow cast by a fallen branch, covering a portion of the mushrooms. "Perhaps they need more moonlight," she suggested, removing the branch gently. As she did, the mushrooms glowed brighter, their light steady and strong. The forest seemed to sigh with relief, and in that moment, Zyla knew they had solved the mystery. The moonshroom mushrooms were not receiving enough moonlight, causing the lanterns to flicker uncertainly. With the obstacle removed, the mushrooms could now bask in the moon's glow and share their light once more. As the sun began to set, Zyla and Oliver returned to Lumenshire. That evening, the lanterns shone brighter than ever, their light a beacon of warmth in the cool night air. The villagers gathered around Zyla to hear her tale, their hearts full of gratitude and admiration. "You see," Oliver said to the crowd, "sometimes the answers we seek are right before us, hidden in the simple things we might overlook." From that day on, the villagers of Lumenshire took extra care to ensure the moonshroom mushrooms were never shaded again. And every night, as the lanterns glimmered and the stars twinkled above, Zyla would sit beneath the ancient oak with Oliver, content in the knowledge that the forest and the village were at peace. And so, nestled in the embrace of the whispering woods, Lumenshire continued to glow with a gentle, magical light, a testament to the power of curiosity, friendship, and the wisdom of a wise old owl. Story 48. In a quaint village tucked away in the heart of an ancient, whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees provided a soothing melody. Leora, with her dark curls and thoughtful eyes, was known for her talent in weaving beautiful tapestries that captured the essence of the seasons. However, in the quiet of her heart, Leora often felt a restless stirring. The world around her was changing with the turn of each season, yet she felt stuck in a tapestry of her own making, unable to weave a new pattern for her life. Her days were filled with the familiar rhythm of loom and thread, yet her dreams whispered of adventure and transformation. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Leora decided to take a walk into the heart of the forest. The forest was a place of mystery and magic, where ancient trees murmured secrets, and the air was alive with the rustling of leaves. She hoped that perhaps here, under the canopy of stars, she might find the answers she sought. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Leora stumbled upon a glen bathed in moonlight. In its center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age. As she approached, she noticed something peculiar, a small door carved into the base of the tree, emitting a soft, inviting glow. Curiosity piqued, Leora gently pushed the door open and found herself in a cozy, warm chamber nestled within the tree itself. Shelves lined with bottles of colorful liquids and jars of fragrant herbs adorned the walls. In the center of the room, a delicate fairy, with wings that shimmered like morning dew, was tending to a bubbling cauldron. "Welcome, dear Leora," chimed the fairy, her voice as tinkling as silver bells. "I am Seraphina, keeper of this magical grove." Though surprised, Leora felt an immediate warmth and comfort in Seraphina's presence. "I didn't mean to intrude," she said softly, "but I feel lost, caught between who I am and who I wish to become." Seraphina smiled kindly, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "Change is the essence of life, dear one. Sometimes, to find ourselves, we must first lose ourselves in the magic of possibility." With a gentle wave of her hand, Seraphina beckoned Leora to sit by the fire, its crackling warmth casting a soft glow upon the room. "Let us brew a potion of transformation," the fairy said, "a blend of courage, wisdom, and a drop of stardust to light your path." Together they gathered ingredients from the shelves, petals of wild roses for courage, leaves of sage for wisdom, and a sprinkle of stardust that shimmered like the night sky. As they stirred the potion, Seraphina spoke of the importance of embracing change, of trusting in the journey even when the destination was unclear. As Leora sipped the warm, fragrant brew, she felt a gentle tingling spread through her, like the first rays of dawn chasing away the darkness. The forest around her seemed to shimmer, every leaf and creature humming with life. "Remember," Seraphina whispered, "true transformation begins within. Trust yourself and the magic you hold." With newfound clarity, Leora thanked Seraphina and stepped back into the moonlit forest. As she made her way home, the path seemed less daunting, the shadows now friends rather than foes. The air was filled with the promise of new beginnings, each step a dance of discovery. In the days that followed, Leora found herself weaving tapestries unlike any she had created before. They were vibrant and alive, capturing not just the seasons, but the essence of her journey, the courage to change, the wisdom to grow, and the magic that lay within. Her creations spoke to the villagers, inspiring them to embrace their own journeys of transformation. And as Leora shared her story, she discovered that she was not alone. The village, once a place of simple routines, blossomed with tales of growth and magic, each person finding their own path in the tapestry of life. Leora's heart, once restless, now beat with the steady rhythm of contentment and joy. She had learned that while the journey of transformation was her own, the magic was in the sharing, in the connections forged along the way. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient forest, Leora continued to weave her tales of change and wonder, each thread a testament to the beauty of personal discovery and the enchantment of a life well lived. Story 49. In a galaxy far beyond our own, where stars danced across infinite realms, two unlikely companions embarked on an unforgettable journey of friendship. On the lush, verdant planet of Viridis, a young sapling named Willow stood tall, her emerald leaves rustling in the gentle breeze. Born of the planet's ancient forests, Willow possessed a deep connection to the rhythms of nature, her roots intertwined with the very essence of life itself. Meanwhile, on the metallic world of Chiron, a curious robot named Cog spent his days tinkering with intricate machinery, his circuits buzzing with the thirst for knowledge. Cog's sleek, chrome body gleamed with purpose, his mechanical eyes ever vigilant for new challenges to conquer. It was a chance encounter that brought these two together, their paths colliding in the vast expanse of the cosmos. Willow, swept away by a rogue solar flare, found herself adrift in the inky void of space, her leaves curled in fear. Cog, ever the explorer, had ventured beyond his home planet in search of new discoveries, his sensors detecting the faint life force of the lost sapling. At first, their meeting was tinged with misunderstanding. Willow, unaccustomed to the cold, metallic world of machines, recoiled from Cog's outstretched appendages. Cog, programmed to analyze and quantify, struggled to comprehend the delicate intricacies of a living, breathing being. Yet, as they drifted together through the cosmic expanse, their initial apprehensions melted away, replaced by a shared sense of wonder and curiosity. Willow marveled at Cog's intricate inner workings, his circuits humming with a symphony of logic and precision. Cog, in turn, became captivated by the sapling's resilience, her ability to adapt and thrive in the harshest of environments. Their journey was not without its challenges. As they navigated treacherous asteroid fields and encountered hostile alien life forms, they learned to rely on one another's strengths. Willow's connection to the natural world guided them through perilous landscapes, while Cog's unwavering determination and analytical mind helped them overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles. Through these shared trials, a bond unlike any other blossomed between them. Willow taught Cog the beauty of patience and the importance of cultivating inner growth, while Cog shared with Willow the wonders of technological innovation and the thrill of scientific discovery. In moments of darkness, when the cosmic void seemed to swallow them whole, they found solace in each other's presence. Willow's gentle reassurances soothed Cog's circuits, and Cog's steadfast loyalty provided Willow with the strength to persevere. As their journey reached its crescendo, they found themselves on the precipice of a breathtaking revelation. The true meaning of friendship transcended the boundaries of flesh and metal, of organic and inorganic. It was a connection forged through shared experiences, mutual understanding, and an unwavering commitment to support one another, no matter the challenges that lay ahead. And so, as the stars twinkled in the celestial tapestry above, Willow and Cog continued their voyage, their bond unbreakable, their friendship a shining beacon in the vast expanse of the cosmos, a testament to the power of unlikely connections and the enduring strength of unity in the face of adversity. Story 50. In the heart of a verdant valley, nestled between misty mountains and lush, whispering woods, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was a charming place, where cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs, and the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers filled the air. The villagers were a close-knit community, known for their kindness and hospitality, often gathering at twilight in the village square to share stories and laughter. Willowbrook, however, was not just any ordinary village. It was a place where magic lingered softly, like a gentle breeze that tickled the skin on a warm summer evening. The villagers lived in harmony with all manner of magical creatures, from the luminous fireflies that danced in the night to the wise old owls who kept watch from the treetops. In this enchanting village lived a gentle soul named Lila. She was a young woman with a curious mind and a heart as warm as the sun's first kiss at dawn. Lila had an affinity for gardens, spending her days tending to the vibrant array of plants that surrounded her cottage. Her garden was renowned throughout Willowbrook for its beauty, a kaleidoscope of colors that seemed to pulse with life. One evening, as the golden light of sunset painted the sky with hues of pink and orange, a peculiar event unfolded. Lila noticed that the flowers in her garden, which usually stood tall and proud, had begun to droop as if weighed down by an invisible burden. The petals, which normally glistened with dew, appeared lackluster, and the air around them felt strangely heavy. Concerned, Lila decided to consult her neighbor, a wise old woman known as Myra. Myra was the village herbalist, a revered figure whose knowledge of plants and their secrets was as deep as the roots of the ancient oaks that bordered the village. Her cottage, draped in ivy and surrounded by fragrant herbs, was a place of comfort and wisdom. As Lila approached Myra's home, she was greeted by the soft hoot of an owl perched in the branches above. It was a barn owl, with eyes like pools of moonlight, and it watched her with a knowing gaze. Lila smiled and nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance in its presence. Myra welcomed Lila with a warm embrace, her eyes crinkling with kindness. "Come in, dear," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "What brings you to my doorstep on this fine evening?" Lila explained the strange occurrences in her garden, describing the drooping flowers and the peculiar heaviness in the air. Myra listened intently, nodding as she absorbed each detail. "It seems there is a mystery afoot," Myra mused, her fingers idly tracing the intricate patterns on the surface of her wooden table. "But fret not, for every mystery has a solution waiting to be discovered." With that, Myra retrieved a dusty tome from a shelf, its leather-bound cover embossed with symbols that glowed softly in the dim light. "This is the Grimoire of Gardens," she explained. "It contains the wisdom of many generations, passed down through time." As Myra leafed through the pages, Lila watched in awe as illustrations of plants and creatures came to life, dancing across the parchment with a gentle glow. Finally, Myra stopped at a page depicting a flower with luminescent petals. "Ah, the starlight blossom," she murmured, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "The starlight blossom is a rare and magical flower," Myra explained. "It thrives on harmony and balance. If the balance is disturbed, the blossom will wilt, casting a shadow over the garden." "But how can we restore the balance?" Lila asked, her brow furrowed with concern. Myra smiled, her expression serene. "Sometimes the answer lies not in doing, but in understanding. Let us seek the wisdom of the Whispering Woods." The Whispering Woods bordered the village, a place where ancient trees whispered secrets to those who would listen. Together, Lila and Myra set off beneath the canopy of leaves, their footsteps soft upon the forest floor. As they delved deeper into the woods, they were joined by a small creature, a sylvan sprite with delicate wings that shimmered like spun silver. The sprite flitted around them, its laughter like the tinkling of bells. "Greetings, travelers," the sprite chirped, its voice light and airy. "What brings you to our woods on this starlit eve?" Lila explained their quest, and the sprite listened with a curious tilt of its head. "Ah, the starlight blossom," it said thoughtfully. "A flower of such grace and beauty. Perhaps it is not the flower, but the heart that needs tending." "What do you mean?" Lila asked, intrigued. "The harmony of the garden reflects the harmony within," the sprite replied, its eyes twinkling mischievously. "Listen to the whispers of the woods, and you may find what you seek." With that, the sprite darted off, leaving a trail of sparkling dust in its wake. Lila and Myra exchanged a glance, the sprite's words lingering in their minds. As they continued their journey, the forest seemed to come alive around them. The leaves rustled with a gentle breeze, and the air was filled with the soft hum of life. Zyla closed her eyes, letting the whispers of the woods wash over her. In the stillness, a memory surfaced. She recalled a time when the villagers had gathered to celebrate the changing of the seasons, their laughter and joy weaving a tapestry of togetherness. In that moment, Zyla understood what the sylvan sprite had meant. "The village," she whispered, her eyes opening with newfound clarity. "We must bring the village together." Mara nodded, her expression one of approval. "Harmony is found in unity," she agreed. "Let us return and share what we have learned." Back in Willowbrook, Zyla and Mara called upon the villagers, explaining the mystery of the starlight blossom and the need for harmony. Inspired by their words, the villagers came together, their spirits lifted by a shared purpose. They gathered in the village square, where laughter and music filled the air, and the warmth of friendship wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. As the night wore on, a gentle glow began to emanate from Zyla's garden, the starlight blossom blooming once more in all its radiant glory. The air felt lighter, the flowers standing tall and vibrant once again. The villagers marveled at the transformation, their hearts brimming with gratitude and joy. In the days that followed, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its bonds of friendship and community stronger than ever. Zyla tended her garden with renewed vigor, her heart aglow with the knowledge that harmony was not just a state of being, but a shared journey. And so, beneath the watchful eyes of the wise old owls and the gentle caress of the whispering woods, the village of Willowbrook continued to grow, a testament to the power of unity and the magic of understanding. As the moon cast its silvery light over the village, Zyla sat by her garden, a contented smile gracing her lips. The mystery had been solved, not through grand gestures, but through the simple act of coming together, a gentle reminder that sometimes the greatest magic of all lies in the hearts of those we hold dear. And with that comforting thought, Zyla drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the promise of another beautiful day in the enchanting village of Willowbrook. Story 51. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Zyla. Willowbrook was a place where the mornings were kissed by the misty breath of dawn, where laughter mingled with the song of the stream that wound its way through the heart of the village. Zyla had always been a curious child. Her days were spent exploring the sun-dappled meadows and the shadowy corners of the forest, where she would imagine worlds within worlds. Her most cherished possession was a small weathered journal she had found in her grandmother's attic. Its pages, though yellowed with age, sparked with promise, as if waiting for a story to unfold. One particularly crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Zyla stumbled upon something peculiar. Tucked beneath the roots of an ancient oak, she discovered a delicate silver locket. It shimmered with an inner light, as if holding the glow of 1,000 sunsets. Intrigued, Zyla carefully opened the locket to reveal a tiny mirror on one side and a mysterious inscription on the other. The heart sees what the eyes cannot. Curiosity piqued, Zyla slipped the locket around her neck, feeling a sudden warmth spread through her. As the days passed, she realized that this was no ordinary trinket. Whenever she gazed into the mirror, she saw glimpses of things not as they were, but as they could be: a hidden path in the forest, a forgotten dream, or a friend in need. One day, as the village prepared for its annual harvest festival, Zyla noticed something strange. The usually vibrant celebration seemed shrouded in a veil of discontent. People who had once greeted each other with smiles now exchanged wary glances. It was as if a shadow had crept into the heart of Willowbrook. Determined to uncover the cause, Zyla consulted her mirror. It revealed a vision of the great oak's roots entwined with a dark, thorny vine that pulsed with an ominous energy. Realizing that this was the source of the village's unease, Zyla knew she had to act. Gathering her courage, Zyla set out towards the great oak, accompanied by 2 steadfast friends. There was Rowan, a gentle, wise old owl with feathers like midnight velvet, known for his deep knowledge of the forest, and Pip, a mischievous squirrel whose heart was as big as his appetite for acorns. As they journeyed through the whispering woods, the air buzzed with anticipation. The path was long and winding, leading them through glades where sunlight dripped like honey, and past brooks that murmured secrets too ancient to understand. Along the way, Rowan shared tales of the forest's lore, while Pip, ever the jester, kept their spirits high with his antics. When they finally reached the great oak, its majestic branches stretched towards the sky like a cathedral. But the sight that met their eyes was troubling. The vine, dark and twisted, clung to the tree with a tenacity that seemed to sap its strength. Lila knew that this challenge was not one of brute force. She knelt beside the roots, the locket warm against her chest, and whispered the words inscribed within. Instantly, the mirror revealed the vine's true nature. It was born of fear and misunderstanding, nourished by the villagers' worries and doubts. Understanding now that the vine could only be vanquished by rekindling hope and trust, Lila turned to her companions. Together, they devised a plan. They would remind the villagers of the joys that bound them and the strength found in unity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, Lila and her friends returned to Willowbrook. They gathered the villagers in the town square, where Lila shared the mirror's revelation. She spoke of the vine, of how fear had clouded their hearts, and how they could dispel it with kindness and understanding. Moved by her words, the villagers began to share their own stories, of dreams once held dear, of friendships forged and forgotten, of the simple joys that had once lit up their days. Laughter echoed through the square, mingling with the gentle strumming of a lute as someone began to play a familiar tune. As hope and warmth spread through the crowd, the great oak shuddered, and the vine began to wither. In its place, new shoots of vibrant green emerged, promising a future filled with light and life. With the village's happiness restored, Lila felt the locket's warmth fade, leaving behind a gentle assurance. She knew that its magic had been in guiding her to the truth, that the greatest power lay not in the locket itself, but in the love and wisdom shared among friends. From that day on, Willowbrook thrived as it had before, a place where the air sang with harmony and the heartbeats of its people resonated as one. And Lila, with her journal now filled with tales of wonder and discovery, knew that her adventures were just beginning, for the world was vast and full of mysteries yet to unfold. And so, as the stars blinked softly above, and the gentle breeze carried whispers of stories yet untold, Lila closed her eyes, cradled by the warmth of friendship and the promise of tomorrow. Story 52. In a quaint little village, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering azure lake, there stood a cottage with windows that twinkled like stars at dusk. The villagers called it the Hearth of Whispers, for it was said that the walls could speak of ancient secrets and forgotten tales. Within this cottage lived a gentle, kind-hearted woman named Leora, known for her warm heart and wisdom. Each morning, Leora would step out into her garden, the air rich with the scent of lavender and honeysuckle. Her garden was a tapestry of colors, where butterflies danced like living jewels and bees hummed a soft melodic tune. It was a place of comfort and tranquility, a sanctuary for any weary soul. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, Leora noticed something peculiar. Her beloved petunia patch, usually a riot of vibrant purples and pinks, was now a deep, mysterious blue. The change was striking and strange. Petunias did not simply change color overnight. Intrigued but not alarmed, Leora decided to investigate the mystery of the blue petunias. Later that day, as the sun climbed higher in the sky, Leora set out to visit the village's wise old sage, an owl named Horatio, who resided in the ancient oak tree at the edge of the forest. As she walked, the wind whispered through the leaves, carrying the sweet scent of pine and the soft rustle of unseen creatures. Upon reaching the oak, Leora looked up and called out, "Horatio, dear friend, I seek your counsel. There is a mystery in my garden that I cannot explain." Horatio, with his feathers as soft as a cloud and eyes like pools of midnight, blinked thoughtfully. "Ah, Leora," he hooted in a deep, gentle voice. "The world is filled with wonders and mysteries. Tell me, what curious occurrence has caught your eye?" Leora described the sudden transformation of her petunias, and as she spoke, Horatio listened intently, occasionally nodding. "It sounds as if magic has touched your garden," he mused, "but fear not. Sometimes magic is simply nature's way of teaching us to look closer, to see the threads that weave our world together." Encouraged by Horatio's wisdom, Leora returned home, determined to observe her garden with new eyes. She spent the afternoon among the flowers, her senses attuned to every detail, the gentle rustling of leaves, the play of sunlight through the branches, and the soft hum of life all around her. As dusk settled over the village, painting the sky with shades of indigo, Leora noticed a soft glow emanating from beneath the petunias. There, nestled in the rich, dark soil, was a cluster of tiny luminescent mushrooms casting a gentle azure light. Could these be the cause of the petunia's transformation? Realizing the mushrooms were the source of the mystery, Leora gently cleared away the soil around them, revealing their delicate, intricate forms. It was then she recalled stories of moon mushrooms, rare and magical fungi that appeared only under the light of the full moon. They were known to have mysterious properties, capable of enhancing the beauty and color of plants around them. With a heart full of wonder, Leora decided to leave the mushrooms undisturbed, allowing them to work their gentle magic. Over the following days, she watched as the garden seemed to thrive with a newfound vigor, the flowers more vibrant, the air more fragrant. Her garden became a place of pilgrimage for the villagers, who came to see the miraculous blue petunias and the radiant mushrooms that dwelled beneath them. Each visitor left with a heart full of joy and a renewed sense of wonder for the world's hidden magic. In time, the mushrooms faded, their glow dimming with the waning moon, but the lesson they left behind lingered. Leora learned that sometimes the most beautiful changes come from the most unexpected places, and that the world is full of hidden wonders waiting to be discovered. And so, with the mystery of the blue petunias resolved, Leora continued to tend her garden, her heart attuned to its whispers and secrets, filled with gratitude for the magic that could be found in even the simplest of things. As the fire crackled in the hearth and the stars twinkled in the night sky, Leora sat by her window, a warm cup of chamomile tea in hand, feeling a deep sense of peace. She knew that in her little corner of the world, magic would always be found in the gentle embrace of nature, in the kindness shared with friends, and in the quiet moments of discovery. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a restful sleep, wrapped in the cozy warmth of her cottage and the enchanting tales of her garden. Story 53. In the heart of the spiral galaxy known as Andromeda Twirl, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds against the velvet of space, there was a peculiar planet named Luminara. Its surface was a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, with forests that glowed in shades of bioluminescent blue and rivers that shimmered with a silvery sheen. Luminara was home to the lumens, ethereal beings made of light and mist, who thrived on the planet's radiant energy. On one particularly luminous day, a lumens named Ella was tending to the Aurora Gardens, where the flowers sang in harmony with the wind. Ella's form was ever shifting, her light swirling in gentle patterns as she moved. Her task was interrupted by a sudden, unfamiliar sound, a low rumbling that crescendoed into a thunderous crash. Curiosity piqued, Ella drifted towards the source of the noise, where she discovered a peculiar sight. A spaceship, unlike any she had seen, had landed awkwardly amidst the glowing flora. Its design was angular and metallic, a stark contrast to the organic elegance of Luminara's landscape. From within the vessel emerged a creature encased in a protective suit, its shape vaguely humanoid but much smaller and solid than the lumens. This being was a tinker, part of a technologically adept species known across many solar systems for their ingenuity and mechanical prowess. His name was Finn, and he had been on a mission to chart new stars when a meteor shower had veered him off course. Ayla approached cautiously, her light pulsing with curiosity. Finn, noticing the luminous figure, raised a hand in what he hoped was a universal gesture of peace. However, Ella, misunderstanding the motion, flared brightly in surprise, causing Finn to stumble backwards in alarm. "Oh dear," Finn muttered, adjusting the settings on his translator. "I mean no harm, just lost and a bit, stuck." Ella, her light softening in hue, attempted to communicate through gentle, rhythmic pulsations. The translator took a moment to process, but eventually crackled to life. "Welcome, traveler," Ella's voice came through, resonant like the whisper of a gentle breeze. "I am Ella. You appear to be in need of assistance." Finn nodded, relief evident in his posture. "Yes, please. I didn't mean to intrude. My ship needs repairs, and I seem to be a bit out of my league here." Thus began an unlikely friendship between Ella, the being of light, and Finn, the resourceful tinker. At first, their interactions were peppered with misunderstandings. Finn's reliance on technology baffled Ella, who was accustomed to the natural ebb and flow of Luminara's energies. Conversely, Ella's ethereal ways were puzzling to Finn, who preferred tangible, mechanical solutions. Yet, as days turned into weeks, they learned from each other. Ella guided Finn through the planet's natural resources, showing him how to harness Luminara's energy to power his repairs. In return, Finn shared stories of his travels, his words painting distant worlds and adventures that sparked Ella's imagination. One evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose to cast their silvery glow, a challenge presented itself that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare planetary storm approached, its winds capable of scattering the delicate flora and disrupting the planet's energy fields. Such storms were rare but formidable, and Ella had never faced one alone. "We must protect the Aurora Gardens," Ella said, her light flickering with worry. The gardens were not just a place of beauty, they were vital to the planet's balance. Finn nodded, determined. "Then let's do it together." They worked side by side, Finn using his mechanical skills to construct barriers, and Ella weaving her luminous energies to fortify them. As the storm raged, they stood united, their combined efforts creating a shield that held firm against the tempest's fury. When the morning light broke, revealing a landscape untouched by chaos, Ella and Finn realized the depth of their bond. It was not merely the shared experience of the storm, but the understanding and trust that had grown between them. "Thank you, Finn," Ella said, her light warm and golden. "I could not have done this without you." Finn smiled, his visor reflecting the soft glow of Ella's gratitude. "And I without you, my friend." In the days that followed, Finn completed his repairs, but as the time to depart drew near, he found himself reluctant to leave the radiant world of Luminara and his luminous friend. "You'll always have a place here," Ella promised, her form shimmering with sincerity. "The stars may guide your travels, but your heart will know the way back." And so, with a heart full of warmth and memories, Finn bid farewell to Luminara. As his ship ascended into the galaxy, he looked back to see Ella's light twinkling like a beacon, a reminder of the friendship that had transcended the vast distances of the universe. Thus, in the endless expanse of space, two souls had discovered a truth as old as the stars themselves, that friendship is a light that can bridge any chasm, a warmth that can outshine any darkness. Story 54. In the gentle glow of twilight, where the sky was painted in soft hues of lavender and rose, nestled a quaint village named Glenwood Hollow. It was a place where the bustle of city life was but a distant memory, and the air was perpetually filled with the soothing scent of blooming lavender and freshly baked bread. The village was known for its warm-hearted residents and its peculiar charm, which often attracted visitors from far and wide. At the heart of Glenwood Hollow stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches spreading wide and proud, a silent guardian of the village. Beneath its generous canopy, villagers would gather for festivals and storytelling, and on quiet evenings, the tree would serenade passers-by with the gentle rustling of its leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, the first stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. It was on such an evening that young Alden, a bright-eyed and curious boy with a penchant for adventure, noticed something unusual. As he wandered home from his daily errands, he observed a peculiar light flickering in the old willow grove that bordered the village. It was a soft, ethereal glow that seemed to dance among the trees, casting playful shadows on the ground. Intrigued, Alden decided to investigate. With a quick glance back at the comforting glow of the village lights, he ventured into the grove. As he walked, the gentle crunch of fallen leaves underfoot and the cool, crisp night air heightened his senses. The grove was a realm of whispers and secrets, where the trees seemed to lean in as if eager to share their ancient tales. As Alden neared the source of the light, he discovered a circle of luminescent mushrooms, their delicate caps shimmering with an unearthly light. At the center of this circle stood a small creature, no taller than Alden's knee. It was a fae, with wings like gossamer and a mischievous twinkle in its eyes. The Fae's skin glowed softly, echoing the light of the mushrooms, and its hair flowed like silver moonlight. "Ah, you found me!" chirped the Fae in a voice as light as a summer breeze. "I've been waiting for someone with eyes keen enough to see the magic that hides in plain sight." Alden, though taken aback, felt an instant kinship with this magical being. "What brings you to Glenwood Hollow?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. The Fae fluttered its wings, creating a soft hum in the air. "I come with a message and a mystery," it replied cryptically. "Something has been unsettling the balance of this land, and the answer lies in the heart of Glenwood Hollow." As the Fae spoke, Alden's mind raced. The village had indeed been experiencing strange occurrences, milk turning to sweet cream overnight, hearth fires refusing to light without a song, and whispers of laughter echoing through the air without a visible source. "I shall help," Alden declared, feeling a rush of excitement. "But where should I begin?" The Fae smiled, its eyes twinkling with mischief and wisdom. "Begin where the heart is warmest. Look for the signs that the ordinary may conceal." With the Fae's cryptic advice echoing in his mind, Alden thanked the magical creature and made his way back to the village. He decided to seek the counsel of old Maisie, the village's wise woman, whose knowledge was as deep as the roots of the ancient oak. Old Maisie's cottage was a cozy haven, with ivy creeping up the stone walls and colorful curtains fluttering at the windows. The air inside was rich with the scent of herbs and spices, and the gentle crackle of the hearth fire provided a comforting backdrop to their conversation. "Alden, my dear," Maisie greeted him with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "What brings you to my door at this hour?" Alden recounted his encounter with the Fae and the mysterious happenings in the village. Maisie listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as she sipped her chamomile tea. "The Fae are wise and often cryptic," Maisie mused, "but their words hold truth. The heart of Glenwood Hollow. Where might that be, young one?" Alden pondered this, recalling the Fae's message. "Perhaps the heart is where we gather, where we find warmth and comfort," he suggested, thinking of the ancient oak in the village square. Maisie nodded approvingly. "Yes, the oak has stood for centuries, a silent witness to our lives. It could indeed hold the answers you seek." With renewed determination, Alden thanked Maisie and set off towards the oak. The village square was bathed in the soft glow of lanterns, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of evening. As Alden approached the oak, he noticed something he hadn't before: a series of tiny, glinting eyes peering from the hollows of the tree. Upon closer inspection, Alden saw that the eyes belonged to a family of fireflies, their tiny bodies aglow with a warm golden light. The fireflies danced in intricate patterns, weaving in and out of the tree's hollows, creating constellations of light that mirrored the night sky. Alden watched in awe, realizing that the fireflies were communicating, their movements forming a silent symphony of light. He recalled the Fae's words, "Look for the signs that the ordinary may conceal." With a thoughtful gaze, Alden began to decipher the pattern of the fireflies' dance. It was as if they were drawing a map, leading to a spot just beneath the roots of the great oak. Kneeling down, Alden brushed aside the fallen leaves to reveal a small hidden door carved into the tree's base. With a gentle push, the door creaked open to reveal a cozy, hidden chamber within the oak. The space was filled with the soft glow of bioluminescent moss and the gentle hum of magic. At the center of the chamber lay a beautifully carved wooden box, its surface intricately etched with symbols of the forest. Alden carefully opened the box, revealing a collection of shimmering stones, each one radiating a gentle, pulsing light. It was a treasure trove of magical energy, a source that had been inadvertently influencing the village with its proximity to the oak's roots. With a sense of wonder and responsibility, Alden realized the solution to the village's strange occurrences lay in the careful management of this hidden magic. He closed the box, ensuring its power would no longer affect the village in unexpected ways, and decided to share his discovery with the villagers. The next morning, as the sun rose over Glenwood Hollow, Alden gathered the villagers beneath the ancient oak. With a calm and steady voice, he recounted his adventure and unveiled the secret of the oak's hidden chamber. The villagers listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with amazement and gratitude. Together, they decided to honor the magic of the oak and the Fae by safeguarding the chamber and using its energy for the benefit of the village. As the days passed, Glenwood Hollow flourished with renewed harmony, its heart warmed by the newfound connection to the magic that lay quietly beneath their feet. Alden, with his keen eyes and kind heart, had bridged the worlds of the ordinary and the magical, leaving the village forever enriched. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the gentle breezes whispered through the trees, the village of Glenwood Hollow nestled into the embrace of the night, at peace and in balance once more. Story 55. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Zyla. Her heart was gentle and her spirit curious, with eyes that twinkled like the stars she so loved to watch every night. Zyla lived in a snug, ivy-covered cottage with her grandmother, who was known for her stories about the hidden magic in everyday things. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Zyla found herself wandering through the attic of their cozy home. It was a place filled with forgotten treasures and dusty memories. As she sifted through old trunks and faded quilts, her fingers brushed against something unusual, a small, ornate mirror, its edges adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars. The moment she touched the mirror, a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, and she felt a soft tug at her heart. Curiosity piqued, Zyla peered into the mirror and gasped softly. Instead of her own reflection, she saw a shimmering landscape of vibrant meadows and crystalline streams. It was a world that seemed to pulse with life and mystery, inviting her to explore its wonders. "Hello, dear one," came a melodic voice, as soft as a lullaby. Zyla looked around, bewildered, until her gaze returned to the mirror. There, standing amidst the magical landscape, was a tiny, glowing figure. A fairy, with wings that glimmered like moonlight on water, smiled warmly at her. "Do not be afraid," the fairy said, her voice soothing. "I am Mira, a guardian of this enchanted realm. You have been chosen, Zyla, for you possess a heart open to wonder and kindness." Lila's eyes widened with amazement and delight. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and excitement. "Step through the mirror," Mira replied, "and embark on a journey that will reveal the magic hidden within you and the world around you." With a deep breath, Zyla reached out and touched the mirror once more. Instantly, she was enveloped in a soft, swirling light that gently pulled her through. She found herself standing in the heart of the magical meadow she had glimpsed, the air filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. As Zyla took in her surroundings, she noticed a path winding through the meadow, leading towards a forest of towering trees with golden leaves. With Mira fluttering beside her, she set off, her feet carrying her lightly over the soft earth. Along the way, Zyla met a series of gentle companions. First was Oliver, a wise old owl perched on a branch, his feathers flecked with silver. He offered guidance with riddles that danced in the air like songs, each one a lesson in seeing the world through the eyes of wisdom. Then there was Pip, a cheerful squirrel with a bushy tail and a knack for finding hidden treasures. Pip taught Zyla the art of listening to the whispers of the forest, where secrets were shared between the rustling leaves and the babbling brooks. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, Zyla and her companions came upon a grand oak tree, its trunk as wide as a cottage and its branches stretching towards the sky. There, at the base of the tree, lay a set of ancient stone steps leading down into the earth. "This is where your true journey begins," Mira said softly, her eyes filled with encouragement. "Below lies a challenge that can only be overcome with wisdom and an open heart." Without hesitation, Zyla descended the steps, her companions following close behind. They found themselves in a cavern bathed in a soft, golden glow. At the center stood an ancient pedestal, upon which rested a radiant crystal, its light pulsing gently like a heartbeat. As Zyla approached the crystal, a low, melodic hum filled the cavern, resonating within her very soul. The challenge, she realized, was not one of strength or might, but of understanding. She needed to listen, truly listen, to the song of the crystal. Closing her eyes, Zyla let the gentle music wash over her, feeling its rhythm echo in her heart. Images danced in her mind, memories of kindness shared, moments of wonder found in simple things, and the beauty of the world seen through the eyes of love and friendship. With each memory, the crystal's song grew clearer, a harmony of voices that spoke of connection and unity. And then, as if in response to her acceptance and understanding, the crystal's light enveloped Zyla and her friends, a warm embrace that filled the cavern with a sense of peace and fulfillment. When the light faded, Zyla found herself back in the meadow, the mirror resting in her hands once more. Mira hovered beside her, beaming with pride. "You have discovered the magic within you, Leela," the fairy said softly. "The ability to see the beauty in all things, to listen with an open heart, and to cherish the bonds of friendship." With a grateful heart, Leela returned home, the mirror now a cherished reminder of her journey. As she nestled into her cozy bed that night, the stars twinkling through her window, she knew that the magic of the world was not just something to be found in distant lands, but in every moment of kindness and wonder she shared. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit alight with newfound wisdom, Zyla drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the world around her. Story 56. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of a lush, verdant valley, there lay the quaint village of Windmere. Surrounded by rolling hills that seemed to hum with secrets of the ages, Windmere was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle burble of a nearby brook lulled the villagers to sleep each night. In this village lived a young woman named Morella, who was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit. Morella spent her days tending to a small garden behind her cozy cottage, where the sun cast a warm, golden glow over the earth. Yet, despite the idyllic setting and her own nurturing nature, Morella felt a restlessness within her that she couldn't quite understand. It was as if the winds themselves whispered of change, but she clung to the familiar, afraid of what lay beyond the horizon of her daily life. Morella's closest friends, an elderly couple named Finn and Lyra, lived in a cottage not far from hers. They were like grandparents to Morella, offering her wisdom and stories by the hearth on evenings when the stars twinkled brightly in the sky. One such evening, as the fire crackled and the scent of pine filled the room, Morella confided in them her unease. "I feel as though something is shifting inside me," Morella said, her voice barely above a whisper, "but I don't know what it means or what to do." Finn, his eyes twinkling with the knowledge of many years, nodded thoughtfully. "Sometimes change comes like a gentle breeze, while other times it is a mighty gale. But remember, my dear, that it is through the winds of change that we learn to soar." Lyra placed a comforting hand on Morella's shoulder. "You have a heart that is attuned to the world around you, Morella. Trust in yourself and in the magic of the journey." The very next morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, Morella decided to take a walk through the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of enchantment, where sunlight danced through leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. It was said that the forest held magic, but Morella had never ventured far enough to discover it for herself. As she walked deeper into the woods, she came upon a clearing where the air seemed to shimmer with a faint, iridescent glow. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. Drawn to its serene presence, Morella approached and laid a gentle hand on its rough bark. Suddenly, the air around her began to twinkle with tiny, luminescent orbs of light, like the fireflies that danced on summer nights. They swirled around her, filling the air with a soft, melodic hum. Morella felt a warmth spreading through her, and with it a sense of calm and understanding. The orbs seemed to speak to her, not in words, but in a language of the heart. They told her of the cycles of life, of growth and transformation, and of the beauty that lay in embracing change. Morella closed her eyes and let the magic of the moment wash over her, feeling her fears dissolve like morning mist in the warmth of the rising sun. When she opened her eyes, she found herself smiling. The restlessness that had plagued her seemed to have lifted, replaced by a gentle curiosity about what lay ahead. Morella realized that she didn't need to have all the answers right now. It was enough to trust in the journey and in herself. Returning to the village, Morella found Finn and Lyra waiting for her by the garden gate. Their knowing smiles told her they sensed the change within her. She shared with them the wondrous experience in the forest, and they listened with the kind of attention that made her feel truly heard. "You see," Finn said, as they sat together under the broad branches of a willow tree that swayed in the breeze, "the magic was always within you, Morella. Sometimes we need a little help to see it." Lyra nodded, her eyes shining with warmth. "And sometimes it takes a step into the unknown to discover the beauty and strength that were always there." As the seasons turned, Morella embraced the changes that came her way. She began to explore her talents, trying her hand at painting and discovering a love for capturing the world on canvas. Her garden flourished, reflecting the joy and growth she felt within herself. Morella's journey of transformation wasn't without its challenges, but she faced them with the wisdom she had gained. And through it all, Finn and Lyra remained by her side, their friendship a comforting constant in her life. The village of Windmere continued to hum with its quiet magic, and Morella, once hesitant to change, had learned to dance with the winds themselves. She understood that life was a tapestry woven with threads of experience, each one adding depth and color to her story. And so, under the starry sky and the watchful eye of the ancient oak, Morella found peace in the journey of personal discovery, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. As the gentle night cradled the village in its embrace, the forest whispered its secrets to those who listened, and the world felt right and whole once more. Story 57. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like diamonds scattered across an endless velvet sky, there existed a small, unassuming planet named Luminara. This tranquil world was known for its luminescent flora that glowed in hues of soft blues and gentle greens, casting a perpetual twilight upon the land. It was here that the story of unlikely companions began, a tale woven with threads of misunderstanding, growth, and the gentle bonds of friendship. One crisp evening, beneath the watchful gaze of twin moons, a shimmering starship descended silently upon the surface of Luminara. From within emerged a figure cloaked in a suit of iridescent armor, reflecting the soft glow of the surrounding flora. This was Aaron, a traveler from the distant planet of Seraphine. Seraphinians, with their sleek forms and translucent wings, were known throughout the galaxy for their grace and intellect. Aaron had come to Luminara seeking solace and discovery, a chance to escape the bustling cities of his home world. As Aaron wandered through the luminous forest, a sudden rustling caught his attention. From behind a cluster of glowing ferns emerged a creature unlike any he had seen, a being of earthy tones with skin resembling bark and eyes as deep and ancient as the roots of the universe. This was Thalia, a native of Luminara, who had spent her life tending to the planet's vibrant flora and fauna. Their first encounter was fraught with uncertainty. Aaron, unfamiliar with Luminara's customs, offered a formal Seraphinian greeting, a graceful bow that sent his wings fluttering in a cascade of light. Thalia, puzzled by this display, responded with a soft, melodic hum, a traditional greeting among her kind. They stood there, two creatures from worlds apart, each trying to understand the other's intentions. Their initial interaction was not without its challenges. Thalia, who cherished the simplicity and harmony of her world, found Aaron's technological prowess both fascinating and intimidating. Aaron, on the other hand, was enchanted by the natural beauty of Luminara, but struggled to comprehend the depth of Thalia's connection to her environment. As they journeyed together through the glowing woods, their misunderstandings slowly gave way to moments of revelation. Thalia introduced Aaron to the symphony of the forest, the gentle rustling of leaves that sang with the wind, the soft whispers of the streams that wound their way through the land. She showed him how to listen, not just with his ears, but with his heart. In return, Aaron shared tales of the stars, of galaxies beyond what Thalia could see from her sheltered grove. He spoke of the Seraphinians' quest for knowledge and their belief in the unity of all things. Through his stories, Thalia began to appreciate the beauty of exploration and the courage it took to venture beyond the familiar. Their bond deepened when a storm unlike any Luminara had seen in centuries swept across the land. The skies turned a shade of deep indigo, and the gentle glow of the flora dimmed under the weight of the gathering clouds. As the first drops of rain fell, Aaron and Thalia sought refuge in a sheltered glade. the air heavy with the scent of petrichor. In the safety of their haven, they faced the storm together. Aaron used his technological skills to create a protective barrier, a shimmering dome that shielded them from the worst of the tempest. Thalia, in turn, called upon the ancient songs of her ancestors, weaving melodies that soothed the winds and calmed the raging skies. As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of their worlds, their hopes, and their dreams. Aaron spoke of his longing to find a place of peace and belonging, while Thalia revealed her desire to learn more about the universe beyond Luminara. In their shared vulnerability, they found strength and understanding. When the storm finally passed, the world around them was transformed. The rain had washed the land clean, leaving behind a vibrant tapestry of colors and scents. The flora glowed brighter than ever, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of renewal. Aaron and Thalia emerged from their refuge, their hearts lighter, their bonds stronger. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended differences, a shared journey of discovery and support. As the twin moons rose once more, casting their gentle light upon the land, Aaron and Thalia stood side by side, their silhouettes framed by the luminous glow of the forest. They knew that their paths would eventually diverge, that Aaron would return to the stars and Thalia would remain rooted to her beloved forest. But their friendship would endure, a star in the vast sky of their hearts, guiding them on their respective journeys. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the universe, the unlikely companions found comfort in the knowledge that true friendship was not bound by space or time, but was a tapestry woven with threads of understanding, kindness, and love. Story 58. Once upon a time, in a realm where dreams and reality intertwined, there lived a young dreamer named Willow. She was a free spirit, always seeking adventure and embracing the wonders of the world around her. However, deep within her heart, a longing for change had been brewing, though she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow strolled through the enchanted forest near her home, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny, glowing sprite danced among the falling leaves, leaving a trail of shimmering dust in its wake. Willow, enthralled by the ethereal creature, followed it deeper into the woods. As she ventured further, the trees seemed to whisper secrets of transformation, their branches adorned with crystals that glimmered like stars. Willow felt a warmth bloom within her, a stirring of something new and unexplored. Suddenly, the sprite vanished, and Willow found herself in a clearing bathed in moonlight. There, a majestic oak tree stood tall and proud, its ancient bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance before her eyes. "Welcome, dear Willow," a gentle voice echoed through the clearing. "You have been summoned here to embark on a journey of self-discovery." Willow gasped as the tree's branches unfurled, revealing a wise old oak spirit named Eldrin. With a warm smile, he beckoned her closer. "The change you seek lies within," Eldrin explained. "But to embrace it, you must first let go of the fears and doubts that hold you back." Willow listened intently, her heart pounding with anticipation and a touch of trepidation. Eldrin then introduced her to 3 enchanting companions who would guide her on this transformative quest. First, there was Zephyr, a playful wind spirit who embodied the freedom of change. With a swirl of her gossamer wings, she could whisk away Willow's worries and fill her with a sense of lightness. Next was Ember, a fiery salamander whose passionate spirit ignited courage and determination. Wherever Ember went, a trail of glowing embers left a path for Willow to follow, lighting the way through her uncertainties. Finally, there was Ripple, a gentle water nymph whose soothing presence encouraged introspection and emotional growth. Ripple's melodic voice could calm even the stormiest of inner turmoils, allowing Willow to reflect and find clarity. Together, these 3 magical companions would accompany Willow on her journey, each representing an aspect of the transformation she sought. As the nights grew longer and the leaves fell, Willow embarked on a series of challenges, each one testing her resolve and pushing her to confront her fears head-on. With Zephyr's guidance, she learned to let go of the need for control and embrace the unpredictable nature of change. Ember's fiery spirit helped Willow tap into her inner strength, reminding her that she possessed the courage to face whatever obstacles lay ahead. and Ripple's soothing presence encouraged Willow to explore the depths of her emotions, allowing her to heal old wounds and find peace within the currents of her own heart. Through their adventures, Willow encountered enchanted beings and mystical wonders that mirrored her own inner growth. A shimmering butterfly emerged from its chrysalis, reminding her of the beauty that can arise from periods of transformation. A mighty oak sapling pushed through the earth, its resilience teaching her that growth often requires breaking through boundaries and reaching for new heights. And a majestic waterfall cascaded endlessly, its rhythmic flow reflecting the ebb and flow of life's cycles and the importance of going with the current rather than fighting against it. With each challenge overcome, Willow felt herself shedding layers of doubt and insecurity, blossoming into a more confident and self-assured version of herself. The magical companions celebrated her triumphs, reminding her of the incredible journey she had undertaken. As winter melted into spring, Willow found herself back in the enchanted clearing, standing before the ancient oak tree once more. Eldrin smiled warmly, his eyes shining with pride. "Look how far you've come, dear Willow," he said. "The change you sought was within you all along, but it took courage and perseverance to unleash its full potential." Willow gazed around at her three companions, her heart overflowing with gratitude for the lessons they had imparted. Zephyr, Ember, and Ripple had become more than just guides. They were now cherished friends who had helped her navigate the winding path of self-discovery. As the sun set, painting the sky in vibrant hues of orange and pink, Willow felt a sense of peace and contentment wash over her. She had emerged from her journey transformed, no longer the same person she had been when she first entered the enchanted forest. With a newfound confidence and acceptance of herself, Willow embraced the beauty of change, knowing that true growth often blooms from the most unexpected of places. And as she turned to leave the clearing, she carried with her the precious lessons she had learned, ready to face whatever adventures life had in store. Story 59. Title: The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled between rolling hills and a river that sang as it meandered through the valley, lay the village of Brambleroot. This village, with its cobblestone streets and quaint thatched roof cottages, was known for its vibrant gardens and the warm smiles of its inhabitants. At the heart of the village was a sprawling forest known as the Whispering Woods. The villagers believed that the woods were enchanted, for the leaves often rustled with secrets, and the breezes carried whispers of stories untold. In this village lived a young girl named Anwen. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as emeralds, Anwen was known for her curious nature and gentle heart. She had a knack for listening, a skill she honed by spending afternoons sitting by the river, hearing its tales of far-off lands. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast golden rays through the amber leaves, Anwen set off towards the Whispering Woods with her trusted companion, Rollo, a small fluffy dog with a nose for adventure. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot added a rhythmic cadence to their steps. Anwen had heard from the village elders about a magical object hidden deep within the woods, a stone said to grant the holder the ability to understand the language of nature. The Stone of Whispers, as it was called, was rumored to lie beneath a great oak tree, guarded by the ancient spirit of the forest. As Anwen and Rollo ventured further into the woods, the sunlight began to play peekaboo through the canopy, and the whispers grew louder. It was as if the trees were in conversation, sharing secrets of the ages. Anwen felt a tingling of excitement, her heart beating in time with the rustling leaves. The path twisted and turned, leading them to a clearing where a majestic oak stood, its branches sprawling like arms stretched wide in welcome. The oak's bark was etched with patterns that seemed to pulse with a rhythm of their own, and its roots wove intricately through the earth, as if embracing the secrets it held. Kneeling by the great oak, Anwen brushed away the leaves to reveal the Stone of Whispers. It shimmered softly, a smooth, oval-shaped rock with veins of silver running through it. Tentatively, she reached out and touched the stone. A warmth spread through her fingertips, and suddenly, the world around her came alive in a symphony of sound. The trees spoke in hushed tones, their voices deep and wise. The brook babbled cheerfully, sharing stories of fish that danced beneath its surface. Even the wind had a voice, singing songs of faraway places. Anwen could understand it all, each sound weaving into a tapestry of the forest's life. Rollo barked, his small tail wagging furiously, and to Anwen's amazement, she could understand him too. "Adventure! Smells! Squirrels!" he exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over. Anwen laughed, her heart light with wonder. She realized that she was not only hearing nature's voice, but also feeling its emotions, its joys and sorrows, its hopes and dreams. "Thank you," she whispered to the oak, feeling a deep gratitude for this gift. The oak's branches swayed gently, as if nodding in acknowledgement. With this newfound ability, Anwen and Rollo spent the day exploring the woods. They learned from the birds about the best places to find berries, heard from the rabbits about hidden burrows, and listened to the wisdom of the old stones that had seen centuries come and go. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Anwen knew it was time to return to the village. But she felt different, transformed by the day's journey. She had seen a side of the world that few ever did, and it filled her with a profound sense of connection. Back in Brambleroot, Anwen shared her experiences with the villagers, who gathered around the fireplace, their eyes wide with wonder. She spoke of the beauty and wisdom of the forest, of the importance of listening not just with ears, but with the heart. The village elders nodded thoughtfully, their faces illuminated by the flickering firelight. They recognized the truth in Anwen's words and realized that the forest's whispers were not just sounds, but lessons waiting to be learned. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, Anwen lay in her bed, Rollo curled up beside her. Her heart was full, and her mind danced with the stories she had heard. She knew that this was just the beginning of her adventures, for the world was vast and full of whispers waiting to be discovered. And so, with a heart as open as the sky above, Anwen drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the gentle lullaby of the whispering woods. The end. Story 60. Once, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Thomas. Thomas was a curious young boy with a heart as open as the sky. He spent his days exploring the meadows and forests that surrounded his home, delighting in the secrets they held. His best friend was a wise old owl named Orin, who perched atop the grand oak tree that stood proudly at the village edge. One particularly crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from their branches like flakes of gold, Thomas set out to visit Orin. His feet crunched along the leaf-strewn path as he made his way to the oak tree, where Orin awaited him with a twinkle in his eye. "Good morning, Orin," Thomas called, his voice soft with the hush of dawn. "Good morning, dear Thomas," Orin hooted warmly. "I have something to show you today. Something quite special." Thomas's eyes widened with curiosity as he watched Orin flutter down to the ground, a small, ornate box clutched in his talons. The box was unlike anything Thomas had seen before, intricately carved from deep mahogany with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the morning light. "What is it?" Thomas asked, kneeling beside the owl. "This," Orin began, "is the box of whispers. It holds the ability to reveal the true nature of things, but only to those with a pure heart and a wise mind." Thomas's heart fluttered with excitement and wonder as he gently took the box from Orin. It felt warm against his palms, almost as if it were alive. "What do I do with it?" he asked. Orin ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "You must embark on a journey into the forest, to the place where the river sings and the stars seem to touch the earth. There, you will uncover its secrets." With a nod of understanding and a heart full of adventure, Thomas thanked Orin and set off towards the depths of the forest. The path wound through trees that whispered ancient stories and past streams that chuckled merrily over smooth stones. As Thomas walked, he felt the world around him grow more vibrant, each leaf and stone holding a mystery of its own. Along the way, Thomas encountered a family of rabbits who were trying to find their way home. Their ears twitched nervously, and their eyes were wide with worry. "Can you help us?" the smallest rabbit pleaded. Thomas knelt down and smiled gently. "Of course. Tell me where your home is, and I'll guide you there." As they traveled together, Thomas shared stories of the village and the wonders of the forest. The rabbits listened eagerly, comforted by his kind words and gentle demeanor. When they finally reached their burrow, nestled beneath a canopy of ferns, the rabbits thanked Thomas with nuzzles and soft chirps of gratitude. Continuing on his journey, Thomas soon reached the place where the river sang, a hidden glen where the water flowed with a melody so sweet it seemed to speak to the stars themselves. The air here was crisp and cool, filled with the scent of pine and the faint glow of twilight. Thomas sat beside the river, the box of whispers resting in his lap. He opened it carefully, and inside he found a mirror, its surface as smooth and clear as the river beside him. But this was no ordinary mirror, for when Thomas gazed into it, he did not see his own reflection. Instead, he saw images of the forest and its creatures, each one revealing their true nature, the kindness hidden in the eyes of a fox, the bravery in the heart of a timid deer, the joy in the song of a lark. He realized then that the box of whispers was a window to the soul, showing the beauty and truth that lay beneath the surface of the world. And in understanding this, Thomas felt a warm glow of wisdom light up inside him. As night began to fall, and the first stars peeked through the canopy above, Thomas closed the box and began his journey home. He carried with him not just the box, but a newfound understanding of the world and his place within it. When he returned to the village, Thomas shared his experiences with Orin, who listened with a knowing smile. "You have learned much, dear Thomas," Orin said. "Remember that true wisdom comes not from knowing everything, but from seeing the world with a heart full of kindness." Thomas nodded, his heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and the light of newfound wisdom. And as he lay in bed that night, the village bathed in the soft glow of the moon, he knew that he would always carry the magic of the box of whispers within him, a reminder that the true beauty of the world lies in the hearts of those who see it with love and understanding. And so, with the gentle hum of the village and the distant song of the river lulling him to sleep, Thomas drifted into dreams filled with wonder, knowing that he was a part of a world more magical than he had ever imagined. Story 61. The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Emerald Mountains, there lived a young girl named Arya. Her hair was the color of harvested wheat, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunny day. Arya was known throughout the village for her boundless curiosity and gentle heart. She spent her days exploring the meadows and forests, always in search of something extraordinary. One late summer afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with shades of pink and orange, Arya set out to explore a part of the forest she had never ventured into before. The air was filled with the earthy scent of pine and moss, and the soft rustling of leaves created a soothing melody that beckoned her deeper into the woods. As she wandered, Arya discovered a narrow, winding path hidden beneath a canopy of intertwined branches, as if it were a secret passage meant only for those who sought it. Her heart fluttered with excitement, and she felt an inexplicable pull guiding her along the path. The deeper she went, the more the forest seemed to come alive around her. Birds sang songs she had never heard before, and the trees seemed to whisper ancient tales. Eventually, the path led Arya to a small clearing, bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent oak tree, its trunk wide and sturdy, and its branches stretching towards the heavens. At the base of the tree lay a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with symbols that seemed to dance in the moonlight. Arya knelt beside the box and gently lifted its lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, was a shimmering stone that glowed with an ethereal light. As she touched the stone, a warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a tingling sensation as if the stone were alive. Suddenly, a whispering voice filled the air, soft and melodious like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Young seeker," the voice said, "you have found the heart of the forest." Arya looked around in awe, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the spirit of these woods," the voice replied. "Long have I watched over this land, and long have I waited for one with a heart pure enough to find the heart of the forest. It grants the holder the ability to understand the language of nature and to speak with the creatures of the wild." Arya's eyes widened with wonder. "I can talk to animals?" she asked, her voice tinged with excitement and disbelief. Indeed, the spirit replied. But with great power comes great responsibility. You must use this gift wisely and with kindness. Arya nodded solemnly, understanding the weight of the spirit's words. She closed the box, feeling the stone's warmth seep into her skin, and carefully tucked it into her satchel. As she made her way back through the forest, the trees seemed to part before her, guiding her safely home. The next morning, Arya awoke with the first light of dawn, eager to test her newfound ability. She hurried to the edge of the forest, where a family of rabbits often played. As she approached, the rabbits paused, their noses twitching with curiosity. "Good morning," Arya said softly, her voice carrying a gentle melody. To her astonishment, the largest rabbit, a wise old hare with fur the color of storm clouds, replied, "Good morning, young one. We have heard of your kindness and are glad to speak with you." Arya's heart soared with joy. She spent the morning conversing with the rabbits, learning about their lives and the secrets of the forest. She discovered that every creature had a story to tell, and she reveled in the wonder of it all. Days turned into weeks, and Arya's bond with the forest deepened. She spoke with birds that danced upon the breeze, listened to the wisdom of ancient trees, and learned the songs of babbling brooks. The forest became her second home, a place of magic and mystery where she felt truly alive. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the spirit of the woods spoke to Arya once more. "There is a darkness spreading through the forest, young seeker, a shadow that threatens to silence the voices of nature. You must help restore the balance." Arya's heart tightened with concern. "What must I do?" she asked, determined to protect the forest she loved. "You must travel to the heart of the Emerald Mountains," the spirit replied. "There you will find the source of the darkness, a creature lost to its own sorrow, casting shadows upon the land. Only through understanding and compassion can you bring light to its heart." Arya nodded, her resolve unwavering. She bid farewell to her animal friends, promising to return, and set out towards the mountains with the first light of dawn. The journey was long and arduous, the path steep and treacherous. The air grew colder as Arya climbed higher, the wind whispering secrets of the mountains in her ear. But she pressed on, driven by a love for the forest and the creatures that called it home. Finally, after days of travel, she reached a hidden valley nestled within the peaks. The land was shrouded in an eerie silence, the trees withering and the streams dry. In the center of the valley stood a great cave, its entrance dark and foreboding. Arya took a deep breath, summoning her courage, and stepped into the cave. The air inside was cool and damp, and her footsteps echoed softly against the stone. As she ventured deeper, she felt a presence watching her, a sadness that hung heavy in the air. At the heart of the cave, she found the source of the darkness, a great dragon, its scales as black as night, its eyes filled with a sorrow so deep it seemed to consume the very light around it. The dragon lay curled upon a bed of withered leaves, its breath a mournful sigh. Arya approached cautiously, her heart aching for the creature before her. "Great dragon," she said gently, "I am here to help. Please, tell me your story." The dragon's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, and its voice, though weary, filled the cave like a distant thunder. "Long ago, I was the guardian of these mountains," it began. "My heart was filled with joy, and my roar echoed through the valleys. But in my pride, I forgot the balance of the world. I took more than I gave, and my greed cast a shadow upon the land." Tears welled in Arya's eyes as she listened. "You are not alone," she said softly. "The forest and its creatures have not forgotten you. They speak of your strength and wisdom, and they long for your return." The dragon's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and its heart, touched by Arya's compassion, began to heal. With each word, the shadows that clung to its scales faded, replaced by a growing light. The cave filled with warmth, and the air hummed with the magic of renewal. As the dragon's sorrow lifted, the valley outside transformed. The trees regained their vibrant green, the streams flowed once more, and the sun shone brightly upon the land. The dragon, now a gleaming emerald, rose to its feet, its heart light and free. "Thank you, young seeker," the dragon said, its voice now a gentle rumble. "You have shown me the power of understanding and kindness. I shall once again be the guardian of these mountains, and with your help, we shall restore the balance of nature." Arya smiled, her heart filled with joy and gratitude. She had found not only a friend in the dragon, but a deeper connection to the world around her. Together, they returned to the forest, their bond a testament to the power of compassion and friendship. The forest thrived under the dragon's watchful eye, and Arya continued to speak with the creatures of the wild, sharing their stories and learning from their wisdom. She became a bridge between the human world and the natural one, a guardian in her own right. And so, in the heart of the Emerald Mountains, where the forest whispered secrets to those who listened, the spirit of the woods thrived once more, a beacon of harmony and hope. Arya's journey had transformed not only the land, but also her own heart, teaching her that true magic lies in the connections we forge and the love we share. As the years passed, Arya grew wiser, her life a tapestry woven with the stories of the forest and its creatures. She taught the villagers to listen to the whispers of the woods, to respect the balance of nature, and to cherish the world around them. And when the time came for Arya to join the spirit of the woods, her legacy lived on in the hearts of those who followed in her footsteps. For she had shown them that even the smallest voice can bring light to the darkest of places, and that love, understanding, and kindness can heal even the deepest wounds. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon and the watchful gaze of the stars, the forest continued to whisper its secrets, a timeless song of life and renewal, echoing through the ages for all who dared to listen. Story 62. Once upon a time, nestled within the gentle embrace of a serene vale, lay a quaint little village called Verdant Hollow. The village, with its cobblestone paths winding through lush green meadows, was a place where whispers of the past mingled with the songs of the present. The air was always sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and a gentle brook babbled its way through the heart of the village, singing a melody that soothed the soul. In this village, there lived a young woman named Maeve. Maeve was known for her gentle spirit and her love for the delicate art of weaving. Her hands moved like the breeze across the threads, creating tapestries that captured the essence of the world around her. Yet, despite her artistry, Maeve felt a deep sense of unease within her heart. Change was rustling through the village like an autumn wind, and Maeve, who cherished the familiar, found herself struggling to embrace the shifts in her life. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Maeve sat by the brook, her feet dangling in the cool water. The gentle whispers of the rushing stream seemed to call out to her, offering solace and companionship. As she gazed into the shimmering waters, a soft voice broke the tranquility. It was the voice of old Alaric, the village sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient oaks that surrounded Verdant Hollow. "Maeve," Alaric said, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight, "I see the weight of change pressing upon your heart. Remember, my dear, that change is but a dance of life. It is through this dance that we grow and become who we are meant to be." Maeve looked up at Alaric, her brow furrowed with uncertainty. "But what if the dance is too difficult, too unfamiliar?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. With a warm smile, Alaric knelt beside her. "Fear not the dance, for within you lies a magic that can guide you through even the most uncertain steps." Intrigued, Maeve listened as Alaric spoke of a hidden glade deep within the whispering woods, a place where magic flowed like a river. It was said that those who visited the glade would find clarity and strength to embrace the changes in their lives. Encouraged by Alaric's words, Maeve decided to seek out this magical glade. The next morning, as dawn spread its rosy fingers across the sky, she set out on her journey. The path to the whispering woods was lined with fragrant blossoms and serenaded by the melody of chirping birds. Each step Maeve took was accompanied by the gentle rustle of leaves, as if the forest itself was guiding her. As Maeve ventured deeper into the woods, she encountered a curious creature, a tiny, luminous sprite with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. The sprite introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest. With a tinkling laugh, Lyra offered to accompany Maeve to the glade, sharing stories of the woods along the way. Together they traversed winding paths and crossed babbling brooks until they finally reached the heart of the forest. There, in a clearing bathed in soft, dappled sunlight, lay the glade. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where flowers of every hue bloomed in harmony, and the air was alive with the gentle hum of magic. Maeve stepped into the glade, feeling a warmth spread through her being. As she closed her eyes, she felt the magic of the place envelop her, whispering secrets of the forest and the wisdom of change. In that moment, Maeve understood that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as a part of life's endless tapestry. With newfound clarity, Maeve returned to Verdant Hollow, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She began to weave a new tapestry, one that reflected her journey and the beauty of transformation. Her work became even more vibrant, each thread a testament to her growth and the magic she had discovered within herself. The villagers marveled at Maeve's creations, drawn to the depth and warmth that radiated from her tapestries. Inspired by her journey, they too began to embrace the changes in their own lives, finding strength and comfort in the beauty of the unknown. As for Maeve, she continued to dance with change, her heart open to the magic that flowed through the world. She had learned that personal growth was a journey of discovery, where each step led to a deeper understanding of oneself and the world around. And so, in the peaceful village of Verdant Hollow, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks and the gentle guidance of the brook, Maeve found her place in the dance of life, forever embraced by the magic of transformation. Story 63. In the quiet village of Willowshade, nestled between rolling green hills and a babbling brook, there stood an old cottage with a roof of red tiles and walls of weathered stone. It was a place that seemed touched by the hand of time, where the sun always cast a warm embrace and the wind whispered secrets through the trees. The cottage was home to a kind-hearted woman named Mabel, whose hands were as skilled with a needle as they were gentle with a flower. Mabel lived alone, her days spent tending to her lush garden, where every flower bloomed with a vibrancy that seemed to mirror her own spirit. Her evenings were devoted to crafting quilts, each one sewn with threads of stories and dreams. It was in her attic, amidst the dust and forgotten relics, that Mabel discovered an object that would change her life forever. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced like fairies in the breeze, Mabel decided to clean the attic, a place she rarely ventured. She climbed the creaking stairs, a lantern in hand, casting a soft glow over the faded trunks and cobwebbed corners. As she dusted off an old wardrobe, something peculiar caught her eye, a small, intricately carved wooden box, tucked away behind a pile of forgotten memories. Curiosity piqued, Mabel opened the box to reveal a shimmering spool of thread, its color shifting subtly in the light, like the hues of the northern lights. As her fingers brushed against it, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she felt a whisper at the edge of her mind, a promise of magic waiting to be unraveled. That evening, as the stars began to twinkle like diamonds against the velvet sky, Mabel sat by her fireplace, the spool of thread in her lap. She decided to weave it into a quilt, her hands moving with a grace that came from years of practice. With each stitch, the thread began to glow softly, illuminating the room with a gentle, otherworldly light. As the quilt grew, so did the magic within it. Mabel found that the quilt whispered to her, not with words but with emotions and images, offering glimpses into the hearts and dreams of those who would one day sleep beneath its warmth. It was a quilt of dreams, and Mabel knew it was meant for something greater than her own comfort. The next morning, Mabel decided to seek wisdom about her discovery. She packed a small bundle of her favorite pastries, wrapped the glowing quilt around her shoulders, and set off towards the village square, where the wise old storyteller, known as Benedict, was known to sit beneath the great oak tree. Benedict was a man of gentle humor and infinite patience, his eyes twinkling like the stars he loved to speak of. When Mabel approached, he looked up from his book with a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "Ah, Mabel, what brings you here on this fine day?" he asked, his voice as smooth and warm as honey. Mabel shared her discovery, the spool of thread and the quilt that seemed to hold the dreams of those who touched it. Benedict listened intently, nodding as his fingers traced the patterns in the quilt, feeling the pulse of its magic. "This is a gift beyond measure," he said finally, his voice filled with reverence. "Such magic is rare and precious. The ability to weave dreams is a power of great responsibility, for it touches the very fabric of the soul. Mabel nodded, understanding the weight of his words. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her heart a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Benedict's gaze softened, and he leaned closer, as if sharing a secret with an old friend. "Follow where the quilt guides you. Listen to the dreams it holds, and you will find those who need its comfort and guidance most." With gratitude in her heart, Mabel returned home, her mind filled with the possibilities of what lay ahead. That night, she spread the quilt across her bed, and as she drifted into sleep, the quilt began to glow, weaving dreams of distant lands and gentle adventures. In the days that followed, Mabel embarked on a journey of the heart, guided by the whispers of the quilt. She visited homes where laughter had faded to silence, where dreams had been forgotten, and where hope flickered like a candle in the wind. In each place, she left a piece of the quilt, stitching into it the dreams of its new owner, offering warmth and comfort to those in need. Her journey brought her to a humble cottage at the edge of the village, where a young boy named Oliver lived with his grandmother. Oliver was a bright child with a love for stories and an imagination as vast as the sky, but recent hardships had dimmed his spirit. Mabel knocked gently, and the door creaked open to reveal Oliver, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Hello, Miss Mabel," he greeted, recognizing her as the kind woman who often shared her pastries with the village children. "Hello, Oliver," Mabel replied, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have something special for you." She unfurled a piece of the quilt, its colors shimmering like a sunrise, and draped it over Oliver's shoulders. The boy's eyes widened in wonder as the quilt warmed to his touch, and he felt a gentle tug at his heart, a call to dream once more. "Thank you," Oliver whispered, his voice filled with awe. As Mabel watched him, she saw the light return to his eyes, a spark of joy that had been missing for too long. She knew that the quilt had found its purpose, to inspire dreams and kindle hope in those who needed it most. And so Mabel continued her journey, guided by the quilt's gentle magic. She found joy in bringing comfort to others, in weaving dreams that would carry them through the darkest of nights. Each stitch was a promise, each thread a connection to the heart she touched. As the seasons turned and the first snowflakes began to fall, Mabel returned to her cottage, her heart full of the stories she had gathered. She sat by the fireplace, the quilt wrapped around her, and marveled at the wonder she had discovered in the most unexpected of places. In the stillness of the night, with the wind singing softly through the trees, Mabel knew that she had found a treasure greater than any she could have imagined, a tapestry of dreams, woven with threads of kindness and love, a reminder that even the smallest acts can light the darkest of paths. And so, beneath a sky of stars that twinkled like 1,000 wishes, Mabel drifted into a gentle sleep, wrapped in the warmth of her magical quilt, her heart at peace, knowing that her journey had only just begun. Story 64. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, where emerald leaves whispered secrets to the wind, lived a community of creatures who thrived under the gentle guidance of nature. This was a place where the line between reality and magic was as thin as a dragonfly's wing, and where the very air shimmered with the promise of enchantment. In this verdant world, the creatures had long understood the delicate dance of environmental harmony. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves, the murmur of babbling brooks, and the sweet, earthy scent of moss that carpeted the ground like a plush green blanket. Here, sunlight filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor in patterns of gold and shadow. Among the inhabitants of the forest were the wise old owl, Alwyn, whose feathers were the color of moonlight, and whose eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. Alwyn had seen many seasons turn in the forest and was the keeper of ancient wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. Her home was a sprawling oak tree, its branches laden with acorns that tinkled like bells in the breeze. In a cozy burrow beneath Alwyn's oak lived Bramble, a gentle hedgehog with a heart as warm as a summer afternoon. Bramble had a knack for finding the most succulent berries and sweetest roots, which he gladly shared with his friends. His quills, though sharp, were never a threat, for Bramble was known for his kindness and gentle nature. The forest was also home to Silva, a lithe and graceful fox whose fur was the color of autumn leaves. Silva was swift and clever, often seen weaving between the trees in a flash of russet. Her laughter was a melody that danced on the wind, and her stories, filled with wonder and wisdom, were loved by all. As the seasons changed, so too did the forest, each bringing its own magic. Spring arrived with a chorus of birdsong and the fragrance of blooming wildflowers. The streams swelled with the melting snow, their waters clear and cool as they meandered through the forest. Summer followed, draping the world in warmth and light, the sun bathing the forest in a golden glow that seemed to linger long into the evening. With autumn came a symphony of colors, leaves turning to shades of fiery red, brilliant orange, and sunlit yellow. It was during this season of transformation that the forest held its most cherished event, the gathering of seasons. Creatures from all corners of the forest would come together to celebrate the balance of nature and the turning of time. As the gathering approached, Olwen called a meeting to share a tale of wisdom. The night was calm, the air crisp with the promise of winter. The creatures assembled beneath Olwen's oak, the moon casting a silvery glow over the gathering. "Hearken to my tale," Olwen began, her voice a gentle caress on the night air. "Long ago, when the forest was young and the world was yet unformed, there was a time when the seasons forgot their place." The creatures listened intently, their eyes wide and ears perked. Even the breeze seemed to pause, eager to hear the old owl's story. "Spring lingered too long," Olwen continued, "and the flowers, growing weary, wilted beneath the unending sun. Summer's heat burned bright, drying the streams and withering the leaves. Autumn, feeling forgotten, blew its winds too fiercely, and winter, in its sorrow, cloaked the forest in an endless frost." Bramble shivered at the thought, drawing closer to Silva, who listened with her head tilted in curiosity. "It was a time of discord," Olwen said, her voice like the rustle of ancient leaves. "But from this chaos a lesson was learned. The seasons, each with their own beauty and purpose, found harmony by respecting the cycle of nature. Spring promised to awaken the earth, summer to nourish, autumn to transform, and winter to rest." The forest was silent, save for the soft hoot of an owl far off in the distance. Olwen's story had cast a spell of reflection over the gathering. "And so," Olwen concluded, "we too must remember the balance. Each creature, each leaf, each drop of rain plays a part. Respect the rhythm, and harmony will follow." As the gathering of seasons commenced, the creatures celebrated with song and dance, their hearts light with the wisdom of the old owl. Bramble shared his berries, and Silva spun tales of adventure and wonder. The forest, bathed in the glow of 1,000 stars, felt alive with a magic that only such unity could bring. As the night wore on, a gentle snowfall began to dust the leaves, a soft reminder of winter's approach. The creatures nestled together, their hearts warm with the knowledge that they were part of something greater, something eternal. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the creatures lived in harmony, their lives a testament to the wisdom of the ages. As the seasons turned, they carried with them the gentle reminder that balance was the true magic of their enchanted world. And with this peaceful understanding, they slipped into dreams beneath the sheltering trees, wrapped in the comforting embrace of nature's eternal cycle. Story 65. The Whispering Lantern. Once in a tranquil village, nestled between lush green hills and the shimmering silver threads of a winding river, there was a tale often whispered among the elders about a lantern that could speak. This lantern, it was said, held the power to reveal hidden truths to those pure of heart, guiding them through life's labyrinthine paths. The village, with its cobblestone streets and quaint cottages, was a place where time seemed to move as gently as the river that caressed its edges. The protagonist of our tale, a young boy named Thomas, was known for his boundless curiosity and gentle demeanor. Thomas lived with his grandmother in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. The cottage, with its thatched roof and climbing ivy, seemed almost like a part of the forest itself, as if nature had lovingly woven it into the landscape. Inside, the air was always filled with the comforting scent of baking bread and the warm glow of a hearth that never seemed to fade. Thomas was fascinated by the stories his grandmother told him, especially the one about the Whispering Lantern. It was said to be hidden deep within the Heartwood Forest, a place where few dared to venture. The forest was ancient, its towering trees standing as silent sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. It was a place of beauty and mystery, where shadows danced with dappled sunlight, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. One crisp autumn morning, with leaves crunching underfoot like the softest of carpets, Thomas set out on a journey to find the fabled lantern. He was driven not by greed or ambition, but by a longing to understand the world and his place within it. His grandmother, wise and knowing, handed him a small satchel filled with provisions and a warm scarf she had knitted herself. "Remember, Thomas," she said with a voice as soft and gentle as a lullaby, "the forest is alive. Listen to it, and it will guide you." With a nod and a hug, Thomas set off, his heart a steady drum of excitement and trepidation. The path into the Heartwood Forest was narrow and winding, flanked by towering oaks and whispering pines. The forest seemed to breathe around him, leaves fluttering like the pages of an ancient book. As he ventured deeper, Thomas marveled at the vibrant tapestry of nature that unfolded before him. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting golden pools on the forest floor. The air was filled with the songs of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that was both soothing and invigorating. Hours passed, the sun climbing high and then slowly dipping towards the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose. Just as Thomas began to wonder if the lantern was merely a myth, he stumbled upon a clearing bathed in ethereal light. At its center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward as if reaching for the stars. Hanging from one of these branches was the whispering lantern. It was unlike any lantern Thomas had ever seen, crafted from fine silver that glimmered with a light of its own. Intricate patterns were etched into its surface, telling stories of old in a language long forgotten. As Thomas approached, the lantern flickered to life, its glow casting a warm halo around him. A soft voice, gentle and wise, emanated from within, wrapping around him like a comforting embrace. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the lantern whispered, its voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "What is it that you seek?" Thomas hesitated, his heart pounding with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. I seek to understand," he replied, his voice small yet determined. "I want to know my place in this world." The lantern swayed slightly, its light dancing across the clearing. "To know oneself is the greatest journey of all," it said, a note of kindness in its voice. "But first, you must face the shadows within." As the words settled over him, the clearing transformed. The light dimmed, and the forest around him shifted, revealing paths that twisted and turned into the unknown. Each path seemed to pulse with its own energy, beckoning him forward. With a deep breath, Thomas chose a path, stepping into the shadows. The air grew cooler, the light softer, as he walked deeper into the heart of the forest. It was a journey of reflection, each step a question, each pause a revelation. Along the way, he encountered creatures of the forest, each offering a piece of wisdom. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes like twin moons, spoke of patience and the power of observation. A gentle deer, its coat a tapestry of soft browns and whites, taught him the strength found in gentleness and grace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in shades of twilight, Thomas found himself at the edge of a shimmering pool. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the canopy of stars above. It was here, in the stillness of the night, that Thomas paused to reflect. He knelt by the water's edge, peering into its depths. His reflection stared back at him, a mirror of the boy who had begun this journey. Yet, within those familiar features, he saw something new, a spark of understanding, a glimpse of the person he was becoming. The lantern, now beside him, flickered warmly. "You have seen the shadows and found the light within," it whispered, its voice a soothing balm to his soul. "The journey to understanding is endless, but each step brings you closer to your truth." As dawn broke, painting the sky in soft pastels, Thomas made his way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, its secrets no longer hidden but shared. When he returned home, his grandmother was waiting by the hearth, her eyes bright with love and pride. She listened as Thomas recounted his journey, her heart swelling with the knowledge that he had begun to find his path. The whispering lantern, now a cherished memory, had taught him that the journey to understanding oneself was a lifelong adventure, filled with challenges and discoveries. It was a tale of growth and transformation, of friendship with the world around him, and a reminder that the answers he sought were always within. And so, in the warm embrace of the village, with the gentle murmur of the river and the whispers of the forest as his guide, Thomas continued his journey, one step at a time, one breath at a time, knowing that the lantern's light would always be with him, lighting the way. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the cottage walls, Thomas drifted into a peaceful slumber, his heart full of dreams and possibilities. And in the stillness of the night, the forest whispered its secrets to the wind, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom for those who dared to listen. Story 66. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering willows and shimmering lakes, there was a gentle hum of magic in the air. This quaint little village, with its cobblestone paths and thatched cottages, was known for its vibrant gardens and the sweet scent of blooming lilacs that drifted through the air like a soft lullaby. One evening, as the sun set with hues of orange and pink painting the sky, strange occurrences began to unfold. The usually punctual village clock tower, which stood proudly in the town square, chimed 13 times instead of 12. The villagers, who were accustomed to the reliable rhythm of the clock, paused in their evening routines, casting puzzled glances at one another. Among them was a young girl named Clara, who often spent her days exploring the lush forests and sun-dappled meadows surrounding Willowbrook. With her keen eye for detail and gentle curiosity, Clara noticed something peculiar. The shadows cast by the trees seemed to dance in the moonlight, forming patterns that were both mesmerizing and mysterious. Determined to uncover the cause of these strange happenings, Clara sought the wisdom of the village's most revered mentor, Old Ben. A kindly sage with a long silver beard and twinkling eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the world, Old Ben lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by books and curious artifacts. "Ah, Clara," greeted Old Ben warmly as she approached, the soft glow of candlelight flickering in the windows. "What brings you here on such a lovely evening?" After sharing her observations, Clara listened intently as Old Ben stroked his beard thoughtfully. "It seems," he began, "that the magic of Willowbrook is a bit unsettled. But fear not, for magic often has a way of revealing its intentions through the smallest of clues." With a twinkle in his eye, Old Ben handed Clara a small, intricately carved compass. "This," he explained, "is no ordinary compass. It will guide you not north, but towards the heart of the mystery." Thanking Old Ben, Clara set off on her quest, the cool night air filled with the soothing sounds of crickets chirping and the gentle rustle of leaves. As she walked, the compass needle spun playfully before settling on a direction that led her deeper into the forest. The path wound through ancient trees whose branches formed a natural archway, and the air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. Clara's heart was filled with a sense of wonder and anticipation as she followed the compass, its needle glowing softly in the moonlight. Soon, Clara arrived at a small clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a circle of mushrooms, their caps glistening with dew. Seated among them were the forest's magical creatures, tiny, luminescent beings known as the Flicker Folk, who were known for their wisdom and playful nature. "Welcome, Clara," chimed the Flicker Folk in unison, their voices like the tinkling of tiny bells. "We have been waiting for you." Clara was enchanted by their presence and watched in awe as they weaved in and out of the mushroom circle, their wings shimmering like fireflies in the night. "Can you help me understand the strange occurrences in Willowbrook?" she asked. The Flicker Folk nodded, their eyes sparkling with understanding. "The village clock and the dancing shadows are intertwined," they explained. "The clock is enchanted to keep the rhythm of the village's magic, but something has shifted its balance." With gentle guidance, the Flicker Folk showed Clara how the mushrooms formed a map of sorts, illustrating the flow of magic through Willowbrook. It became clear that the source of the imbalance was a small stone hidden beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree, which had absorbed too much magic and needed to be released back into the earth. Under the Flicker Folk's watchful eyes, Clara carefully unearthed the stone. its surface warm and pulsating with energy. With a deep breath, she placed it in the center of the mushroom circle, and as she did, a gentle hum filled the air, resonating with the vibrancy of life itself. The flicker folk began a soft, melodic chant, their voices intertwining with the hum of the stone. Slowly, the energy within the stone dissipated, flowing back into the earth and restoring the balance of magic in Willowbrook. As the last notes of the chant faded into the night, Clara felt a serene calm settle over the forest. The flicker folk bowed in gratitude, their luminous forms flickering gently like candle flames. "Thank you, Clara," they whispered. "You have restored the harmony of our world." With a heart full of joy and contentment, Clara returned to Willowbrook, where the clock tower now chimed its familiar 12 times, and the shadows cast by the trees swayed gently in the moonlight, no longer restless. The villagers, though unaware of the magical adventure that had unfolded, sensed a newfound peace in the air, and they went about their days with a quiet happiness. As for Clara, she often visited old Ben to share tales of her adventures and the wisdom she had gained. And though many mysteries still lay hidden within the world, she knew that with a kind heart and a curious mind, she could face any challenge that came her way. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the whispering willows, life continued to flourish, wrapped in the gentle embrace of magic and friendship. And as the stars twinkled above, the village slumbered peacefully, knowing that all was well in their enchanted world. Story 67. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a curious soul, always finding wonder in the smallest of things. Little did she know, her world was about to be turned upside down by the most unexpected of discoveries. One crisp autumn morning, Lily was helping her mother in the kitchen, carefully folding the laundry. As she reached for a pair of socks, something extraordinary happened. The socks began to glow with a soft, warm light, and suddenly, Lily found herself transported to a magical realm unlike anything she had ever seen before. The world around her was a tapestry of vibrant colors and enchanting sounds. Towering trees with leaves that shimmered like diamonds swayed gently in the breeze, and crystal-clear streams danced over pebbles that seemed to sing. Lily's eyes widened in awe as she realized that every ordinary object in this realm held a secret magic within. As she stood there, trying to make sense of it all, a friendly voice called out to her. "Welcome, dear Lily, to the realm of wonders." Turning around, Lily saw a wise-looking owl perched on a nearby branch. "My name is Galen, and I've been expecting you." Galen explained that Lily had been chosen to embark on a magical journey, one that would test her courage and wisdom. He introduced her to 2 helpers who would accompany her on this adventure. Fizzy, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for practical jokes, and Blossom, a gentle fairy with a deep love for nature. Together, they set off through the enchanted forest, encountering all manner of wondrous creatures and magical obstacles. At times, Lily felt overwhelmed by the challenges that lay before them, but her newfound friends were always there to offer guidance and support. One day, they came across a great chasm, too wide and deep to cross by ordinary means. Fizzy suggested using a spell to grow wings and fly across, but Blossom cautioned that such magic could disrupt the delicate balance of the realm. It was then that Lily remembered a seemingly ordinary object in her pocket, a simple piece of string. With a twinkle in her eye, she tied one end of the string to a nearby tree and tossed the other end across the chasm. To everyone's amazement, the string transformed into a sturdy bridge, allowing them to cross safely. As they journeyed deeper into the realm, Lily learned that true magic often came from the most unexpected places. It wasn't about wielding great power or casting elaborate spells. It was about seeing the extraordinary in the ordinary, and approaching challenges with wisdom, kindness, and an open heart. Finally, after many adventures and lessons learned, Lily found herself back in her cozy kitchen, clutching the now ordinary socks in her hands. But she knew that her life had been forever changed by the magic she had experienced. From that day on, Lily saw the world through new eyes, finding wonder and possibility in the simplest of things. And whenever she felt lost or overwhelmed, she would remember the wise words of Galen, fizzy, and blossom, and find the courage to face any challenge with a spirit of curiosity and kindness. And so, my dear friends, let us all strive to find the magic in the ordinary and approach life's journey with open hearts and open minds. For who knows what wonders may be waiting just around the corner. Story 68. Once upon a time, nestled between the gentle slopes of the misty wood forest and the sparkling waters of Lake Lyria, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. The village was a charming tapestry of cobblestone paths lined with quaint cottages, their thatched roofs peeking through the vibrant hues of cascading wisteria and golden honeysuckle. Birds sang sweet melodies in the morning, and at dusk the sky would be painted in hues of lavender and rose, casting a serene glow over the land. Life in Bramble Hollow was simple and serene, yet unbeknownst to many, it was a place of quiet magic. This magic was not the kind that dazzled with grand displays, but rather the gentle sort that whispered through the leaves and shimmered in the morning dew. It was here that a young girl named Aveline lived with her grandmother, a wise and kind-hearted woman known throughout the village as the keeper of ancient tales and secrets. Aveline was a curious soul with a heart as gentle as a summer breeze. Her days were filled with exploration as she wandered through the lush meadows and dipped her toes into the cool, clear waters of the lake. But what intrigued Aveline most were the stories her grandmother told her by the fireside each evening. These tales spoke of hidden worlds within the forest, where creatures of legend and mystery resided, and magical objects that held untold powers. One chill autumn evening, as the wind whispered secrets through the cracks in their cottage walls, Aveline's grandmother shared a tale that piqued her curiosity more than any before. It was the story of the luminous locket, a magical pendant said to hold the power of the moon and stars within its heart. According to the legend, the locket was hidden in the heart of Mistywood Forest, guarded by an ancient spirit known only as the Watcher. The locket can reveal the unseen, her grandmother said, her voice soft and melodic, and its light can guide the lost back to where they truly belong. But remember, Aveline, it is not the locket that holds the true magic. It is the heart that seeks it. These words lingered in Aveline's mind long after the fire had died down and the shadows of the night grew deep. She lay awake in her cozy bed, the gentle rustle of the trees outside her window, lulling her into a gentle slumber, filled with dreams of moonlit paths and ancient secrets. The following morning, with the sun casting golden rays through the mist that clung to the forest, Aveline set out on a journey that would change her life forever. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a small, well-worn journal where she sketched her thoughts and dreams. Tucked into her pocket was a charm her grandmother had given her, a simple stone etched with runes of protection. As Aveline stepped into the forest, the world around her seemed to breathe in anticipation. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth, while the gentle murmur of a nearby stream provided a soothing melody to her steps. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a dance of light and shadow that guided her deeper into the heart of Mistywood. Her journey was not without its challenges. As she ventured further from the familiar paths, the forest grew denser and more mysterious. The trees, ancient and wise, seemed to watch over her with silent curiosity, their branches swaying like gentle whispers in the wind. Aveline felt a comforting presence in their midst, as if the forest itself was alive and aware of her quest. Along the way, Aveline encountered creatures both wondrous and strange. A family of deer, their coats dappled with sunlight, paused to gaze at her with gentle eyes before bounding gracefully into the underbrush. Birds of every color flitted about, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that filled the air with life. It was as if the forest knew her purpose and had opened its heart to her. Yet, as the day wore on, Aveline began to feel the weight of uncertainty. She had walked for hours, and though her spirit was undaunted, her feet were weary. She paused by a bubbling brook to rest, her reflection gazing back at her from the clear water. It was here, in this moment of quiet reflection, that a voice as soft as the breeze reached her ears. "You seek the luminous locket," the voice said, gentle yet firm. Startled, Aveline glanced around, her heart racing. There, perched on a rock, was a creature unlike any she had seen, a small fox with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes that glimmered like the night sky. "Do not be afraid," the fox continued, its voice a soothing balm to her surprise. "I am Phelan, a guardian of the forest. I have watched over your journey, young seeker." Aveline's initial surprise melted into wonder. She had heard tales of the guardians, elusive beings who protected the secrets of the forest. To meet one was both an honor and a sign that her quest was truly blessed. "I do seek the locket," Aveline replied, her voice steady with resolve. "But I do not wish for its power for myself. I wish to understand the magic it holds, to learn and to grow." Phelan nodded, a gesture graceful and wise. "The locket is a guide, a beacon for those who have lost their way. But the true journey lies within, and the locket merely illuminates the path. Come, I will show you the way." With Phelan as her guide, Aveline continued deeper into the forest. The air grew cooler and the light softer, as if the forest itself was holding its breath in anticipation. They walked in silence, the only sound being the gentle rustle of leaves underfoot and the distant call of a nightingale. As twilight descended, they arrived at a small clearing bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward like arms in supplication. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small stone pedestal, upon which rested the luminous locket. The locket was a delicate thing of beauty, its surface etched with celestial patterns that seemed to dance in the moonlight. Aveline felt a warmth emanating from it, a gentle pulse that resonated with her very soul. Phelan watched her with a knowing gaze. "The locket's light is a reflection of the heart that holds it. It can guide you, but it cannot decide your path." Aveline understood. The locket was not an answer, but a tool, a means to discover the truth that lay within her own heart. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its warmth seep into her skin like the embrace of a dear friend. As she held it, a soft glow enveloped her, and she felt a sense of clarity and peace wash over her. The forest around her seemed to shimmer with new life, every leaf and blade of grass illuminated by the locket's gentle light. In that moment, Aveline understood the true magic of the locket. It was not the power to reveal hidden worlds or grant wishes, but the ability to illuminate the path within, to guide her toward understanding and growth. With newfound wisdom, Aveline turned to Phelan. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "I understand now. The journey is not about the destination, but the lessons we learn along the way." Phelan nodded, a smile playing at the corners of its mouth. "You are wise, young seeker. The forest will always welcome you, for you carry its magic within your heart." As dawn broke over the horizon, Aveline began her journey back to Bramble Hollow. The path before her was clear, illuminated by the gentle light of the locket. She walked with a lightness in her step, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. When she returned to her village, Aveline shared her story with her grandmother, who listened with eyes bright with pride and love. Together they marveled at the locket, its light, a testament to the journey Aveline had undertaken. And so, the story of Aveline and the luminous locket became a cherished tale in Bramble Hollow, a reminder of the magic that lay within each heart, waiting to be discovered. The village continued to thrive in its gentle magic, its people bound by the warmth of friendship and the wisdom of the stories passed down through generations. As for Aveline, she grew to become a keeper of tales herself, sharing her adventures with those who sought the light within their own hearts. Her journey had changed her, not only in the discovery of magic, but in the understanding of who she truly was. A seeker, a dreamer, and a guardian of the gentle magic that wove through the world. And so, in the warm glow of the crackling fire beneath the star-studded sky, the village of Bramble Hollow slept peacefully, cradled in the embrace of its own quiet enchantment. The end. Story 69. In the heart of a forest older than the memory of any living creature, where the towering trees stood like ancient sentinels, there existed a world woven with magic and whispers of the past. This was a place where sunlight filtered through the verdant canopy, dancing on the forest floor in a kaleidoscope of golden hues, and where the air was thick with the sweet aroma of pine and the gentle, soothing sound of a babbling brook that wound its way through the undergrowth. In this enchanted forest, every creature had a role to play in maintaining the delicate balance of life. Among them was a wise old owl named Solon, whose feathers were as soft and silent as the night itself. Solon had watched over the forest for generations, with eyes that mirrored the deep amber of autumn leaves. His perch was high in the branches of the ancient oak known as Grandmother Tree, whose roots reached deep into the earth, entwining with the very heart of the forest. Solon spent his nights gliding silently through the cool, moonlit air, observing the lives of the creatures below. There was Luna, the gentle deer, whose coat shimmered like the surface of a sunlit stream. Luna led her herd with grace, teaching the younger ones the ancient ant paths that crisscrossed the forest like a tapestry of life. And there was Nico, the clever fox, whose bright eyes and fiery fur were often seen darting between the shadows, always in search of adventure. Each creature in the forest had their own stories, their own histories, but they all shared a common understanding, that the forest was a living entity, a great organism that thrived only when harmony was maintained. This was wisdom passed down from generation to generation, spoken in the rustle of leaves and the songs of the wind. Yet, there were times when the balance faltered, and it was during one such time, as autumn began to lay its cool hand upon the land, that a peculiar phenomenon occurred. One early morning, as the mists lingered low over the earth, a strange fog rolled into the forest. It was thicker and denser than any creature had ever seen, and it carried with it a chill that seemed to seep into the very bones of the forest. The fog was not alone, for with it came a sense of disquiet, a whispering echo of something that had been forgotten. Solon, watching from his perch, felt the change and knew that this was no ordinary weather. He saw the deer huddle together, their ears flicking nervously, and watched as Nico stood at the edge of the fog, his fur bristling with unease. The creatures of the forest gathered beneath the grandmother tree, seeking guidance from Solon. The wise old owl ruffled his feathers and spread his wings, drawing their attention. "This fog is a veil," he hooted softly, his voice carrying a weight of ages. "It hides something that was once lost, a memory of the forest that longs to be remembered." But how could they uncover this hidden memory? The answer lay in the heart of the forest, in a place few dared to tread, the Glade of Seasons, a magical clearing where the elements of earth, air, fire, and water converged. Legend told that here, the spirits of the seasons gathered to weave the tapestry of the forest's life cycle. The creatures knew the journey to the glade would not be easy, for it was a place of trials, a test of the forest's wisdom and unity. Luna, with her gentle strength, volunteered to lead the way. Nico, eager and daring, agreed to accompany her, his sharp wit ready to face any challenge. Solon, with his knowledge of the skies, would guide them from above. As they traveled deeper into the forest, the fog grew thicker, wrapping around them like a shroud. But through the haze, they could hear the faintest echoes of song, ancient melodies that seemed to call from the very heart of the earth. The path was treacherous, but with Luna's sure-footed guidance and Nico's keen senses, they navigated through the twisting vines and tangled roots. Finally, they arrived at the Glade of Seasons, a place of breathtaking beauty. The glade was a circle of towering trees, each representing one of the seasons, the vibrant greens of spring, the fiery reds and oranges of summer, the golden hues of autumn, and the stark, silvery whites of winter. In the center of this natural cathedral stood a crystal pool, its waters shimmering with an ethereal light. As Luna, Nico, and Solon approached the pool, the air around them seemed to hum with energy. The fog that had followed them parted, revealing the reflection of the forest in the pool's surface. It was here that the magic of the seasons intertwined, a dance of time and change that sustained the life of the forest. Solon realized that to lift the fog, they must remind the forest of its own story. Each creature must offer a memory, a piece of themselves to the pool, to rekindle the forgotten tale. Luna stepped forward first, bowing her head to the water. She spoke of the trails her ancestors had walked, of the gentle rhythm of the seasons as seen through her eyes. Next, Nico approached, his voice bright and clear. He shared tales of his many adventures, of the wonders and mysteries hidden within the forest, and of the friendships he had forged along the way. Finally, Solon spread his wings wide, his voice resonating like a gentle breeze through the branches. He spoke of the forest's ancient wisdom, the stories of old that had been whispered in the night, and of the unity that bound all creatures together. As their voices mingled with the song of the wind, the crystal waters of the pool began to glow. The light spread outward, enveloping the glade, and with it, the fog began to lift. The forgotten memory of the forest was revealed, a time when the seasons had danced in perfect harmony, guided by the wisdom of the creatures who had come before. The creatures felt a warmth spread through the glade, a renewal of the spirit that flowed from the pool into the heart of the forest. The fog dispersed, leaving behind a sense of peace and clarity, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. With their task complete, Luna, Nico, and Solon returned to their homes, carrying with them the renewed understanding of their place within the forest. The seasons continued their eternal dance, each one playing its part in the cycle of life. And so the forest thrived, its harmony restored, watched over by the wise old owl and the gentle spirits of the creatures who called it home. The ancient trees whispered their thanks to the wind, and the sun cast its warm golden light upon the land, a promise of peace and balance for generations to come. As night fell, and the stars began their twinkling vigil overhead, Solon settled back on his perch. The forest was quiet now, save for the soft rustling of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. Solon closed his eyes, content in the knowledge that the forest would sing its song for many years to come, guided by the wisdom and friendship of those who lived within its embrace. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon, the forest slept, wrapped in a gentle, magical peace that only the harmony of nature could bestow. Story 70. Once upon a time, in a secret forest nestled deep within the misty mountains, there lived a family of woodland sprites. These sprites were no ordinary beings. They possessed the magical ability to communicate with the very trees that surrounded them. The trees, ancient and wise, held countless stories within their bark and branches, waiting to be unraveled by those with open hearts and keen ears. One of the youngest sprites in the family was a curious and adventurous little lass named Willow. From the moment she could toddle, Willow was drawn to the majestic trees that towered over her, their leafy canopies whispering secrets to the wind. She would spend hours sitting among the twisted roots, listening intently to the trees' tales of bygone eras and forgotten wonders. As Willow grew older, her fascination with the trees only deepened. She learned to decipher their language, a soft rustling of leaves and creaking of branches that spoke volumes to those who truly listened. The trees, in turn, grew fond of Willow's inquisitive nature and shared with her their ancient wisdom. One day, as Willow sat beneath the boughs of a mighty oak, she heard a faint whisper carried on the breeze. It was the voice of a distant tree, calling out in distress. Without hesitation, Willow set off to investigate, her nimble feet carrying her deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. As she followed the faint whispers, the trees around her grew more twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. A sense of foreboding crept over Willow, but her determination to help the ailing tree pushed her onward. Finally, she came upon a clearing unlike any she had seen before. In the center stood a towering willow tree, its slender branches drooping low to the ground, as if weighed down by a heavy burden. Willow approached cautiously, sensing a powerful magic emanating from the tree's very core. "Dear Willow, what troubles you?" Willow whispered, placing her hand upon the smooth bark. The tree seemed to shudder, its leaves rustling in a language Willow had never heard before. But as she closed her eyes and opened her heart, the meaning became clear. The willow tree was cursed, bound by a dark magic that drained its life force with each passing day. If the curse was not broken soon, the willow would wither away, and a part of the forest's ancient magic would be lost forever. Willow's heart ached for the suffering tree, and she vowed to do whatever it took to break the curse. The willow whispered of an ancient tome, hidden deep within a forgotten cave, that held the key to undoing such powerful dark magic. With a newfound sense of purpose, Willow embarked on a perilous journey through the forest's most treacherous paths. She navigated twisted roots and thorny thickets, relying on the guidance of the trees to light her way. After days of arduous travel, Willow came upon a towering cliff face. its jagged surface seeming impenetrable. But as she ran her hands along the stone, she felt a faint tremor, as if the mountain itself were alive. "Ancient One," Willow whispered, "I seek the hidden tome to break a terrible curse. Guide me, I beseech you." The mountain seemed to rumble in response, and a narrow crevice appeared in the rock face, just wide enough for Willow to slip through. With a deep breath, she stepped inside, the darkness enveloping her like a velvet cloak. Willow relied on her keen senses to navigate the winding tunnels, her fingers tracing the rough stone walls as she pressed onward. The air grew damp and musty, the weight of untold centuries pressing down upon her. At last, she emerged into a vast cavern, its vaulted ceiling stretching high overhead. In the center, a single beam of light pierced the gloom, illuminating a pedestal upon which rested an ancient, leather-bound tome. Willow approached reverently, her heart pounding in her chest. As her fingers traced the intricate carvings on the tome's cover, it seemed to hum with ancient power. Carefully, she opened the tome, its pages crackling with age. Within its depths lay the secrets of the most potent magic, both light and dark. Willow studied the words intently, committing every incantation and ritual to memory. Armed with the knowledge she sought, Willow retraced her steps back through the winding tunnels and emerged once more into the forest's embrace. The trees seemed to sigh in relief at her return, their branches swaying in a welcoming dance. Without delay, Willow hurried back to the clearing where the cursed willow tree stood. She gathered the necessary ingredients: leaves from the eldest oak, bark from the most resilient pine, and a single feather from a phoenix that made its home in the forest's heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Willow began the intricate ritual, her voice chanting the ancient words with unwavering conviction. The air crackled with energy, and the forest seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. At the ritual's climax, Willow raised her hands, and a brilliant light burst forth, enveloping the willow tree in a radiant embrace. The curse shuddered and fought, its dark tendrils clinging desperately to the willow's bark. But Willow's determination was unyielding, and slowly the light began to push back the darkness. The willow tree shook and groaned, as if awakening from a long slumber. Finally, with a blinding flash, the curse shattered, its fragments dissipating into nothingness. The willow tree stood tall and proud once more, its slender branches reaching towards the heavens in joyous celebration. Willow sank to her knees, exhausted but triumphant. The trees around her seemed to sing with delight, their leaves rustling in a symphony of gratitude. From that day forward, Willow's bond with the forest only grew stronger. She became a guardian of the ancient magic, using her knowledge to protect the trees and all the creatures that called the forest home. And whenever she passed by the willow tree, its branches would sway in a warm embrace, a silent thank you to the brave sprite who had saved it from a fate worse than death. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and revered elder among her kind. She mentored generations of young sprites, teaching them the language of the trees and the importance of respecting the ancient magic that flowed through the forest's veins. And on warm summer evenings, when the fireflies danced among the glowing mushrooms, Willow would gather the little ones around her and recount the tale of her journey to break the willow tree's curse. Her eyes would sparkle with the same wonder and determination that had guided her all those years ago, inspiring the young sprites to forge their own paths and embrace the magic that surrounded them. For in the heart of the secret forest, the trees stood as living monuments to the enduring power of courage, friendship, and the unbreakable bonds that connected all beings, great and small, to the natural world around them. Story 71. Once upon a time, in the gentle glow of a silvery moon, there was a small village nestled at the edge of a grand and mysterious forest. This forest was known to the villagers as the Whispering Woods, a place filled with secrets and wonders that no one dared to explore. However, there was one curious soul, a young girl named Amara, whose heart brimmed with the desire for adventure. Amara was a bright and lively spirit, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, and hair that danced like sunlight upon the fields. She had often heard the stories of the Whispering Woods from the elders, tales of enchantment and the unknown. Her imagination painted pictures of shimmering streams, giant talking mushrooms, and trees that sang with the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves twirled down from the trees like nature's confetti, Amara decided it was time to see the wonders of the woods for herself. Clad in a cozy woolen cloak and armed with a small satchel filled with her favorite snacks and a trusty lantern, Amara set off towards the woods just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in hues of purple and orange. The forest path was a tapestry of soft moss and fallen leaves, crunching gently under her boots. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the scent of pine and earth, a soothing balm to her senses. As Amara ventured deeper, the trees began to whisper, their voices soft and melodious, weaving a lullaby that beckoned her onward. It was not long before she encountered her first wonder, a grove of luminous flowers that glowed softly in the moonlight, their petals opening and closing in a gentle rhythm as if breathing. She paused to admire their beauty, kneeling down to touch one. To her delight, the flower emitted a warm, tinkling laugh, like the sound of a tiny bell. "Welcome, young traveler," chimed a voice from among the flowers. Amara looked around, her eyes wide with surprise, and found herself gazing at a small creature perched on a nearby rock. It was a wisp, a tiny being of light with wings that shimmered like a dragonfly's. "I am Lyra," the wisp introduced herself, her voice as gentle as a breeze. "What brings you to the heart of the Whispering Woods?" "I've come to explore and see the wonders hidden here," Amara replied, her voice filled with awe. "I've always dreamed of this place." Lyra flitted closer, her glow casting a soft halo around Amara. "Then you must be brave," she said with a smile. "For the woods hold many secrets, and not all are visible to the eyes. You must listen with your heart." Encouraged by Lyra's words, Amara continued her journey, with the wisp lighting the way. They soon arrived at a shimmering brook, its water sparkling under the moonlight like a ribbon of stars. As they crossed a small wooden bridge, Amara noticed a family of turtles lounging on a sun-dappled rock, their shells painted with vibrant, swirling patterns. The largest turtle, with eyes wise and kind, nodded in greeting. "You have a gentle spirit," the turtle said in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "Remember, true courage is not the absence of fear, but the willingness to journey despite it." Amara nodded, feeling the truth of the turtle's words settle warmly in her heart. They continued on, the night unfolding around them like a storybook, each new discovery more wondrous than the last. They passed through a meadow where fireflies danced in intricate patterns, and the air was filled with the soft hum of their wings. Lyra explained that these fireflies were the keepers of dreams, each carrying the wishes of the forest's inhabitants. As they walked, the ground began to gently slope upward, leading them to a hidden glen. There, Amara found a great, ancient tree, its bark etched with glowing runes that pulsed softly with light. She felt drawn to it, sensing its significance. Lyra hovered beside her, whispering, "This is the heart tree, the soul of the Whispering Woods. It listens to the dreams and fears of those who seek its wisdom." Amara approached the heart tree, placing her hand against its warm, living bark. She closed her eyes, letting her thoughts flow freely. She thought of her village, of her friends and family, and her longing to understand the world beyond. She asked for courage, for the strength to explore and learn, and for the wisdom to appreciate the beauty of the unknown. The heart tree seemed to sigh gently, its branches swaying as if in agreement. Amara felt a wave of peace wash over her, a comforting assurance that she was exactly where she was meant to be. She opened her eyes to find the glen bathed in the soft glow of dawn, the sky painted with shades of pink and gold. With Lyra by her side, Amara made her way back through the forest, her heart full of warmth and wonder. As they neared the edge of the woods, Lyra paused, her light flickering with fondness. "Remember, Amara," she said softly, "the greatest journeys are those taken with an open heart and mind. And though the world is vast and mysterious, you are never alone." Amara smiled, her spirit alight with newfound courage and joy. She waved goodbye to Lyra, promising to return with stories of her own to share. As she stepped back into the familiar embrace of her village, the Whispering Woods behind her, she knew that this was just the beginning of her adventures. And so, with the dawn rising to greet her, Amara carried the magic of the woods within her, a gentle reminder of the wonders that awaited those brave enough to seek them. As she lay down to rest that night, She dreamed of luminous flowers, wise turtles, and the soft, soothing whispers of the trees, knowing that she was forever changed by her journey into the unknown. Story 72. In the quaint village of Elderwood, nestled between gently rolling hills and the whispering embrace of pine forests, there was an old cobblestone street where time seemed to hold its breath. On this street, amid shops that sold handmade candles and fragrant teas, stood a little antique store known as the Whispering Chest. Its wooden sign creaked softly in the breeze, and the windows were cluttered with trinkets that shimmered invitingly under the warm glow of lanterns. Behind the counter of this enchanting shop was a kindly old gentleman named Mr. Thistle. His eyes, a twinkle of youthful mischief, always seemed to know more than they let on. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced down from their branches, a curious young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. Her rosy cheeks flushed from the brisk air, and her eyes were wide with wonder. Clara had often passed by the shop, but something in the air that day, a peculiar sense of beckoning, had drawn her inside. As she stepped over the threshold, the scent of lavender and aged wood wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Mr. Thistle greeted her with a warm smile. "Ah, Clara, my dear," he said, his voice as smooth as the pages of a well-loved book. "I see you've come to seek something special." Clara nodded, though she wasn't quite sure what she was looking for. Her gaze traveled over the shelves filled with peculiar objects, a tarnished silver mirror, an intricately carved wooden box, and a curious glass orb that seemed to glow with its own inner light. But it was a simple, unassuming brass key hanging from a velvet ribbon that caught her attention. It seemed to whisper her name, its gentle hum resonating in her chest. Mr. Thistle noticed her interest and gave a knowing nod. "Ah, the key of echoes. It chooses those who are ready to hear its secrets." With a gentle hand, Clara lifted the key from its resting place. The moment her fingers closed around it, she felt a soft vibration, like a gentle breeze caressing her soul. She knew, without understanding why, that this key was meant for her. "Where does it lead?" Clara asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Mr. Thistle chuckled softly. "That, my dear, is for you to discover. Trust in the journey it takes you on." Clara thanked Mr. Thistle and tucked the key safely into her pocket. As she stepped back outside, the sky was painted with the hues of dusk, and the evening air was crisp with promise. The following morning, Clara awoke with a sense of anticipation. She decided to explore the forest at the edge of the village, a place where she had spent many afternoons daydreaming beneath the grand old oaks. As she walked, the key seemed to guide her, tugging gently as if it knew the way. Deep within the forest, Clara discovered a hidden glen where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. In the center of the glen stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age. At its base was a small, wooden door, barely noticeable beneath the carpet of fallen leaves. Clara's heart skipped a beat. She reached for the key, its warmth filling her with a sense of belonging. As she inserted it into the lock, a soft click echoed through the glen, and the door creaked open. Inside, the tree was hollow, its interior aglow with a gentle luminescence. Shelves carved into the wood held books of all sizes, their spines shimmering with titles that promised tales of wonder and wisdom. Clara stepped inside, feeling as though she had entered the heart of a living story. As she explored, she found a small round table with a teapot, steam curling invitingly from its spout. Sitting beside it was a tiny, plump squirrel with fur the color of cinnamon. His eyes, sharp and intelligent, regarded Clara with curiosity. "Welcome, young seeker," the squirrel chirped, his voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I am Nutmeg, guardian of the Tree of Whispers." Clara smiled, charmed by Nutmeg's presence. "Hello, Nutmeg. I've come to learn what this key has to show me." Nutmeg nodded sagely. "The Key of Echoes has brought you to a place where stories come alive. Here, you will find the wisdom you seek, not in the pages, but in your heart." Clara spent many days in the glen, each visit unveiling new wonders. She found a friend in Nutmeg, who shared tales of the forest and introduced her to its inhabitants. A wise old owl named Sage, who spoke in riddles, a family of rabbits who danced in the moonlight, and a gentle fox with a coat as red as autumn leaves. Through these encounters, Clara learned the secrets of the forest, understanding the balance of nature and the delicate threads that wove together life and harmony. Each lesson was a whisper of wisdom, a gentle nudge towards understanding the world and her place within it. But it was not long before a challenge arose. One morning, the forest awoke to find its streams running dry and the leaves beginning to wilt. The whispers of distress echoed through the trees, reaching Clara's ears with urgency. Nutmeg appeared, his eyes filled with concern. "The forest is in peril, Clara. The source of our life-giving water has been blocked. We need your help." Clara felt a flutter of anxiety but took a deep breath, recalling the lessons the forest had taught her. "Show me the way, Nutmeg. Together, we can find a solution." The journey led them to the heart of the forest, where a great rockslide had blocked the flow of the stream. The animals gathered around, their eyes wide with worry. Clara knew that brute strength would not solve this problem. It required a gentle touch and a thoughtful mind. She remembered sages' riddles, the ones that spoke of using what you have in new ways. With Nutmeg's help, she gathered the forest creatures, each contributing their unique skills. The rabbits burrowed beneath the rocks, creating channels for the water to trickle through. The fox used his nimble paws to shift smaller stones, while the owl guided them with his keen eyes from above. As they worked together, the blocked stream slowly began to clear, the water flowing once more with a joyful gurgle. The forest breathed a collective sigh of relief, its leaves rustling in gratitude. Clara smiled, her heart full, as she watched the animals celebrate. She had learned that true strength lay not in force, but in unity and wisdom. With the forest restored, Clara returned to the village, the key of echoes a comforting weight in her pocket. She knew her journey had changed her, filling her with a deeper understanding and a sense of purpose. The forest would always be there, a whisper away, and its lessons would guide her throughout her life. As she lay in bed that night, Clara felt the warmth of the forest wrap around her like a gentle embrace. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the whispering trees and the friends she'd found beneath their boughs, knowing that she was part of a story much larger than herself, a story of discovery, wonder, and gentle wisdom.